Brought to you by Builders First Source. Former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson gets his debut as Bears head coach, spoiled by former Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy last night. The Viking signal caller, making his first NFL start, had 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns, leading Minnesota to a 27-24 comeback win on Monday Night Football in Chicago. McCarthy threw a pick-6 on the Vikings' first drive of the second half and says he used lessons from a game during his time at Michigan to inspire the comeback. Johnson's Bears will be at Ford Field next on Sunday for the Lions home opener downtown. Detroit's a 4.5-point favorite. Lions head coach Dan Campbell says he doesn't feel like corner Terrion Arnold's groin injury is serious, but he's unsure if Arnold will be ready for Sunday's game against the Bears. Campbell also confirming that backup offensive tackle Jamarco Jones is done for the season with an ankle injury. Dan Skipper, currently on the practice squad, is Jones' likely replacement. The Jaguars are trading running back Tanks Bigsby to the Eagles for a 5th and 6th round pick. The 24-year-old rushing for 766 yards and 7 touchdowns last season, with the Eagles seeing most of Bigsby's value as a kick returner. And the Tigers, who've lost back-to-back series against the Mets and White Sox, open a 3-game series against the Yankees in the Bronx tonight. Casey Mize starts for the Tigers, Will Warren for the Yankees. New York's a hot team, winners of 11 of 14, now just 2 games behind the Blue Jays in the East. First pitch, 7:05. Pre-game show, 6:45, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Aussie.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Picking up the pieces for the Lions today. We'll be joined by Dan Campbell at 8 o'clock. We will talk about the fixes that can be made in 1 week's time. And we got a chance to see their Week 2 opponent last night. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, and Luke Sloan on the updates. Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good.
How was your Mondays? Huh?
It's Monday.
It's a Monday.
Nothing crazy.
No. It always is amazing to me. And I mentioned this to Heather at one of the breaks yesterday. How our sports teams affect the mood of the entire city for a week. And obviously much more yesterday because it was the day after an epic disaster in Green Bay. And it just, you walk around and it felt like, even though it was a beautiful day outside, it's a Monday, so everybody's back to work, and that brings its own set of issues. But if you're going back to work on a Monday and it's after, one of 15 Lions wins throughout the course of a year, everyone's pretty happy.
There's a little extra pep in the step.
Yeah. And I'm not arrogant enough to think that everyone is watching the Lions, but this is a great sports town, and there are tons of people that are they're so affected. And I don't want people walking around all grumpy, but it's great to know that our population cares so much about our teams.
So on Sunday night, this last week, I did the first football show with Valeni, and my wife went out for a walk. And when she came back, she said there were so many sad Lions fans out for a walk on Sunday night, just trying to decompress, get some fresh air, deal with the reality that they lost.
And it was, my perception was when I was, everything they did at Sunday, showed up to Ellie's softball practice, and there are just, people walking in the neighborhood wearing their Lions gear.
Yeah.
Game didn't start till 4:15, and we were there around 10 o'clock in the morning.
Have you seen, our neighborhood, Lions flags are up on not every house, but a lot of them.
Car flag?
Not quite car flag. House flag. House flag season's here. And you're right. We wear it. Like when they win, we celebrate. When they lose, yesterday was one giant 4-hour vent session.
So I hope that everyone is waking up this morning in a little bit of a better mood, trying to work their way back to excitement, which we will all get to before next weekend's game with the Bears.
Ben Johnson in the house.
Yes.
What did you make of Ben Johnson and the Bears?
So initially, I was hanging a light in the house, and I was watching on the TV in that room the scripted drive, 10 plays, 61 yards touchdown, I thought, oh, no.
No incomplete passes. Here they come.
6 for 6, I think is what he was.
Yeah. And he runs in the touchdown.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
People start hyperventilating, breathing into the paper bags.
But then the rest of the game was wah, wah, wah.
They didn't score an offensive touchdown the rest of the game, right?
No, it was the pick 6. It was JJ's first touchdown pass
I go, oh,
of
boy.
his career. I wonder if he got that ball.
John, you'll love this. I tweet out, he's no Sam Darnold. Then I put my head on a pillow.
Yeah.
Guess what I woke up to? The guy scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter and led him in a comeback. Hell of a performance for JJ in crunch time. And do you feel any differently about the Bears and Ben Johnson after watching that?
So, hell of a performance by JJ of hanging in there and doing, like, they protected him a lot throughout the course of that game. I keep saying this, and Kevin O'Connell is one hell of a coach. He is one hell of a coach in regards to what he has been able to do. Originally, it was for Kirk Cousins, and then it was Sam Darnold last year. And now it appears early on that, to be able to stay with your quarterback, continuing to protect him until he is forced or needs to make some plays, like, I think he's just a hell of a coach. And I don't want to sit here and pump up the tires of somebody else in the division, but I mean he's done it. It appears like he's doing it again.
Well, it's funny. You don't want to pump up the tires. Like, I thought I was poking the bear, making fun of Minnesota because he throws the pick, and immediately Michigan fans in my mentions came to his defense. Like, they're very protective over JJ, and I think there's a lot of people who are excited to see what he did. Now, not when he plays the Lions.
Yeah.
But there's going to be people rooting for him. It's kind of that Michigan effect.
Sure. It's the blue wall.
There you go. So, on the Bears front, let's focus on them. They're in town this week.
Mm-hmm.
You see what Ben Johnson's offense looks like without Dan Campbell. Can we make those comments today, or are we only allowed to rip the Lions' week 1 offense? Because I think in Chicago, they could say the same things.
Sure, they could say the same things. We only really care about the Lions' offense.
Well, we care about the Bears' offense this week when they come to Detroit. Like,
yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. And so I don't. It's, to me, it was more Caleb Williams. There were open receivers. There were plays to be made, and I think that's kind of if you dig a little bit deeper and you watch, what type of routes they're running, we're going to miss Ben Johnson, and I know a lot of people had said, this is Dan Campbell's offense. I agree, but Dan Campbell, I believe, made Ben Johnson who he is. Dan Campbell can do the same thing with John Morton, but what happened in that first year where Ben Johnson was the offensive coordinator?
It took time.
1-6.
Oh, some of that was on the defense, but
some of it was on defense, but the offense, like it took some time. Agreed. And so I'm just curious as to how much time it's going to take for Dan to get John Morton where he needs to be.
Well, what you're hoping is it won't take as long because he's working with better personnel. Like when Ben Johnson,
the weapons are way different.
In 22, Amon-Ra was not the All-Pro yet.
Right.
Sewell
they didn't have J-Mo.
They didn't have J-Mo. Sewell was great out of the gate, but
yeah.
For the most part, they had to build up those young players, develop those guys along with their play caller, and they had it humming last year, number 1 offense in the sport. So hopefully Morton is in a position to skip a couple steps, but he does need to have a maturation process as a play caller.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson on that I like how you put it, scripted. That first drive, he made it easy for Caleb Williams. So he can't hold his hand for the other drives in that football game, and it shows.
Yeah.
Like Caleb has a lot of work to do in terms of his development.
Oh, but a second-year quarterback, right? And same thing with J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy is even a little bit further behind because he didn't have that year last year of playing experience. But I don't know that there's anybody is looking at Caleb Williams in their offense, even though they do have some weapons. DJ Moore is still really good.
Rome Odunze is a guy we both like.
Yeah, I mean, he's a dude. I don't know that anybody should be scared of Ben Johnson coming to town.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I understand the importance of this game and making sure that they don't overlook anybody.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Lions are going to lose this game. Like Dan Campbell said at the podium yesterday, and he didn't do it with his chest out and proclaiming and pounding the table, but he said, like, we're going to win this game.
Yeah, and I think the way when we went and back and played some of that audio, that felt more to me, not just because it's Ben Johnson, not because it's the Bears, it's just because it's week 2 and they need this game.
Yeah. It wasn't like, I hate that guy, it means so much to beat him. It was, hey, that's my friend.
Yeah.
But, like, we're going to win this game.
Yeah.
That's our mentality going in. We're going to win this game. And they absolutely have to, because otherwise you got Baltimore Monday night on the road in week 3. Yikes. Anyway, look, if you're a Michigan and a Michigan State fan, you get shortchanged on Mondays. The Lions take up a lot of the oxygen. We will be talking about them on the show today. We also have Greg Palm, little college football fix coming up at 6:35. Coming up next, what about Heather Park's garage sale?
Ooh, a little garage sale recap.
We got lost in all the shuffle of the Lions losing. We will hear it from Heather next. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel's getting ready for kickoff with another offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you simply win. So pick a easy bet. None of them are easy. They could all win. They could all lose. But pick something that you think is as close to a sure bet as possible. Bet $5. And if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, whatever you want, FanDuel's got you covered. The NFL season is finally here. We're all happy about that. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app and get started today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. Not with Brightside Dental. Fall means back to school. It means getting in those routines. It means tailgates, football games, all of it. But don't neglect your teeth and don't stress about it. The Brightside experience is no lectures about what you're doing wrong. Instead, a comfortable, painless experience at the dentist. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. I see Dr. Adam at the one in Southfield. If your current dentist can't see you, call Brightside. They'll get you in quick, often same day. $35 new patient special covers exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. So book an appointment, 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Ben Johnson's vaunted offense held scoreless after their opening touchdown drive, and they blew a double-digit lead. Bring on the Bears. Got to have it this week. Mm-hmm. Talk about what's fixable at the end of the hour for the Lions and stuff that might not be fixable in 1 week's time. That's at 6:50. We've got Greg Palm at 6:35, and we need an update on a certain garage sale.
Yeah. How'd it go? Was it a
You
success?
guys, it was everything I hoped my first garage sale would be. Except that I wish I could have opened earlier on Friday. Because when I got home from work on Friday, I didn't even set foot in my house. People were waiting to get in. I opened the garage door and everything was just shoved in there, right? So I could pull it out and set it all up. And I told them like, oh, I'm sorry, I just got home. If you could give me a few minutes. They're like, we don't mind. And they're just trying to like rummaging through my garage. And I was like, oh,
They want to be the first.
This was a little awkward. But it was great. So Friday was super busy. I think it was like, I don't know. It was several hours later that I finally got to go in and go use the bathroom. Like it was just like it was packed Friday, which was awesome. It was great. It was fun. It was a little like I'm not sure because my mom was there on Friday, because Colin was traveling for work, so he wasn't home. And like little things, I'm like, oh my gosh, where did this go? And my mom's like, oh, I sold it. And I was like, okay. Like I didn't even see people like purchasing things because there were so many people there. Saturday. Consistent, but not nearly as busy.
Friday was the day.
And Sunday was pretty much dead until the very end. Somebody came in and swooped up almost everything left. And I was like, yes.
Thank you very much.
Those Sunday people, they're looking for value. What's she going to give away?
The Sunday woman was one of my favorite shoppers. She didn't ask for a discount on anything. She just said,
snatched it all up.
I priced it accordingly, I think, to sell very, very low prices. And thankfully, she noticed that and just said, I'll take all this. And I was like, she's like, well, tell me what my total is. So I told her, she's like, all right, great. Load it up. But it was fun. I think I gave everyone who asked for
a discount.
A discount.
Well, you did label yourself a pushover on the radio.
There was only one woman that I did not give a discount to.
Oh, boy.
Yeah?
What was her deal?
It's just her approach, I think.
She like gruff,
little
mean.
aggressive.
Just like, oh, that's way too high.
Why
like,
would you list it for that?
Buy it somewhere else, lady. And she bought it. She ended up buying it. So
Look
it was
at
all
you.
good.
You held firm and got your
I
price.
was the only one. And then I did like negotiate with one woman. She was like, oh, would you take this? I was like, how about this? And she said, okay. So we found a good
happy middle ground. Yeah.
Otherwise, people were like, would you take it for this? I'm like, sure, let's go.
So you don't have to give the number, but was it over or under the bar we set?
You said
What was the bar? $100?
Well, no,
No.
I set it as $1,000 in total. Then John said, well, hold on, does pre-sale count? And then I think I lowered the bar to $750.
It all depends on what. If you only count the garage sale, I made $828.
Wow.
That's really good.
If you count the pre-sale, which John doesn't want to count, it was
than
like $2,800 something.
Okay.
Holy cow.
No, not 28. 1,200. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No,
okay.
no.
Yeah,
That
it's
was a
math
lot.
on the radio.
Pre-sale would
Trust
have been,
me.
I'm not
Yeah.
wait, no. That's a
all
lot
right.
of money.
Yeah.
No,
The
it was like
IRS is listening.
1,200 something.
Well, that's
So,
still
yeah.
great.
But I still have a lot of stuff. But some of the big items that are hard to store, like these big baby bouncers that don't collapse.
Right. And most of
That take up so much
the
room.
Goodwill or Salvation Army won't take a lot of those baby
They won't.
things. Yeah.
So that all went. Now I'm just left with some, a lot of baby clothes, baby items, things like that, but not the big things that don't fold up. Like I got rid of all of that. So I feel good about it.
Does the house feel lighter?
Not really.
That's a weird question
Which is
to
funny
ask.
because
Well,
most
no,
of it,
because
Maybe emptier, lighter?
yeah,
okay, yeah, whatever, yeah.
most of that was in the basement.
Yeah.
So I think if I go down there and hang out, I'll be like, oh, look at this.
Yeah.
There's all that. Like the corner's not filled with.
Yeah, you get some more
Toys.
storage space.
I do.
Yeah.
It was great. I loved it. I feel like I could have a garage sale like once a year.
But that means you're probably collecting too much junk if you could do it once a year,
I have
right?
kids.
what we do.
I have children that outgrow things very quickly.
Oh,
Fair
yeah.
point.
They wear things one time, then all of a sudden they're 5 inches taller, and I'm like, well, shoot, I can't wear this. So I'm always going to have baby stuff. I'm always going to have toys they outgrow. And it is funny, like I pulled out all these toys, and instantly these infant toys were all they wanted, and they convinced me to keep some of them. Like, oh, I don't want to sell this. I'm like, okay, that's fine, we'll keep that. But
yeah, there's a point where like your kids are young enough that they are growing so quickly. Yeah. There is a point where they don't grow quite as quickly, or at least they don't have their growth spurts. When they have their growth spurts, you're like, holy cow. But they will, like Brooks's shoes.
oh
right?
my gosh,
They probably are hardly even dirty. And then there's a point where they don't grow, at least they don't grow out of some of their stuff for like 6 months. And they have a pair of shoes that they absolutely love, but they completely get worn out. They're either, the soles are falling off or the Velcro straps won't stick anymore.
Yep.
And you're like, well, we need to get you. No, those are my favorite
them.
pair. Yeah.
So I'll always have stuff to sell. But what was also fun was all the people that I met. Like I met some listeners that came.
Yeah.
So that was cool. Like people that had heard about it on the radio came. They didn't buy anything because it's all baby things, really, was what the big sell. However, I was surprised by the stuff that sold really quickly and the stuff that I thought would sell quickly that didn't sell at all.
Yeah.
So, like, what's an example?
Well, like the home goods, like I had a whole table of just like knickknacks, right? Like my mom brought some stuff, whether it's like old bouquet of flowers, fake flowers,
fake
right?
flowers,
Or artificial flowers, or these little like signs or clocks or picture frames, and all that stuff went. And like my mom she's like, I don't know who still has a CD player, but it was like a packet of CDs for like infant music.
Yeah. Gone.
Wow.
Like in a heartbeat. I'm like, okay. And then I have all this like beautiful, like nice baby stuff. And it just, you have to find the right buyer, right?
Yeah.
Like
Sure.
I needed like a pregnant woman to show up that hadn't had her baby
Oh,
yet.
she would have cleaned that place out.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I did have one, and she brought a lot of stuff. So
Makes sense.
that
All right,
was fun.
we got Greg Palm coming up in 10 minutes. Let's get to Heather with the news. What's going on?
Well, a boat exploded on Saturday, and
I saw
video
this
has been
video.
trending.
Yeah.
It was at a fuel dock in Lake St. Clair, injuring 2 people and killing a dog,
Yeah.
which is so sad. So it happened Saturday afternoon at the Emerald City Harbor. Video captured the boat carrying these 2 individuals and a dog exploding seconds after refueling at this gas dock. And according to authorities, 2 people were thrown into the water, but thankfully only suffered minor injuries. The dog was taken to an emergency vet, but it did pass away from its injuries. First responders, when they arrived, the boat was almost entirely underwater. There was like pieces of it just floating. The dock was also damaged in this explosion. The cause of the explosion still remains under investigation. Scary.
It is
super
scary,
scary.
yes.
Gosh. Thieves made off with nearly $90,000 worth of clothes and shoes during a smash and grab robbery in Detroit. So officials say that these suspects broke the windows of JB's on Gratiot early Monday morning, and there's security video as well. It shows about a dozen suspects running in and out of the store with clothes, with shoes, just taking armfuls of whatever they could. They took the clothes off the mannequins. They were taking anything they could and rushing out. This was the second time in months that the store has been the victim of a smash and grab. And after the first break-in, the owner did add bars over the window, but obviously the thieves were still able to get in. And the general manager of the store is basically saying, hey, we need more security. Yeah. And police are still searching for the suspects. They haven't caught him yet. Michigan State football's trip to Los Angeles will be a Big Ten after dark affair.
This
so the
is
Spartans game against
absurd.
USC on Saturday, September 20th, will kick off at 11 p.m.
Not a surprise. It's in Los Angeles. What happens when the Tigers play out west? There's late games.
Okay, they're professionals.
Some of these college kids are getting paid.
Yeah, I understand that,
Aiden
but
Childs
this
got a nice
is
check.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
They'll be playing into Monday morning.
Right. This is ridiculous. Not
Sunday
just
morning.
it's most
Oh,
ridiculous
yes, I'm sorry.
for
Sunday morning. It's on a Saturday.
the players and the coaches and those that are going to be a part of the travel team. This is ridiculous for their fans. For everyone locally here that's going to have to tune in at 11 o'clock at night to see their team play.
Is some of this anger knowing eventually you're going to have to do one of these games?
Well, some of it, yeah. That threat's always there. But I don't.
Greg shaking his head. They would never do that to Michigan. Michigan's never going to be playing that late at night.
I mean, I don't think
He's
so.
probably right.
Yeah, but that's what makes it even more angering. Is for whether it's them, it's Rutgers, it's Maryland. Like, you make that trip all the way across the country as a college athlete, a student athlete, and then you're not going to get back until, I mean, if they come back right after the game, you're not getting back until noon or 1 o'clock after having flown all night, and then go to class or practice on Monday. It's just absurd.
Yeah. So there's always events going on in Detroit, right? There's sporting events, there's concerts, there's festivals, you name it, there's things going on. But soon, tickets to these events could get more expensive if city leaders add a tax to the bill. So Detroit City Council is considering adding a tax to event tickets with the goal of raising more money so that they could cover city operations. So experts say money from event ticket tax might allow the city to cut property taxes and foot the bill that comes with hosting big concerts and sporting events. So a recent study says a tax on admissions to any of our entertainment venues in Detroit could generate up to nearly $50 million. And there is a member of the city council that does say, yes, this is just one idea that's being tossed around to raise money needed to cover the costs of other operations. So perhaps ticket prices could be going up even more. We'll have to wait and see.
Just what people love to hear.
You guys, you might know that or maybe you don't know, but I think you do know that I love jelly beans.
Yeah.
Around Easter, like
Oh, sure.
my favorite Easter
Yeah, who
candy.
doesn't?
I mean, I could eat jelly beans all of the time, but I always during Easter like to try to find some different types of jelly beans. I've been really disappointed the last few years. There's like a shortage of good jelly beans.
Is this a thing?
Anyway, I think it's a thing. Like,
I've been able to always find jelly beans.
I can always find them, but certain brands have stopped making certain kinds that I really like, and I can't.
What's your favorite kind?
Probably super unpopular opinion. It used to be the oh my gosh, I can't think of the name
Branches?
of it. No. I don't like branches that whole lot.
Okay.
She's very picky with the jelly.
They had a banana flavored jelly bean that nobody
Oh.
liked except me.
Oh.
They were so good.
Actually, I wonder
Laffy
why-
Taffy. They were Laffy Taffy jelly
That's
beans.
why they
Gee, I
stopped
wonder why,
making
yeah.
them. Yeah.
No, they were so well. I bought enough of them to keep them in business forever. I feel like I bought so much of that. They were Laffy Taffy. Anyway, you guys know I like jelly beans. So there is a new jelly bean flavor that will be released right around Easter. One that I probably won't get. KFC is releasing a line of jelly beans. Okay, so each bag will have 3 flavors: chicken, sweet corn, and gravy.
John, your thoughts?
Chicken, sweet corn, and gravy. So I am a big fan of those flavors, just not in jelly bean form.
No, I'll pass on that.
Yeah. All right, then. Heather with the news. Who are the 12 best teams in college football? From the brain of Greg Hargrave. Next, 97.1. All right, Greg. Who are the best teams?
All right, another week of data points to work with. Meanwhile, we can't just dismiss how good we think these teams were going to be back in August. Leads us to the elevator theory. Empirical data starts at the ground floor and goes up as the season progresses. The preseason rankings start at their top level and go down. Now, there is a mathematical factor that we have applied to these preseason rankings that's going to decrease by 20% each week until October. So that's 20% for 5 weeks, gets it down to 0 so that they are at ground level and no longer will affect Greg Pong when we get to week 6 in October.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to do the math.
Yeah.
Number 12, new friend into the rankings. They wear red. The Louisville Cardinals. While you guys, and look, myself too, we're watching the NFL and see Dad Coach take on Robo Kermit. This team beat a team just outside of our top 30 in James Madison. They are a personal sleeper playoff pick for me. Conference games later at Miami, hosting Clemson at SMU. No Florida State on the schedule. Hey, where Jim Costa would say that's difficult, John Jansen sees opportunity. They got a bye week next week before Bowling Green.
Well, I do see opportunity, and I was watching this game, and so in the fourth quarter, it was tied 14-all, and I felt like Louisville just was underperforming the entire time. Now, obviously, they won. I just don't think it's a great win for Louisville. And just a little fun fact, Ron English, DC of Louisville. That's where he's at now, in case anybody's wondering. Probably not.
I was
on the edge of your seat. Yeah.
I've been wondering where Ron English was these days.
But to my point, Louisville, I don't know that they're a sneaky playoff team. It depends on how many teams in the ACC fall apart, like Clemson.
We'll get to them. We'll get to them. Look, it's year 3 for Braum. He won 10 games his first year, 9 games his second year. They're going to be in the mix this year. If you're going to put them at 12, fine, but Oklahoma better be in here if we're putting Louisville in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Great point on Jeff Braum, year 3 for him. Number 11, Notre Dame. A week off after a tough loss at Miami. The drop is just a product of an early bye. They return the favor this week when they host Texas A&M. Should be a good game.
Could be the Greg Palm game of the week.
Speaking of Texas A&M, they come in at number 10. 2-0, they leaped up 2 spots over teams not winning last week. They have 2 FBS wins that are keeping them afloat. And yes, Jim. Now, Greg Palm, just like John, loves stakes. And what are the stakes of this game? For Notre Dame, you dropped this one and are 0-2. We're talking about you have to run the table to make the college football playoff. Yeah. And for Texas A&M, add a marquee non-conference win, and you're adding another SEC playoff contender to a loaded field, and we're talking about a conference melee for 2 months. We've talked about Texas and Georgia and Ole Miss. LSU looks legit. OU just beat Michigan. Don't forget Alabama. Florida, did they just have a bad day? We haven't even talked about South Carolina. Guys, that's half the conference I just named.
Yeah, it is. And interesting that this one obviously will be in South Bend.
Number 9, Ole Miss, 2-0 after an SEC dub against a team that beat them last year in Kentucky. More SEC cred this week to boost their resume when they host Arkansas. Arkansas, bottom half of the SEC, but still top half of the nation. Number 8 is the Clemson Tigers. Got a win last week. Dabo put in a ticket at halftime. Engineer told him, turn them off, turn them back on again, and it worked against Troy. Sneaky good game coming up. Game of the week consideration at Georgia Tech, who currently sits at 23rd. So is the ACC better than we think?
Yeah, John.
By the way, Bobby Dodd Stadium, put that on my bucket list of stadiums I want to go to.
Is the ACC better than you think? They were losing to Troy 16-0. And yes, I did them a favor. I did them a solid because at that time I texted Tom and Cookies just to say, I wonder who would pick Clemson to be the national champ at this point.
Win's a win, John. Stay alive. And yes, the ACC might be pretty good. We saw FSU beat Alabama in week 1. We saw Miami beat Notre Dame in week 1. Yes, maybe the ACC is better than John Jansen gives credit.
Yeah, but it's not the team that you want them to be better.
Not too loud.
Number 7, the Georgia Bulldogs, 2-0. Now is the ramp up for the Dogs. You know, I was talking with Jimmy yesterday about the trip to Oklahoma and about go-to venues. He has been to Neyland Stadium where the Dogs are playing this week. And look, we all love Rocky Top, but when Rocky Top is being played incessantly at your expense, it ain't so fun, and it's pretty annoying. Game of the week consideration at Tennessee is 15 in our rankings.
Upset alert, maybe.
Number 6, the Texas Longhorns. Rough start, now in a soft part of their schedule. Interesting note on them, it appears that the schedule difficulty flipped in a couple of their games. The game in the Swamp against Florida looks easier. Now, I will note, not easy, but easier. And the OU game looks a little more difficult, and Red River is always nuts.
Yeah.
They're going to host UTEP here, number 79 in the rankings. Coming up. Number 5, Miami of Florida. 2-0, business as usual against Bethune-Cookman. You got USF coming up. Pretty much a free roll for the Bulls.
You know what? It was interesting when they announced where game day was going to be this week. There was a lot of people that were mad that it wasn't going to be down at Miami because they are hosting South Florida. South Florida's had a couple of big wins, and it's...
So I haven't seen his, I'm guessing, game days at Knoxville?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
That
which
makes
I
sense.
understand.
Yes.
But it just would have been interesting to be down at South Beach.
Number 4 is Florida. 69-3 over Okie State. Got a big cheer in Norman. They're dipping into the Big Ten experience here.
You said Oregon?
Oregon got a big cheer, yes, because they spanked Oklahoma State.
Yeah, I thought he said Florida was the number 4 team. You mean Oregon is the number 4?
Number 4 is Oregon.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank
No,
you.
I think good correction. I did hear that too.
Okay.
4 touchdown favorites, full Big Ten experience at Northwestern. Now, look, they took care of business against Purdue last year, and that was even after the OSU win, so no letdown for the Ducks there. Always interesting to take note of the games involving these severe time changes in the Big Ten. It was a big storyline in the Big Ten last year in the first month.
With Oregon, they haven't played anybody of substance yet, but I'm wowed watching them play. They were my preseason pick to win the Big Ten. And once they play someone of note at the end of this month, they'll be able to plant their flag.
Yeah, and they have done, like you did there, they've done a great job of just simply taking care of business and looking the part.
Number 3 is LSU. Climbing with an FBS win against Louisiana Tech. Remember, the win at Clemson also boosts them as well. Hosting Florida coming up.
Not surprised at all. LSU is, I think they may have the Heisman Trophy winner in Garrett Nussmeier.
And they may have the most impressive win of anybody so far this season.
Number 2 is Ohio State. A 70-burger on Grambling. And the defense, 166 yards allowed and a shutout. It's a reminder of Matt Patricia and that his disposition is more appropriate as a coordinator at the college level against 18 to 22-year-olds than as a head coach of working adults.
Yes.
Number 1 is Penn State.
Now, why did these flip-flop?
No, John did not scare them up to number 1. They beat 2 FBS teams. Now, as low as they are, you're going to get a little more credit for beating an FBS team. That's Nevada and FIU this past week. Look, they probably won't be here next week because they got FCS Villanova coming up. Still, to their credit, it's cool to have that little number 1 next to your name.
I think Penn State is the best team in the Big Ten, and it's just kind of fun to see in the top 4, you get 3 Big Ten teams.
I will note there is no Oklahoma in this list.
Yeah. Where is Oklahoma?
So Oklahoma is having to battle with a little bit of the preseason expectations. They did have an over-under of 6.5. Louisville, on the other hand, had a over-under of 8.5 and a little bit on the upper end of that 8.5. So that is what's factoring into Louisville's inclusion and Oklahoma's exclusion. What I would say to Oklahoma, let the data work, man. Michigan is going to get those wins. You look like you're a good team. The preseason expectations are going to get faded out more and more as the season progresses.
And that's the key, is if anybody's upset where they are in the coaches poll, the AP poll, or if Greg Palm's got some coach up in a tizzy, just go win your games. The SEC's chock full of A-level opponents. Go beat them.
And by the way, one little question here. Have you guys noticed what's missing out of these rankings? This is not a playoff
There's no
field.
Big 12 team.
No Big 12, and there's no Group of 5 champion that's in here right now.
I'll keep stumping for Utah. They'll make their way in 1 week at a time. There you go. Your top 12 teams. Wait, you're not a Kyle Whittingham guy?
No, I am.
Okay.
I think a lot of Kyle Whittingham.
I'm
I just
glad you do.
don't think a lot
Devin
of...
Dampier,
That's
baby.
right. It's 97-1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. there's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. Whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Picking up the pieces today. Lions will play the Bears. Home opener. Got to see the Bears last night. Want to know what's fixable in 1 week's time and what's not fixable in 1 week's time, John?
A lot of it's fixable.
But in 1 week's time.
In 1 week's time, okay, it's just a matter of, and I know Dan mentioned this, assignments. Like, what are you doing? Discipline. What are you doing? And for the opening game, you can expect some young guys to have some brain farts. It's going to happen. And even it doesn't, I'm not expecting everyone to be perfect, but it's the thing that just baffled me was the amount of missed assignments and missed assignments up front, or those that you think are constants, things that you can count on that just weren't constant in week one. And that was Penei Sewell and Decker. I think the most correctable issue is the offensive line. And it's communication up front. Communication from, and now it will be a little bit easier because they're going to be at home. They won't have the same crowd noise. But in 1 week's time, you are going to then be in Baltimore. It's going to be another ruckus environment. It's going to be loud. Verbal communication will not be there. What are you doing basically, and I'm going to give you an extra week's time, from Green Bay, the trip to Green Bay, to the trip to Baltimore? How are you going to find a way, whether it's hand signals, it's you're looking, and whatever it is, you got to find a way to communicate when you can't hear your center make a call, or a guard, or a tackle, or a quarterback. Like, you're going to have to get on the same page. You got 2 weeks to do it. So I'm got a loophole here.
Well,
in terms of the nonverbal communication, things that have to be communicated when you can't hear someone.
Well, look, that'll be an ongoing story because they got a bunch of tough road games. But in 1 week's time, they can fix communication. Yeah, I buy that. I feel like they can play at home and not have as many missed assignments. Dan Campbell said he felt like maybe they put too much on their plate for that opener. I don't know. It's a young offensive line. You know who's not young, though, is Graham Glasgow. And I don't know how fixable he is going to be if he's on the back nine of his career and can't dig out guys at the center position and wasn't digging out guys at the guard position a year ago. That would be a concern I have beyond. Okay, we can avoid the obvious mistakes where guys are unblocked, but are we still getting that level of push to the second level to where we can get explosive runs? That's a question.
Graham is a little bit of an easy target where if you have a miscommunication with a guard and it's supposed to be a double team, it's going to look like he's overpowered. And this is what TJ and I was talking about yesterday, like the third down coming out of their own end zone. There could be 4 or 5 different situations where that guy should have been blocked. And was it Laporta that was coming in motion for a wham block? I don't know. Was it, Penei Sewell and they were going to do a little, gap and fold? Like, I don't know. And so that's where you look, and he didn't get overpowered on that one, but there are other ones where he did. And there's just, unless you know the play call, unless you know the scheme, was it supposed to be a double team and there's somebody not there? That's where I'm not going to sit there and just say it's all Graham Glasgow. It was all 5 guys up front. That was disappointing to me. And so the most correctable issue is not the communication. I'd use that loophole to say it's 2 weeks to get that done. It is assignments up front. You can't have unblocked defenders at the point of attack.
Right. It's 2 separate things. You can't have the unblocked guys. That's step 1. Step 2, the 200 level course is moving people so we can get 5 and 10 and 20-yard runs, because those are the things that are going to unlock everything else in this offense. I know there are a lot of people doing the all-22 zoom out going, what are these route concepts? What's Goff supposed to – why don't we have explosives? Explosives will come if you run the ball.
Yes.
Everything opens up if they run the football. Can they do that in 1 week's time? That's going to be the big question.
I'd say yes.
Okay. And I'll lean on you, obviously, having done that and played that position. The other side of the ball, I don't know how fixable that is in 1 week's time. If you don't have guys that are going to win one-on-one on the defensive line, Ali McNeil's not coming back. You do not have a pure pass rush guy opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And if he's going to get doubled, I'm not really sure what the answer is other than telling him, go be a superhuman and split double teams all day.
Yeah. Or triple teams.
In some cases, yes. Chipping and tight ends and running backs.
I think that is the one that is not fixable. And it's most concerning. Now, to fix it, you're going to have to figure out what type of blitzes that you're going to put in place to get either a one-on-one matchup for Hutch? How do you create those one-on-one matchups? Well, there's only 5 guys up front, and if you're going to include a running back, so are you bringing 6? Now, all of a sudden, that puts great stress on the secondary. And it's who are those added rushers going to be? Is it Derek Barnes and Jack Campbell? Are you going to add another defensive lineman? That's not great at pass rushing, but if you can just simply negate a double team for Hutch, then that's where you're going to have to try and create it.
And I thought they tried at times to bring blitzes against the Packers, and the Packers picked it up. Like Jacobs in the pass pro, stepping up, picking up a 5th or even a 6th guy at times, and then you're screwed because you're not getting the pressure, and there are going to be favorable matchups down the field. If you're going to play man and not get home with a man blitz, you're begging even an average quarterback to beat you, and Jordan Love was more than capable on Sunday.
So the hope is that you're watching the protections that the Bears had. And okay, no one should know it better because it is Ben Johnson's offense than anybody that was here last year. You practiced against them every single day. You know those protections. Now, I guarantee you both teams have changed up calls. Like, there's not going to be any advantage there. But if you're watching the film and saying, okay, we've seen that, how do you attack those protections and those individuals? If they're going to keep DeAndre Swift in for protection, there should be nobody better with the knowledge of what are DeAndre Swift's weaknesses. What does he never pick up? What does he not see? If he lines up left of the quarterback in a shotgun situation, are you bringing somebody off the right side because he just physically can't get over there? It's not something that he does. Other running backs do, but he can't.
Yesterday's show was a lot of venting, and we asked you guys what you were most worried about, what was the worst part of that game against Green Bay, and now we pick up the pieces and we see how much can they fix in 1 week's time, because this team has gotten better as the season goes on each of the last 3 seasons.
You are allowed to do that.
You're allowed to improve, and the opponent should allow for them to do it. They'll be favored. They'll bring in a Bears team that lost last night. For people who stayed up and saw the end of that game,
short week.
Chicago blew a double-digit lead and now has one less day to prepare to play a motivated, fired up Detroit Lions team. Dan Campbell, he wasn't doing the Rashid Guaranteed thing, but he said, we're going to win this game. That's their mentality. What do they got to do to pull it off? 248-539-9797. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game all season long, starting for just $30 for the first year. It's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We'll talk more Lions next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Former Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy breaking up the party last night in the Bears head coaching debut of former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. In his first NFL start, McCarthy had 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns, coupled through the air, one with his feet, leading the Vikings to a 27-24 comeback win on Monday Night Football in Chicago last night. Johnson says he did make some mistakes in his debut as a head coach. Johnson and the Bears will be at Ford Field on Sunday as 4.5-point underdogs in the Lions home opener. Lions head coach Dan Campbell providing an update on corner Terrion Arnold's groin injury. Campbell also gave an update on backup offensive tackle Jamarco Jones. He's out for the season with an ankle injury. Dan Skipper could be elevated from the practice squad to replace him. Michigan State's Week 4 trip to USC won't just be Big Ten after dark. It'll bleed into Sunday morning here in Michigan. The Spartans kick off against the Trojans scheduled for 11 p.m. Eastern. The last time these two teams matched up, 1978, that was a 30-9 USC win at the Coliseum. 2-0 Michigan State hosts Youngstown State this week in East Lansing. Tigers begin a 3-game 3-game series against the Yankees in the Bronx tonight, looking to turn things around after losing 4-6. Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers, Will Warren for the Yankees. New York's really hot right now, only 2 games back of the Blue Jays in the East. They've won 11 of 14. That first pitch, 7:05 right here on 97.1. And the Dodgers coming within 3 outs of Major League Baseball's first no-hitter of the season last night. Tyler Glasnow and Blake Trinan combined to no-hit the Rockies through 8 innings until Colorado's Ryan Ritter led off the 9th with a double at Dodger Stadium. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tuesdays in the fall mean a check-in with the Lions head coach Dan Campbell. We will do that in 1 hour's time. He's talked about it. They got a bunch of stuff to fix. Only way to go from here is up, and they'll bring in the Chicago Bears on Sunday. 248-539-9797. You saw Chicago last night. They start with a scripted drive into the end zone. Caleb Williams goes 6 for 6, runs it in. Wow, look how crisp and polished their offense is. They didn't find the end zone again until it was garbage time when they were down 10 in the fourth quarter. So I don't know if that makes you feel any better about the Lions' offensive struggles week 1, John, but that's the opponent this week, and can they get just a little bit better and get 1 win? Because you do not want to start 0-2 and then Baltimore's looming in week 3. How much can you fix in 1 week's time?
So I think that they could fix the offensive line. And not in regards to looking like it was the last couple of years, but they went from a top 3 offensive line, and quite honestly, they look like a bottom 3 offensive line to start the season. And that was, and I'll put a lot on Decker and Sewell and Glasgow, but we all know, I mean, he's an NFL senior citizen. He's going to be limited. But your other 2 guys are not. And Penei Sewell is one of, and I think still the best tackle in the NFL. He did not play that way. And I don't expect him to be perfect every single time. He had a bad day. Can't have 2 bad days in a row, especially against division opponents. And so if you get elevated play from Decker and from Sewell, all of a sudden things are going to look a little bit better.
Yeah, I think the frustrating thing is like personnel matters, and they don't have Frank Ragnow. And we knew that going in. This isn't like breaking news alert, but that would give you a greater sense of, I got Frank Ragnow in the middle. We'll figure this out. And on the other side, I go, okay, well, Aiden's getting doubled. You can't double everybody. I got to lean McNeil. I think missing the personnel takes away some of the confidence that they're going to fix it all in 1 week. Now, I still expect them to beat the Bears, but these are questions I don't have answers to.
I also expect, because Mahogany and Ratledge are young, they are going to get better. And we may see a giant leap from week 1 to week 2 now that they fully understand the speed of a regular season game. Like that, I remember my first game, we're playing the Cowboys, and it was an unbelievable leap. Now, I played in 4 preseason games leading up to that, so I felt like I was a little bit more prepared. That's why I was so adamant, and I know you were, all up against it, that they were going to play against Atlanta. For those young guys, I would have had them play all 3 preseason games, and I think we can see why now. There's actual proof that I don't think they were ready for week 1.
Well, and it's a question for Campbell. Like, I mean, as much as you were fighting with me, like I was on the side of what the team did. The team chose not to play those guys in the preseason, and is this part of that now growing pain?
I don't think there's any other way to see it.
Yeah. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797, plus the $2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25 this morning. Texters say, defense wasn't really that bad in the second half. If they can continue to make adjustments, they'll be fine. The entire team feeds off the O-line. That is by far the most important thing to get fixed and rolling.
I agree. I think it is the most important thing, and I think it's the most fixable.
Rome wasn't built in a day, and things won't get fixed in a week.
Not everything.
Some things got to, or they're going to start 0-2. Ticket Texture says, would you take a guaranteed loss this week for a guaranteed win next week against the Ravens?
No, I don't like guarantees. I like going out there and proving it.
I think they're going to split the next 2, but I'd rather win the division game because of...
Yeah, game and a half.
Yeah, I know the Ravens win would make you feel better.
Sure.
What else? Texter says, why aren't they using Laporta offensively as much as they did the first year? Didn't he lead them in yards? On Sunday?
I know he had 6 catches.
Yeah, I think he was their most productive pass catcher. So I don't understand that ticket text. After watching all 4 teams play from the North this weekend, it's apparently obvious the worst offense is our Detroit Lions, and we will not be a playoff contender. Guys, we're already taking them out of the playoffs? I still feel like this is a playoff team. I like very little of what I saw on Sunday. But are we able to separate poor performance and concerns from season-long doom? I'd like to hope so. Like, I got to see a lot more of what I saw Sunday before I'm keeping them out of the playoffs.
Some of this is why I said it was a must-win. Because now the team doesn't care what people are talking about or how they feel. Yeah. But I think that there is that game and the way that they played, it fed into every perception we had going into the season. Every single one of them. And it wasn't just a loss. It was a beatdown.
Yeah. Texter says, didn't everyone expect us to struggle? Now that we've struggled, people want to flip out and jump ship. Yes and no.
Yeah, but if you struggle against what, and most people believe that the Bears will be better than they were last year, but they're not a division contender. So you better not struggle against one of the lesser teams in the NFL, let alone the division, the worst in the division.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at, okay, how do you defend them? How do you score on them? Well, take a look at the fourth quarter. There should be some route combinations that, this is a copycat league, should be some route combinations that you test to see if Chicago has fixed their deficiencies in the secondary.
And again, one last day this week to prepare for Chicago having played last night. Which Texter wants to know, John, how big a deal is that for players?
The one less day?
Like I'd imagine it's a bigger deal later in the season for recovery time.
For recovery, yes, but I always hated getting out of the rhythm of I'm very schedule oriented. That's why I love football season even now, because it regulates our schedule throughout the course of the year. There's very little variance. And that does play a factor into this is what I do on Monday to prepare for this game. Because there's film that you watch on Monday, and then it gets backed up a day. And now all of a sudden on Tuesday, which is normally your day off, you're not taking that day off because you got to cram 2 days of film into one. And you know, in terms of mentally, it really shouldn't affect them that much, but it just throws a wrench in the system.
Looking for one text in particular. It's a conspiracy theory that I think is absurd.
Oh, yeah?
We have one from Jamar in Westland who says, if we start Allen at quarterback, we'll win.
Why do we even read those?
I don't know. It's the second one on this sheet. I didn't go looking for it. It's one game. We need to relax. The O-line will be fine. Everyone relax. They struggled offensively at the beginning of last year. It takes time to get rolling. They will get there. Mike in a car. Yeah, as long as like the road to getting there is not littered with too many losses,
right,
then everything will be fine. Lions have always started the seam slower. I'm not worried. Running the ball will be a problem. If it's a problem, we're in for a long year. The conspiracy theory text, John.
Mm-hmm. Did you find it?
Here's my conspiracy theory, guys. Limited playbook against Green Bay because Dan is centered on winning the home opener and beating Ben Johnson. He had no intention of giving Ben too much tape.
No. That is a terrible take.
Hey, let's throw away the game against a co-favorite or the favorite in our division so that I can get like a warm and fuzzy feeling when Ben Johnson comes in and we beat them. You prepare to beat both of them.
Yes. No, they're not going to risk losing a game to save something. Like, okay, the reason you don't see much in the preseason is, yeah, they're saving a lot for the regular season. But once the regular season gets here, it's all on the table. You don't save anything for the next week.
It would always irk me when people do this in college. Like your favorite college team would start out and they wouldn't look polished. They go, we're saving it for our rivals at the end of the year.
Okay, well, so that's why I say New Mexico is a preseason game. You're not going to see the full playbook against New Mexico. Now, I don't think we saw the full playbook against Oklahoma, but
it's not an excuse is my point. Like,
right.
You're going to be judged on what you put out there, and if you didn't put your best foot forward and you looked sloppy, then you'll be judged accordingly.
Yeah.
You know, and I would think, as absurd that is in college, there's no way an NFL team would say, we're going to play with one arm tied behind our back in what I think is a bigger game. The Packer game's a bigger game than the Bears game. When all said, if I told you could start 1-1 and you can pick which one, I know emotionally the fans might have said, hey, I want to go to Ford Field and beat Ben Johnson. If I could only win one of the first 2 games, I'd rather beat the Green Bay Packers because I think they're going to be the team with 10-plus wins at the end of the year that you're vying for the division with.
It doesn't matter the week in the NFL. Each game has equal importance, and I know that there is a little bit more importance on division games. But a week 1 loss, context matters at the end of the season. Is it a must-win game to get into the playoffs or to get the number 1 seed or to win the division? But if you do the work at the beginning of the season, then the ones at the end of the season aren't as critical.
Right, we found that out, right?
So that's why when people say, well, you can't have a must-win game in week 1. Well,
you don't know what games
you
are going to end up being
don't know which ones are going to be that
Yes.
much that important.
Yeah, and I want to make sure we're clear on this. With the way you talked about it was not mathematically a must-win. It was emotionally, like for the fans, not the team. Because if you lose to Green Bay, and they did, it unravels a lot of the anxiety the fan base has, and now it's on the team to reel it back in, put a better performance out against Chicago, and start 1-1.
It was also with the context of how brutal the first 12 weeks of the season are for this team. The road games that they have coming up against really good opponents.
Look, if they can, I know you don't want to concede anything. I'd take 3-3 in the first 6 games. I really would. Stay afloat, figure some stuff out, let the offensive line gel, hopefully get some dudes back on defense.
So I'll second that by saying that's the minimum. That's the minimum.
Yeah, you don't want to be 2-4, certainly
No.
not 1-5.
No, if you are 3-3 through the first 6, that is the absolute minimum, and then from there you can continue to ramp things up.
We've got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25, a chance to win $2,000. You know, if you're a big college football fan, your team just doesn't get a lot of time on Monday's show. We are going to get into them at 7:35. The takeaways from both Michigan and Michigan State. Plus, we'll have Heather's news. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, we're seeing the last days of summer. Fall feels like it's here. So whether it's heating, cooling, plumbing, or electrical, whatever you need to call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They'll do the same for yours. Upgrade your system now. You could save up to $1,000. Give them a call for details. And you can also schedule a free in-home estimate so you know what you're getting into before you have to pay any bills. Same-day service is available. All you have to do is call before 12 noon. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, guys, there is a man in West Bloomfield who was arrested earlier this month for allegedly using counterfeit money and having stolen IDs, credit cards, and financial information. So there was a search warrant that was executed at the 19-year-old's home.
Jeez.
Yeah, a young man, and police found a ton of just incriminating evidence. There was guns and drugs and counterfeit cash, but there was also stolen checks, there was stolen mail and financial documents, driver's license, and a whole lot more. This teen was charged with uttering and publishing counterfeit bills or notes and was given a $75,000 bond. 2 people were injured and a dog was killed when a boat exploded at this fuel dock on Lake St. Clair. Investigators are still working to determine what happened, what caused this explosion, but they say it took place Saturday afternoon at Emerald City Harbor, and there is video footage, just security video footage that they had. It shows this boat going to get gas, fueling up, and then it can be seen pulling away just seconds before exploding into flames. 2 people were thrown from the boat into the water. Thankfully, only minor injuries because it looks like it could have been a whole lot worse. The dog was taken to emergency vet but passed away from its injuries. Scary situation for sure. Michigan State's Big Ten opener will be a real late night game on the West Coast. The Spartans play at USC on September 20th in a game that will kick off at 11 p.m.
So wrong.
So very late. MSU hasn't faced USC, I think, since 1990.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're in the same conference. So,
But what did you expect to happen when you add teams from California, Oregon, and Washington? Some games are going to be kicking off late at night.
So what time is it there?
3
8
hours
o'clock.
difference. So it's at
Yeah,
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock
it's a
there. I mean,
perfect
I get
8
it
o'clock
for
kick for LA.
Sure,
they've
I
done
get it
a
for out there, but it's
time?
yeah, they could have.
I mean, that's still a later time there. It's not like
Yeah, if you have an 8 o'clock start, East
What about
Coast
it-
time, it would be 5 o'clock out there, which is a Saturday, so nobody's coming home from work. We don't have to listen to all that BS. Like
it's a weekend,
this
they can
drives me nuts.
Well, but John, if it's a weekend, then the kids can get on a plane and fly back home and take Sunday to
college
recoup.
kids can handle it. I
Yeah,
mean, my
come
gosh,
on.
we didn't start going out for the evening until we would like pregame at 10 p.m. We didn't get to the bars. Like,
yeah, but you've never been to a college football game because you pregamed at 11
I
a.m.
know, but I'm just saying college kids can handle it.
Yes, I'm sure they can.
They
They can
can
handle it
handle
much
it.
better than anybody else. I am 100% opposed to this. I think it is BS.
It is late. I do agree with you. But Lions fans, they infiltrated Lambeau Field on Sunday, and their presence was felt and was seen, even by the Packers coach Matt LaFleur, who commented on the crowd after the game. Plain and simple.
Yep.
You could see it,
High
man.
five, Lions fans.
When you looked at when they did the crowd shots, lots of Honolulu blue.
Oh, sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we like
Lots
to take
of them
over
for sure.
stadiums.
We sure do. This is interesting. A California woman had to be rescued after she was lost in the wilderness of northern Michigan for nearly a day. And it turns out that this woman, 36 years old, was participating in a YouTube outdoor survival contest.
Oh, well.
So she didn't do very well. I mean, she
But she
survived.
survived.
She did survive.
Passed the test.
That's true, I guess. I don't know what she needed to do to actually pass, because I'm sure.
Well, if you die, you lose.
Well, for sure. Yeah, that's it. You know what? Just go out there. Whoever dies, loser.
Yeah.
Whoever
If they
survives.
die, they die.
Yeah.
Yes. So she was in the Pigeon River Forest.
Great place.
What?
It's a great place.
Is it?
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Never.
You'd love it.
I'm sure
I know you love
it.
the outdoors. Yeah.
I would love it. So she was, I guess, leaving this designated base camp to search for water. And when she didn't return, the hosts of the contest said, we're going to go look for her. They searched for her for 7 hours before they said, you know what? We better call the authorities. So they called 911, brought in a helicopter, and they did find her, they said, deep in a swampy area. So she found swamp water.
Yeah.
So she did that.
Not the
anyway,
best for drinking.
Sounds like she's going to be A-okay. You'll be A-okay if you win $2,000. Yeah, give us a call now to play the 2 Grand Slam, 248-539-9797. Finally, you guys, if you've ever wondered or thought about which NFL team has the heaviest mascot,
I've always wondered that.
you're in luck because somebody else has wondered the same thing. And I'm not talking about the heaviest person within the furry costume.
Right,
I'm
yes.
talking about the actual item.
It's got to be the Chiefs
Well, no.
guy, right?
No, I'm not talking about just people. It's any...
No, I know. The chief mascot, because the chief mascot's the big one that you see bouncing its belly
What
around
about the
underneath
Jets?
the Jets. Oh,
The
so
Jets
you're
have
talking
one?
about but they don't have somebody dress up as an airplane.
So I'm not talking about the actual mascot. I'm talking about what the team is
what it
named
represents.
after. Yes.
Yes.
So obviously,
It's probably the Jet then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
How big's a Giant?
Well, the Giant's number 2. They say the Jet is going to weigh more than the Giant at 110,000 pounds, but the Giant, they say, would weigh about 20,000 pounds. So then comes, let's see, the Titans. I don't even know who
How do they
all these teams
estimate
are.
the Titans' weight?
They're just
This
they're
is
just
the
guessing here.
dumbest
Let me
thing
see.
I've ever heard of.
They did have estimates for how you. Yeah, they just say a mythical Titan apparently tops out at 10,000 pounds. So then you have
Everybody
that.
knows that.
Then you have the Houston Texans, and they say even though Texan sounds like a person, their logo is a bull. So you have that at 2,400 pounds, and then you have the Buffalo Bills. Those are the top 5.
How much does a lion weigh?
Oh, well, they have the Lion coming in here at 420 pounds.
What about a bear?
So we're up there. Oh, the
Yeah, well,
bear is
bear would be
600
bigger,
pounds.
yeah.
Yep, the bear is larger. The want to guess the one at the very bottom? The one that weighs the least?
The lightest?
The lightest.
An eagle?
Very close.
The raven?
All the birds are down at the
Yeah.
bottom. No, a lightning bolt.
Oh,
The Chargers,
yes,
they say
yes,
weighs
a lightning
nothing.
bolt, yes,
Anyway.
yes.
Anyway, let's give away
In
some
case
money.
you've ever thought about that. No, you haven't. It really is as simple as that. 60 seconds, your chance to win $2,000 if you can answer 10 questions correctly. If you can't get them all right, you're going to get $25 for each question you do answer correctly.
Our contestant is in Clinton Township. It's Ryan. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, Ryan?
I am a little nervous, but let's do this. I've been trying to get on forever. I'm so excited.
Oh, we're glad that you finally made it.
A little nervous energy is a good thing,
Yeah,
I think.
it heightens your senses.
Sure does. All right, Ryan, you know the rules. If you don't know one, say pass. If there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Are you ready to play?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Here we go. Who do the Detroit Tigers play tonight?
The New York Yankees.
Who wears jersey number 68 for the Detroit Lions?
Taylor Decker.
Who does Michigan play in football next Saturday?
Pass.
This band had the 1987 hit With or Without You.
Pass.
Who is the manager of the New York Yankees?
Aaron Boone.
What is the capital of Egypt?
Cairo.
Who won the men's singles championship at the U.S. Open on Sunday?
Alvarez. Alvarez.
Who played Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies?
Johnny Depp.
Who is the head football coach of the Miami Hurricanes?
Pass.
Who currently leads MLB in batting average this season?
Aaron Judge.
Who does Michigan play in football next Saturday?
Pass.
This band had the 1987 hit With or Without You.
We got you with 6.
Not bad, Ryan. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Just a few I wish I knew.
Well,
Probably
sure.
4.
And I'm wondering because I thought I heard you. Did you start singing With or Without You?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, man. I had to get the Johnny Depp one. I'm going to Disney on Friday.
There
Oh,
you
okay.
go.
All right.
pull.
How old are the kids?
It's just me and my girlfriend. Sorry.
Disney
I'm a
adults.
Disney adult.
Oh, yeah. You just went down a whole number. Do you do CrossFit too?
Me too. We got to keep her happy too.
Are you calling on an iPhone?
Yeah. I'm on my phone.
no.
Car.
Yeah,
Boy,
Heather does not like
approve.
you. Yes. Thanks, Ryan.
Ryan, we'll get you on hold. We'll get you paid, and we'll go through the answers. But glad you got through. And 6 is not a bad showing.
No, it's not.
6 is great.
Yes, the 2 Grand Slam on Tuesday is brought to you by Feminine Neo Law. Get David, get paid.
Who do the Tigers play tonight?
The Yankees.
68 for the Lions.
Is it Taylor Decker?
Who does Michigan play on Saturday?
Oh, fire up chips.
That's right.
Come
Don't sleep on
on.
the chips. Who had the hit With or Without You?
I loved that he was singing it. It's you too.
Manager of the Yankees?
Boone, got that one.
Capital of Egypt?
Cairo.
Who won the men's singles championship at the U.S. Open?
So we went to the judges, and he was clearly wrong. He said Alvarez.
We needed
Alcaraz.
So close.
sucks.
So close, yes.
Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp, head coach of the Miami Hurricanes,
Mario Cristobal.
who currently leads MLB in batting average.
Aaron Judge. Got that one as well. So, yeah, I'm sure he wishes he got 4 more.
Still a good showing. Your next chance will be Thursday at 7:25. Coming up next, hey, Michigan and Michigan State. You didn't get a lot of airtime Monday. Let's talk about them and the observations and takeaways from their games over the weekend. It's next, 97.1.
FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. All you got to do is win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. And what does that mean? Well, you could build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever you want. It's all across the app. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, it can't always be me. I'm looking at you, John.
Oh, I'm not singing.
Heather?
I'll hum along.
No. I'm just the bells in the background, right?
There's no tambourine in this one.
Tom? No? Okay.
Would you like to sing, Tom?
No.
No.
No, that was a quick no.
It should not be me. We'll keep the show rolling. Dan Campbell joins us at 8 o'clock, Lions head coach. Mondays are all Lions. We do need to talk about Michigan and Michigan State from the weekend, give them some oxygen, and we want to know your takeaways. Of course, the phones are open, 248-539-9797. John, we'll start with the game you were at.
Yeah.
The trip to Norman, your takeaways from the Michigan Wolverines.
Well, the trip to Norman was awesome outside the game. Loved being in Norman. It's kind of one of those, I mentioned, it was a bucket list destination, and it came through. The environment around the stadium, it just was great. And the fans were very welcoming. Any questions you had, like in the team hotel, there's always going to be some of the opposing team that is coming in to stay there as well. And you just would ask them, hey, where are the best places to eat? And because they want to know about.
Oh, did you get the reservation at the steakhouse?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, I know. It was.
You didn't do the, do you know who I am?
Yeah, if I did that in Norman, Oklahoma, they'd be like, huh?
You called all your connections.
Yeah, called all the
Couldn't get in?
connections. Yeah, no, it couldn't get in. And so
bummer.
that was fine, whatever. So I just ate with the team in the hotel, which their food was fine. But they were just a very welcoming fan base. And they, in turn, we would talk about, okay, where do we want to go? What do we want to do? What's college, what's the game day atmosphere like? And then in turn, they're like, hey, we are going to Ann Arbor next year. Where should we go? What should we do? Because they have the benefit of talking to us and making some of those reservations and doing those things ahead of time. Whereas, I didn't know any Sooners fans. I worked with some people in their radio department before in previous radio lives. But anyway.
So the game
itself was not the highlight of the trip.
I would imagine not, John.
And I know a lot of people came out going, whoa, I wonder if John Mateer is going to win the Heisman. He's not going to win the Heisman. He's a very good football player. And, in fact, I would say an excellent college football player. Great decisions, an accurate arm, and very elusive. But I just don't think he's going to outperform. And I don't think Oklahoma eventually will be that team that everybody's talking about that could win a national championship. He does play the right position for the Heisman, but I don't think he's ultimately going to get it. There were many reasons why Michigan lost that game. He was the number one reason. Couldn't stop him. And whether it was just being able to pick up first downs or it's, on an opening drive, you find a tight end, it's 3rd and 13, you find a tight end over the middle. Things break down later and you find a receiver down the sideline. Everybody's looking at the third down conversions. Well, the third down conversions came from John Mateer. And he didn't have a 50-yard run, but he was just always, if it was 3rd and 7, he picked up 8.
Yeah, look, he's a difference maker.
Yeah.
And I didn't expect Michigan's freshman quarterback to go on the road and outplay a veteran dual-threat guy who's got a little more moxie and poise playing at home. I was a little surprised that Michigan didn't even let Bryce try to go toe-to-toe with him. I felt like the game plan was that of last year. It felt like they were running the Davis Warren offense of don't lose the game. And, John, the problem is then you get down double digits and Bryce has to throw, and he airmails a couple throws, and it's a tough environment. I thought they did him no favors. I also thought for everybody hyping him up, the coaching staff told you what they think of where he is in his development. He is still a little baby in terms of the college football landscape. He has a lot of growing up to do.
I would like to see them let him go out and make plays. Because here's what I think happens. Is he going to make some mistakes? Sure.
And learn from him, though.
But he's also going to make some great plays. And I think the great plays, the spectacular plays, even if they're mundane plays, the plays that he'll make will be more than the mistakes that he makes. And what is the one thing that we heard from Chip Lindsey? We heard it from Sharon Moore. We've heard it from almost all of the offensive coaches throughout spring ball, summer, fall camp. He doesn't make the same mistake twice. He learns from them. So let him go out there and put him in position for success. But if he makes a mistake, now he gets a chance to learn from it.
Yeah, run, screen. Run, screen. John, at least you could live with, hey, we cut him loose. He threw 2 picks.
Yeah.
He fell on his face. And now we're going to build him up as opposed to treating him like you don't have a quarterback anymore. The whole point of getting him was throw him to the Wolves. I think Michigan State saw a little bit of that with Aiden Childs from Boston College last year to Boston College this year. Throw Bryce into the fire and understand that he's a freshman and mistakes are going to happen. I thought they coached scared in that game. I thought the game plan was too conservative. And it wasn't just the decisions from Chip Lindsey in terms of play call. It was Sharon Moore on the Oklahoma 38 punting the ball. It was 4th and 2 kicking field goals, one of which they missed. Mm-hmm. You're on the road, man. Are you playing to win or are you playing not to lose? Are you playing not to get embarrassed?
And you have one of the best kickers in the country. I know he missed a chip shot.
But if not the best going in, I mean, that was his reputation. Are you playing to just hang within them? Because I'm sorry, if Oklahoma doesn't muff a punt and miss a field goal, they still blow you out playing conservative. So you may as well go down swinging. And I didn't feel like they went down swinging in that game, which would be my biggest gripe if I was a Michigan fan.
Right, and going into one of the things I said is the team that makes the most mistakes, I think the other team is going to win that game. And I think Michigan made more mistakes, but Oklahoma made more costly mistakes. But Michigan just didn't make them pay for it.
Yeah.
You have a fumbled punt, and
you only get a field goal.
Yeah, you only get a field goal. Like, I mean, that's where, I mean, at least you got points out of it, but you've got to find a way to get in the end zone. And even some of the plays that were called, like there was a miscommunication on an RPO where, a receiver is blocking someone instead of looking for the ball.
Well, that was the
Donovan
play.
McCauley.
Yeah, well, that was the play that afterwards Bryce Underwood was like barking at Haynes. And I don't know, do you know what the issue was on that play?
I don't. I did talk to both of them, and it was 2 competitors, on the sideline. No issue between the guys.
I just thought if there was someone he was going to be upset with, it would have been McCauley. Like, oh, okay, we weren't on the same page, dude. You have to be ready for the ball. Not the running back who he chose to pull and throw.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know. One other thing on Bryce with the game plan. Why didn't they run him at all? I know, hey, they didn't do it against New Mexico, but watching Mateer use his legs to help convert some third downs and move the sticks, it would certainly have helped Michigan's offense to allow their playmaker to make plays. And I saw a quote from Sharon yesterday, and I don't know how much sense this quote makes. He says they will use Bryce as a runner more, but you have to have 2 quarterbacks if you're going to do it. In other words,
they're not comfortable in number 2, number 3, number 4.
Yeah, but like, does the Baltimore Ravens have a number 2 quarterback they feel comfortable?
Or Josh Allen?
Or Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills? Like, the idea here is nobody's got a backup quarterback as good as their starter. That's why they're the backup quarterback. You need to use the gifts that your starting quarterback has. Otherwise, pack your stuff up and just stay home.
Yeah, and I mean, so how often does the Bills run Josh Allen on an actual quarterback run call? I know he scrambles and 10 times a game, max.
Maybe, yeah, sure, 8 to 10. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but sure, that sounds right.
But if you're preparing to play against the Bills or you're preparing to play against Baltimore, what is one thing that you spend a lot of time trying to defend? The quarterback run.
Yeah, because they get an extra blocker in the run game and all that stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, John Mateer is not built like Bryce Underwood. And it's really hard to defend a quarterback run. You get the extra blocker. You outnumber the defense at that point, at the point of attack.
And I'm sure Brent Venables wouldn't be nuts about John Mateer going down either.
Correct.
They don't have another John Mateer on the bench. And the Brent Venables, hey, they lose John Mateer, they're back to last year's Oklahoma team, and Brent Venables is without a job at the end of the season.
Yeah, so by Sharon's logic, Brent Venables is reckless by running Mateer, but you know what he is? He's winning by playing his quarterback and unleashing his quarterback.
I do think they need to take the handcuffs off and allow him the opportunity to both make plays and mistakes.
Because I think the payoff is some of what you're seeing in East Lansing, and we can bring the Spartans up coming up next. Michigan fans, 248-539-9797. Your takeaways from your team playing in Norman. For Michigan State, you win in double OT. Aiden Childs scores 5 touchdowns when the year before he threw 3 picks, including the game-ending interception. We'll get some Spartan thoughts next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving you up to 30% off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Now, Dr. B, you want to go meet him. He's a true pioneer. He's one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. So what once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. And he believes in it so much. Not only has he had the procedure himself, he recently performed it on his own son. So forget those outdated methods. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars. Just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com and mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive discount for the month of September only.
Michigan coach Sharon Moore. Oklahoma doesn't have two quarterbacks. They're going to run Mateer. Bryce Underwood, to unlock and unleash him, he has to also run the football. Don't hold back. I felt they held back when they went to Norman, both with the play calling, run, little dump off screens. They held back with their offense, and I think it did them no favors. They played to not lose instead of playing to win.
And there are other teams, like when you look at Clemson with Klubnik, like they run him because that's part of his skill set. And I know we referenced Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, and I don't want anybody to get the misconception that we're comparing him to them.
I'm just saying, like, at the highest level of the sport where there's a clear drop-off, those teams will run their quarterback because it's winning football, because they're trying to do everything they can to win the game. And I don't think Michigan did everything they could to win that game. They left points on the board. They left plays on the board. They didn't let their guy go out and do it.
Here's the other thing, though, is we don't know if those plays would have been successful. We think they would have. No. We think it would have opened up the offense.
John,
so I'm not going to sit here and say they would have won the game if they ran right.
I'm certainly not saying that. What I'm saying is if you did it, you give yourself a better chance. And if you fail, now I have those calluses. Like I think MSU, which is the other team we want to discuss here, benefited a lot from Childs looking like a bonehead a year ago, right? Like Childs threw 3 picks against Boston College, I think was the biggest reason they lost that game in his first season, and he was the biggest reason they won the game late into the night on Saturday, because every time he needed to answer, their defense has issues, right? Up front, they have issues. Childs put the team on his back. Another touchdown. He threw a ball 55 yards in the air.
Yeah.
And he did it decisively and confidently because he learned from his first season. You don't learn if you just hand the ball off. Like, I think there was a little bit of a microcosm last night with Minnesota, where JJ early in that game, I felt like it was very reserved and conservative. Well, when it's winning time and they have to make plays, let him air it out a little bit.
Yep.
And it did work.
Or run for a touchdown.
And run for that final touchdown. Imagine that. But they don't have a backup quarterback or 2 quarterbacks, but you got to let your guy be the guy. And I felt like if you're going to pursue Bryce Underwood in the portal and hand him the keys to your offense and throw him into the fire at Norman, you throw him into the fire. You don't baby him.
And we won't know. We'll be able to look back after the season and say, well, did they do it the right way or not? Now, obviously, against Oklahoma, they lost. So we could sit here and say, well, it wasn't the right way. Don't know if they would have had quarterback runs in the offense if they would have won. But I am in agreement with you where I think you take all the restrictor plates off and you let him learn on the job. And he is the best quarterback that they have. So, and I'll go back to the thing where I first said, I think the upside is way higher than the risk. Like, it's all of a risk and reward. Like, okay, yeah, nobody wants to get your starting quarterback hurt, but other teams find a way to do it. And maybe that's what Sharon was talking about yesterday in the press conference where, hey, we want to find a way to where we can get him to run but also protect him. Well, okay, when Josh Allen runs and Lamar Jackson runs, there is a factor of I'm going to pick up a first down and then I'm going to slide before I take a hit. Like, you got to give him enough credit that he can make that decision as well. And by him, I'm saying Bryce Underwood.
Yes, and I think we got a ticket text. Trust your quarterback to make those decisions. It says if you don't trust him, it's loser mentality. How about this one, John? The Michigan offensive line was our biggest issue. We were destroyed at the line on every play. Bryce had no time. We couldn't establish the run.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I mean, yeah. I mean, so I know that the numbers are a little bit skewed because you start the second half off and it was beautiful, right? It's one play, 75 yards, and you think, hey, we're right back in it. Yep. All right, they made some adjustments. Here we go. And then it was just, wah.
Oklahoma was noticeably more physical with Michigan from every level on both sides of the ball.
Both sides. Yep. We lost the line of scrimmage. And it's the same thing like when we talk about the Lions. Like, you lose the line of scrimmage, it makes it very hard to win a game.
Texters, Michigan's offensive play calling was horrible. Another texter says, 45-year season ticket holder, I got to tell you, I think Moore is in over his head. Nice guy, but not head coaching material at this point. And another text echoes it saying, I don't think I've ever seen a game where he's coached to win. Everything is play to not lose. I was really hoping we'd have an aggressive offensive coach. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Look, I think they were telling you what they think of their freshman quarterback. It's just disappointing because the gifts are there and you have to roll the dice and let him make those plays or not. Let's get to Mike in Utica. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, you guys answered everything I wanted to say, but hey, remember the Nebraska quarterback last year? He made all kinds of mistakes. You just got to let him air it out. Like, we didn't bring Underwood here just to hand off the ball all the time. You guys are right. He needs to run more. I want to see them air it out more. It just seems like when JJ was here, to me, I think they let him air it out, didn't they?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that wanted him to air it out more. And that was the critique of him being drafted in the first round was, well, do we really know what type of passer he is? Because he didn't pass a lot at Michigan.
Yeah. Thoughts on MSU before we get to Dan Campbell?
I think it's at a minimum an 8-win team. I think they are greatly improved. And I said that last week is, after watching them in week one, all of a sudden I'm looking at it going, wow, this team they protect their quarterback, and he's making good decisions. And he followed that up against Bill O'Brien defense. We're talking about Michigan and a Brett Venables defense. Now, the athletes at Oklahoma are better than those at BC, but the concepts are as good as, I think Bill O'Brien is on the same level of calling defenses and putting together a defensive package as a Brent Venables. So Aiden Childs goes out there and makes plays. And what did we say before the season? The 3 non-conference games were near must-win if they're going to get to anything above 6 wins.
Well, and 2 of them feel like gimmies, Western and Youngstown State.
Yeah.
This was the one where they lost last year. You want to show things are different. You have to win this game.
Yeah, and what I really liked, and everybody's going to say, oh, well, they added stats because it was overtime. He made plays when they had to win. That's what you have to have from your quarterback. You make plays when you have to win.
And the connection with Nick Marsh is only growing stronger.
Yeah.
And he's strong. I mean, 2
Sure.
touchdowns, one where he bullies his way into the end zone, the other one where he gets deep and finishes the route.
Yeah.
I mean, they have, and it's not just him now.
He's a
couple different
high-level
playmakers.
receiver.
Yeah. So you've got a thing, it's an identity, right? Where you have a quarterback playmaker and some dudes out on the outside that can go get you a first down or a score or a touchdown. And do you want to win every game in the 40s? No. Do you want to go to overtime with BC? No. There's clearly things they need to do better. But this unlocks, you said 8 wins? I'd buy that. I think it certainly puts that on the table for them.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other thing. How much do you think that team now believes that Aiden Childs is a guy that can go out there and win games?
Great point.
Like, you got to have that belief. And I think that there's a belief that Bryce can do that, but he has to be allowed to.
And you have to have those moments, and MSU had one of those moments with Aiden Childs. We'll talk to Dan Campbell, start the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson gets his debut as Bears head coach spoiled by former Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy. The Vikings signal caller making his first NFL start had 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns, leading Minnesota to a 27-24 comeback win on Monday Night Football in Chicago. McCarthy threw a pick-6 on the Vikings' first drive of the second half and says he used some lessons from a game during his time at Michigan to inspire the comeback. Johnson's Bears will be next at Ford Field on Sunday for the Lions home opener. Detroit's a 4.5-point favorite. Lions head coach Dan Campbell says they're ready to give rookie receiver Isaac Tesla a bigger role in the offense. He played just 3 of 67 offensive snaps in Sunday's season-opening loss to the Packers, but he scored the Lions' lone touchdown on a circus catch in the fourth quarter. The Jags trading running back Tanks Bigsby to the Eagles for a 5th and 6th round pick. The 24-year-old rushed for 766 yards and 7 touchdowns last season, with the Eagles seeing the most value with Bigsby returning kicks. And the Tigers, who've lost back-to-back series now to the Mets and White Sox, open up a 3-game series against the Yankees in the Bronx tonight. Casey Mize starts for the Tigers, Will Warren for the Yankees. New York's hot right now, winners of 11 of their last 14, 2 games behind the Blue Jays only in the East now. First pitch, 7:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass and Luke Sloan on the updates. It's the day after the Monday reaction, right? Everybody vents on Monday. Nobody likes what we saw from the Lions against the Packers, and now you pick the pieces back up, and you got a date with the Bears on Sunday. Yeah. Later this hour, we've got Greg Palm, college football update, top 12 teams in the country from the brain of Greg Hargrave. And I think some people may be outraged at who's left out, but that's what early in the season rankings are all about.
Yeah. In regards to the Lions fans, how long does it take you to recover? I think it's a little bit longer because it's the first game. It's a division opponent. They looked terrible. And it's on the heels of our last experience with the Lions, and that was the loss to Washington. So, there's a certain, and I mentioned it earlier about how I like the regiment that is the football season, because you got college games on Saturday, you got NFL Thursday, Sunday, Monday. But if at the beginning of the season here, how long does it take you to recover? When are you ready to get back on the horse?
Some of this is they only lost 2 games all last year. So this is not something that we really had to deal with last season.
Or is this just us being spoiled?
Well, I don't want to go that far yet, but I think we're looking at a team that in week 1 experienced the issues we were nervous about. Like whatever you were nervous about, you were right last Sunday. Yeah. So I think it only fuels and then it lingers a little bit. And you're hoping to flip the page here against a division opponent, against that guy, that head coach, Ben Johnson, settle back in at 1-1 and go, all right, we're going to take some bumps, but we're going to be in the fight. Yeah. Because I think we all understand the schedule's tough. You just got to stay in the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, what did we hear yesterday was, calls about hot seats, calls about, commercials. And it's like there were people that were ready to jump off a cliff. And now I'm just wondering, are you ready to turn the page?
Well, they have to. And let's talk to the head coach, Dan Campbell. Hey, Dan, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. Thanks.
Dan, how long does it take? I was just asking our fans, how long does it take to recover from a loss? And it's obviously an opening game loss. It's a division opponent. It was on the road. How long does it take for you to put that one behind you and move on to the next game emotionally?
I'd say probably 24 hours. A good 24 hours it's still there, but you got to start putting in work by the end of the next day. You have to start really grinding on tape. So once that happens, your mind's kind of cleared of it, because you got to move on to the next one and get it out of there. So I'd say a good 24 hours, and then you go, man. It's time to hit the ground running.
All right. So with that context, obviously you've watched the film, you've graded everything. And one of the things that we noticed, and I know it was talked about on the broadcast, was the inability to pressure the quarterback. If they're going to double team and triple team Hutch, which we saw, and I think we all expect, it's a matter of respect for what he can do. Where do you expect to get pressure on opposing quarterbacks from?
Yeah, we'll have to get it from the interior. We'll have to get it from our backers, and we'll have to get it from the other side. And I mentioned this yesterday. We did have a guy. We had a few guys that had some one-on-ones, and they got to win those, And now that being said, we got to do a better job on the back end too. I mean, it all goes hand in hand. Rush and coverage always go hand in hand. So we're going to adapt. We'll switch some things up. And look, we switched them up in the second half too. And though we didn't get a sack, we did get some pressures and we got off the field. So I thought we settled down and started making some plays.
Looked like Green Bay was able to pick up some of the blitzes that you guys did bring. I want to go back. A week ago, I asked you about Za'Darius, and you said that you were good with those guys. There's a lot of fans who are looking at it and going, can those guys win one-on-one consistently enough? What would you say to those fans who think it's a bigger deal than you've alluded to?
I do believe we have the guys that can win one-on-ones, and there's different ways to win. Certainly everybody would love to see the speed ball off the edge and nobody can touch him. But those guys are, that's a rarity when you can find one of those guys. But then it's the guys like, these guys that can push the middle of the pocket, man. You know, you can get an edge and you can open it up and you can drive it right back into the quarterback's lap. So there's different ways to apply pressure on the Q. And the bottom line is you just got to make him uncomfortable. You know, if we can make him uncomfortable, you know, get in his lap here a little bit, then normally good things will happen when you can do that. So, but it requires everybody doing their job, and you got to get there with urgency.
You mentioned after the game that a lot of the things that happened in the game are correctable, that the mistakes that happened are correct, whether it was missed assignments or it's winning one-on-one matchups. Going into the Bears game, what's the number one thing that needs to be corrected so that you just play better on Sunday?
Communication. It's that simple. That's number one. Number two is fundamentals, man. Get back to the basics of what you do. Your freaking stance, your alignment, your first step, your hands, all of it. Man, my hips. It really is just the simple 101 basic football stuff. We do those two things, and we're going to be immensely better.
It would feel like that would pay dividends in the run game most, right? I think that surprised people that you guys weren't able to get more of a ground attack going. How big of an emphasis is that specifically for this week?
Well, the emphasis is if we're going to invest in over 20 carries like we did the other day, we cannot have 2.1 yards. So, yeah, there's going to be an emphasis, and it doesn't mean we're going to the ground. It just means when we do go to the ground, it can't be for 2 yards, all right? And every one of our guys are hot about that, you know, and it's on all of us, man. It's on us as coaches. And those guys, nobody feels it worse than they do. So we will improve that area, which in turn will improve everything.
How much that communication, and you and I have both played in environments where you could be screaming and no one's going to hear. Some young guys on the offensive line, how much of that communication has to be the nonverbal communication, being able to do that when you can't communicate verbally?
Well, that's always going to help, as you know. The guys that, you know, when you played with each other long enough, you don't have to do all that. And that's when you're running at a high level. I mean, that's what we've had around here. You know, we've been fortunate, you know, when we had Frank and all those guys here, you know, Decker and Sewell, and they played together long enough. That they understand. And so, look, man, that just takes time. And it takes time, live reps, real bullets, on the road, can't hear, all of that, to where, man, you're working in unison together and you're starting to figure each other out, you know, in real football games. So it'll take a little bit, but we're going to get there, man. These guys will grow, and as bad as it hurts, you're only going to grow from this. There's nowhere to go but up. And these guys are going to get better. There's going to be banked reps here now. And, you know, we just got to find a way to win and develop and grow at the same time. That's the important thing. And then clean it up and get a little bit better as we move along.
Talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell, one of the things that John and I have talked about, and calls bring it up too, is how much is the preseason, not playing some of these offensive linemen in the preseason, part of a slow start? Is that a fair question to ask? Maybe you should play more of those guys in the preseason to have a quicker start to the season?
So play all the starters? Is that what you're...
No, we're talking like the young guys, like Mahogany or Ratlich or some of these guys that maybe haven't played a lot. Was there a consideration to playing them more in the preseason?
No, I got you. Well, I would say this. With those two guys, yeah, we could have played them a little bit more. But there again, you're not playing against their starters. You know, that's why I like the joint practices. Now, just to get in the flow of a game, yeah, probably. You know, it's not like more reps isn't going to hurt them. It's going to help them. So, you know, yeah, certainly we could have played them a little bit more.
They're looking ahead to the Bears game. There's a certain amount of familiarity between the coaching staff, and whether it's Dennis Allen defensively, I know you guys are familiar with him, obviously Ben Johnson as their offensive coordinator and head coach. How does that familiarity play into your game plan, and how does it affect the game plan?
You know what? It doesn't, believe it or not, because they're going to go back to what they believe is going to give them the best chance to win, just like we are. And you got to go back to the basics, man. And it's about what you do you come out of games like really both of us just did. Let's get back to what we do, what they do, and find a way to move the football, stop it on defense, and and then come out on the other side better than you were. So I don't think it's going to be as big of an issue. Now, are we going to have to play that game a little bit? Yeah, we are. Of course we are. But I think the most important thing is to focus on yourself, especially early in the season like we are, game 2. We just got to get better.
Yeah, Dan, I think it's funny when people pit you against Ben Johnson, and you said yesterday, like, that's my friend. But clearly there's going to be this we want to beat this guy mentality from the fans when he comes to town this week. Is there any extra fuel for you guys to make that statement? Especially, you don't pay attention to this, but the narrative of, well, the offense isn't the same without Ben Johnson. Does that put more fuel into this game?
No, you know where my fuel is? I want to win. That's my fuel. That'll always be my fuel. I hate losing, and I don't want to lose. I want to win. All our guys do. We got a lot of prideful guys that have put a lot of work into all this, prideful coaches, hard working, grinding, and so that's what fuels me. That's what motivates me. I want to win.
What did you make? Did you watch last night, or have you had a chance to dive into their first game? What did you make of week 1 for Ben Johnson?
I did. I watched it. Man, I thought they came out, man, slugging. They were. I thought they were on fire, man. And those two teams duked it out. I thought that both teams played fast. Man, they looked fast and were aggressive and physical. Looked pretty explosive. And man, they came out hot, And then, like any game, it just you get into the late in the game and it goes back and forth, and a couple plays here, a couple plays there, and it just swings the other way. So, but that's our league, man. That's no different in our game the other day. If we can find a way to score right before halftime, that could be a totally different game. And but we didn't do it. That's the league. You got to make those plays, and that's why this game's so freaking great.
He's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. We appreciate your time, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay, have a good one.
It's 97.1.
Hey, protect your home and your wallet this Labor Day with Rapid Roofing. Right now, you can pick from 2 big savings options. First, take $2,000 off a new roof. And second, lock in 5 years of no-interest financing until 2030 on approved credit. Fall is here. Winter's right around the corner. Make sure you protect your biggest investment. Rapid Roofing will give you a free 17-point attic and roof inspection, and most roofs are installed and finished in just 1 day. That was my experience. They'll do the same for you. Don't wait. Call 888-360-ROOF or visit rapidroofing.com. That's 888-360-ROOF. Valid until September 30th. Cannot be combined with other offers. Other restrictions may apply. See website for more details. And that website again, rapidroofing.com.
All right, you've heard about a bunch of different personal injury attorneys. The one you need to know about is KG Law. If you're injured in a car accident, that's the guy you call. Lawrence KG with KG Law, one of the few law firms in the country, specializes in car accidents. Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and most importantly, he wins big. If you or a friend or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need KG Law right now. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. We got Greg Palm coming up at 8:35 this morning, the top 12 teams in college football. I'm sure he left somebody out. We'll get to the outrage there. And he's changed his number one team. We'll find out together. Takeaways from Dan Campbell.
Well, I mean, we've noticed this before when we've asked him questions. And I thought it was a legitimate question to ask about, the preseason games with Mahogany and Ratledge. I know they played against Atlanta, but that was the only experience they got. It's not against their starters. He talked about that. It's not real live bullets because it's still preseason. But I think there's great value, and that's why I was going back and forth with you before that game.
Well, and I don't want to be a hypocrite because I was like, hey, I don't want these guys to get hurt. Growing pains will be growing pains.
It's not a hypocrite if you just simply change your mind.
Well, no, and I'm not even sure where I stand on it. I mean, I just thought it was a fair question because his perspective is way more important than you and I bickering on the radio about it. I think fans have called in and texted in saying, should those young guys have played more if they're going to look that bad in week one? And I think, to his credit, he didn't sit there and go, what I did is always right.
Yeah.
He goes, maybe I should have.
Yeah. And, some of those things I talked about, and you can't generate game speed, game intensity. You can't even generate the crowd noise. I know a lot of coaches try and do it in regards to this is what it's going to, similar to what it's going to be on the field. You got speakers in the huddle that are blasting. You can't hear the quarterback. That's all part of it. But then when you get to the line of scrimmage, all right, those speakers are not in your ear anymore, and you're able to sit there and talk to the guy next to you. So you can't simulate game experience. Now that they do have that game experience, it's going to be a little bit easier because they'll be at home, offensive-wise, in terms of being able to communicate back and forth. So I think the communication will be better. Where they need to get to, and like he alluded, when you have a veteran offensive line, even if they haven't played years and years together, because Zeitler was only here for a year, the uptick or the uptake in the offense, and you're not learning things for the first time. It may be called something different, but a lot of the blocks are the same. A lot of the concepts are the same, and you get to those nonverbal cues much quicker than a rookie who's played in the SEC. Well, that's great, but it's much different at the NFL level.
Can they improve the communication from week one to week two? I would sure hope so, playing at home, and especially with the fact that he emphasized it, 3 or 4 times?
Well,
communication. But John, there's two parts to this. There's, okay, we know who we're supposed to block. Can we effectively block them, get to the second level, and create explosives on the ground game? That part two, we have yet to see.
Yeah, but the communication helps that part two tremendously. Because if you are doubting who you're going to block, now all of a sudden you're tentative coming off the line. Am I doing the right thing? If you're tentative, if you're not coming off aggressive, then it's almost impossible to make that block. So if that communication is set, and I would tell all those guys up front, I don't care if those defensive linemen know a double team is coming. If you execute it right, there's nothing they can do.
He's on roller skates, and we're getting to the second level.
Communicate, then over-communicate, and over-communicate some more until we have it fixed.
I thought it was telling, too, when we asked about the run game, and he threw in kind of at the end, maybe his last couple words on the answer, that will unlock everything.
Yeah.
And I think it's something we talked about yesterday. It's something we've talked a lot about since they started winning, is how important that run game is for Jared Goff, how important it is for Sam Laporta, play action, St. Brown, all of it. And here's the other thing. They could just good old-fashioned get explosives on the ground. You're allowed to run for 25 yards a carry. On a carry, not per carry, but you're allowed to get explosives on the ground, and we know Gibbs is more than capable of it.
Right, and we saw it at times, and a couple of them were called back for penalties, which again, it can be an issue of a first game, but you've got to be able to use the skill sets that you have. And we know that Jahmyr Gibbs, if there's nothing there, if it's a off tackle run, he can bounce it out and still go for 15 or 20. But you've got to be disciplined in hand placement, hat placement, double teams. And, I mean, it's basically leave no doubt. Communicate until there is absolutely no doubt. Because if you are, again, I'll say it, one leads to another. You ask, is that going to help with being able to move guys off the ball? Yes, because if you are confident that I've got this guy in front of me, nothing that happens around me, I am going to absolutely murder this guy, then you can come off as a trained killer. If you are tentative and you're like, well, do I block the inside half or do I have him? Am I supposed to? That is where you can't perform.
Okay, end of the hour. We're going to put all this together. How much can be improved? You saw the Bears last night. We can talk a little concern level with the opponent. How much can be fixed in 1 week? Let's get to Heather with the news.
Oh, well, Jim, you'll need to be careful out there in Royal Oak because several residents are now on high alert after they're reporting finding mysterious notes left on their vehicles, like on the windshield of their car. Oh. And police are now suspecting that it may be connected all to a YouTube prank.
What did the notes say?
Not a lot. Basically, they say, I dinged your vehicle, and they're all signed Roy with a number.
Roy?
Yeah.
Rogers?
Is he actually dinging the vehicles?
No, it doesn't sound like it. It's so silly because I don't know.
So I'm just trying to understand the prank. So we call Roy and...
But one woman said she called and the number wasn't even connected, so she couldn't even get through.
It's probably some silly prank where they're sitting around a corner going, I wonder how long this guy's going to look at his car.
What losers.
And there's one woman that this happened to, and it was all caught on surveillance video. It happened at her work, so there was cameras outside, and you could see this guy riding up on his bicycle, putting the note on her vehicle, and then riding away saying hi to one of his friends. So it's really so far a harmless prank.
Okay.
Right.
But who knows what it could turn into.
I don't understand. What's the payoff? Where's the...
Apparently there is a video on YouTube of somebody telling all of their followers to write this note, and so that's what's happening.
Okay.
It's happening out there. Be on the lookout, and maybe make sure your car isn't actually dinged and everything is good. But they're saying, hey, if you find this note or if you find suspicious things in your vehicle, just give the police a call. Let us know what's going on so we're all aware. Let's see. If you find a stray animal in Macomb, you can now help reunite them with their owner. And it's all using this new public microchipping scanning station. So it's located at the Clinton Township Police Department. It's open 24 hours a day, and it's basically this self-serve system where you can scan the animal to see if they have a microchip. And obviously, if the animal does have a microchip, the person can then get information that can directly connect that animal to their owner, right? If not, then take the animal to a shelter. But they're hoping that this system will stop the intake of so many animals at shelters, right? That they become... Overwhelmed. So this is a way to stop that and also reconnect the lost pet to their owner more quickly. This is the first microchip scanning station in Metro Detroit, but there's others coming in the next several weeks at police stations in Armada, Roseville, and Shelby Township.
Okay.
So do you guys have your pets microchipped?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. Thankfully, we've never had to use it. Like, they've never gotten lost, but it is nice.
They do run away, though.
They sure do. Yesterday as well. Now that, like, I don't know if the squirrels are more active out there, but we live in a wooded area in the back, and one of our dogs was out there for hours yesterday, and she comes back and just covered in swamp mud, burrs all over her fur. Anyway.
Yes. Oh, but they're so great.
But I love them so much. But they're so frustrating. So this is a really great story. There's a man in Baton Rouge who finally, at the age of 66, got the chance to fulfill a lifelong dream. So when he was a kid, this man, Kent Broussard, he saw the LSU Tiger Marching Band perform, and he said, you know what? My dream is to one day play tuba
for the band.
And, life came and went, right? He kind of outgrew that phase of his life. He got married, had a kid, started a family, got a real job, and thought, you know what? I've aged myself out of ever playing for the marching band. But after retirement, he said, you know what? no, this is still
Give
a
it a
goal.
shot.
So he went back to school just in hopes of making the band. And even though he hadn't played tuba since a kid, he went through
Relearned.
all the training. He relearned, and he went through the whole audition process. And now he is the oldest person on the LSU marching band by 41 years. First game last Saturday.
Good for him.
And he's basically saying, hey, don't let being scared of following a dream or thinking you're too old for something stop you. And the only thing he says you can do is fail. And your only failure is not trying. So
There you go. Yeah, he's
I love
probably
it.
he's probably
Good
even older than
sentiment.
the band director.
Probably is.
Pretty cool, though.
Never too late.
Yep.
All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, Greg Hargrave has this supercomputer in his brain, and he crunches all the numbers, and he spits out the 12 best teams in college football. We do it every single week, and we'll do it next. It's 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life and my personal financial goals, and they'll work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and when we sit down, they ask me questions. They actually do something about it, and they're going to do everything that they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC. Hey, I wanted to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GM dealers are bringing our listeners this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can lease a new Buick Encore GX or a stunning new Buick Envista for just $199 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details. That's gmcofferinfo.com.
Yesterday was a day to vent. Yesterday was not fun. When your team loses the way the Lions lost to kick off the season and it feeds into all of the anxiety of the offseason, it left you feeling a certain type of way. And then you flipped on the Bears game last night and you watched their opening drive, and I'm sure the city of Detroit was collectively hyperventilating. But the Bears didn't find the end zone again until they were down 10 in the fourth quarter. They blew a double-digit lead. Do you feel any better about the Bears game this week having watched last night?
I don't think I feel any different. I still feel like the Lions are the superior team, and so I think they're going to get better on Sunday.
It's not like the Bears ran the ball. Caleb had some open looks, took some checkdowns, ran for his life, not polished at this stage of his development, and you get a chance to reset at home. For as ugly as the first game was, Dan Campbell teams get better. We've seen it each of the last 3 seasons.
And it's an infrequent occurrence if they lose back-to-back games.
Yeah, are we counting the end of last year and the start of this year as a back-to-back?
It's
because I don't know if
by
that counts.
schedule it is, but to me it doesn't because the teams are different. It's not the same team.
Totally different roster. I mean, coordinators. It's been decorated. All of the changes are documented. It's been all the changes. So, no, they haven't lost back-to-back games since 2022?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
And so, that's part of what gives you confidence that Dan Campbell, this coaching staff, and I know it's a lot of new coaches, but this is a Dan Campbell-led team. And I find it hard to believe because there are still really good players. We could still talk about all of the playmakers on offense. Now, you've got to have a couple of young guys on that offensive line grow up quick. It will be easier to communicate at Ford Field offensively. It will be, I expect them to make massive leaps in what that offensive line looks like just simply because it's at home.
Yeah, and I think I'll lean on your experience here, but it's something you can fix from a communication standpoint playing at home. If you know who you're blocking, you have less negative plays. I don't know how many 20-yard runs they're going to have, but if you can button things up and clean things up, you should be a better offense. I don't know how much they can fix defensively. I mean, they tried blitzing. Aiden's getting doubled. They don't have a Lee McNeil. They don't have guys who win one-on-one. I'm not sure that gets fixed in 1 week's time, but I think offensively it needs to be better, and it should be better.
I think the most fixable is the offensive line. And simply, I think Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell play better, which will allow that line to appear to improve. I think you will get improvements from the interior of the offensive line. So I think that's the most fixable. The one that's hardest is the question that I asked Dan, and that is if they're going to double and triple team Aiden Hutchinson, which is going to happen, where are you going to get pressure from? And his answer was, well, we're going to have to blitz. We got to have some guys that had one-on-one matchups that just didn't win them.
Yeah, but who are these guys?
Okay, Marcus Davenport, Tyreek Williams, DJ Reader. Like those are
not pass rushers.
I understand that, but if you're in a one-on-one battle, you can't just be locked up for 40 plays a game.
No,
you're
I know.
You're going to have to, even if you, and the one thing he said is, even if you don't win and you're not coming clean at the quarterback, you've got to be able to affect the depth of the pocket, or you've got to squeeze the passer.
And that's valid because all those guys are big dudes. Like, they're space eaters. They're more run stuffers. A heavy edge in the case of Davenport, and run stopping was Tyreek Williams' biggest strength, and it's what DJ Reader's made his entire career on. Mm-hmm. They're not up the field, get in the backfield and take the quarterback down guys. And if that's going to be what they rely on key third downs, maybe Caleb and Ben Johnson aren't ready to exploit it in week 2.
Right.
Lamar Jackson will be in week 3. These quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes down the road and Jalen Hurts will be. So I don't know how fixable that's going to be for them to get where they want to go.
Right. That's why I said it's the one that is least fixable because you have who you have.
Mm-hmm. It's the personnel at that point.
And I think the number one player that is going to have to win one-on-one matchups is going to be Marcus Davenport.
248-539-9797. It always comes back to Davenport. You guys watched the Bears last night. More confident? Some takeaways, and from the Lions standpoint, what is fixable in 1 week's time? Let's get to Paul in Chesterfield. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Okay. I watched the game last night, and the first thing that I was thinking of was that the Bears, okay, aside the opening play and their opening drive, the talent is still not there on that team. Okay, so they can be had. All right, and I know that it always goes back to any team can win on any given Sunday, blah blah blah. But I guess my point is that I think that the Lions still, I mean, as far as the talent is concerned, they're still tops in my eyes. But and I know I'm being biased when I say that because I'm a Lions fan. But the point is that I really enjoyed the game last night, but I don't think that the Bears are good enough to beat the Lions at home. And it reminds me of the game last night at Ford Field, where the Bears took on the Lions, and then they lost in the closing seconds of the game, I do believe. And the game reminded me of that last night. And even watching Minnesota and J.J. McCarthy looked really good last night, which I'm happy to see. And, I know that he had opening jitters, I'm sure. But, again, going back to my original point, I don't think the Bears have enough talent to beat the Lions one-on-one the way they are. Now, granted, I know, John, you said something about the offensive line, and I agree with you that needs to get fixed, okay? Because that was a glaring problem, and I hope it doesn't linger, and I hope that we didn't make the wrong move by bringing in Johnny Morton as far as the offensive coordinator is concerned, because I see, the way Ben Johnson coached and the way Johnny Morton coached, they're two different ways. And I know when you do that, okay, it's almost like a culture shock with the players, I'm sure, too. And John, you played the game, so you probably know this. But it's going to be different for them. I know you can adapt, and I understand that. Most of these guys are pros. But, how much of that is really going to go on, I guess my point being.
Yeah.
And
well, so, Paul, I think, there's a couple of things where, John Morton is not Ben Johnson. He's not going to see the game the same way. He's not going to call the game the same way. It doesn't mean that he can't call a great game. We just didn't see that on Sunday, and I'm not sure what he was going to call when you had missed assignments and breakdowns at the point of attack or at the line of scrimmage. And so, I think the jury is certainly still out on John Morton. Is it a good hire? Is it not a good hire? And we honestly, if he comes out and calls a great game against Chicago, we still won't know if he's been a good hire or not.
Yeah, with Morton,
could be a step in the right direction.
Look, we didn't see as much pre-snap motion. We didn't see as much, I think, of those layered looks.
Right.
In terms of route concepts and route combinations. And it didn't have a lot of explosive elements to the offense at all. But how much of that is Green Bay's dropping back and you can't run the ball? That's a recipe for a lot of blah, a lot of, just this dink and dunk offense that we saw. The answer is if you run the ball more, explosives will follow. It's a direct correlation. 1, explosive runs, 2, explosive passes off of those runs.
But it's
also your game plan is going to be different every single week.
It's going to be different. But if you just take that Green Bay game, the call, it might have been the right call. But if you have missed assignments and you have poor communication, the play is dead on arrival. So we don't really know. And I wasn't a big fan of the run that they called on 3rd and 13?
Yeah.
Coming out of their own end zone. But if that defensive lineman is blocked up, you see all the linebackers are dropping back. Everyone. And what do we know about him as a running back? If he is able to get ahead of steam, he is hard to bring down. Maybe he picks up the first down. So these are the things that we have to speculate because we don't know. We weren't able to see it.
It wasn't hat on a hat blocked properly. So you had a theory, we were talking pre-show, on that 3rd down run. Everybody's seen the end zone footage where it just opens up and the defensive tackle is one-on-one with it's David Montgomery's the back, right?
Right.
And you were wondering, was it supposed to be a wham? Was Laporta supposed to come in and clean up that unblocked interior defensive lineman? Now, maybe. But I think there's also a criticism of, Why am I inviting D linemen up the field on my 1 yard line? That's where it becomes a Morton play call question. But we don't even know because we don't even know if it was blocked properly.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, was it supposed to be Graham that was staying on him? Was it supposed to be Ratledge that was coming down? Was it a pin and pull where, hey, you're expecting Penei Sewell to come down there? Was it Laporta coming in motion as a wham? I don't have an issue with it being a wham if that was the play that was called, because you did see the penetration. And do I want a tight end blocking a defensive tackle in the position? Not ideal, but it's the element of surprise that can make that play successful.
Get you to diagram some wham blocks in the 9 o'clock hour. It's beautiful stuff. They got to get it right up front. We ask you guys, you saw the Bears, you've seen the Lions, concern level, and what can be fixed. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Former Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy breaking up the party last night in the Bears' head coaching debut of former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. In his first NFL start, McCarthy had 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns, leading the Vikings to a 27-24 comeback win on Monday Night Football in Chicago. Head coach Dan Campbell joining us this morning right here on 97.1 The Ticket last hour. Coach, you watched your former OC last night? Johnson and the Bears will be at Ford Field on Sunday as 4.5-point underdogs in the Lions' home opener. Michigan State's Week 4 trip to USC won't just be Big Ten after dark. It'll actually be morning football in Michigan. The Spartans kick off against the Trojans scheduled for 11 p.m. Eastern. The last time these two teams matched up was 1978. That was a 30-9 USC win at the Coliseum. 2-0 Michigan State hosts Youngstown State this weekend in East Lansing, a much more reasonable 3:30 kickoff. The Tigers begin a 3-game series against the Yankees in the Bronx tonight. They're looking to turn things around after losing 4-6. Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers. Will Warren starts for the Yankees. New York's only 2 games back of the Blue Jays in the East. They're hot right now, winners of 11 of their last 14. That first pitch 7:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And the Dodgers came within 3 outs of Major League Baseball's first no-hitter of the season last night. Tyler Glasnow and Blake Trinan combined to no-hit the Rockies through 8 innings until Colorado's Ryan Ritter led off the 9th with a double. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Greg, I appreciate you. Nobody's told you that today. We're ready to go in the 9 o'clock hour, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Luke Sloan on the updates. All right, you saw the Bears last night. You saw the Lions on Sunday. How are you feeling about this week? Because I got to turn the page. As lousy as Sunday was and as much complaining as we did yesterday, how do they stack up with the Bears? And how much can be fixed in 1 week's time? I think that's at the start of this conversation. John, you contend offensively, you can get the communication up front down. You can get to the second level more. You can stabilize some sort of a run game. That can be fixed. Defensively, you and I have both pointed out, like, if you don't have the dudes to win one-on-one and Aiden gets doubled, I'm not sure how that gets fixed. You can blitz and hope you get home. It didn't last week. But then you look at the Bears and what the Bears did in their first game. And opening drive was good. Outside of that, neither back really did anything on the ground. Mm-hmm. They left a lot of plays out there on the field, and they blew a double-digit lead at home in their season opener.
Yeah, and that double-digit lead was built on – and what do we know about Chicago? While offensively they've been challenged for a number of years, defensively they haven't been.
Yeah, they got a lead on a pick six.
And so –
or they extended their lead on a pick six.
Right, on a pick six. It was JJ's first touchdown throw. But it's one of those – you've got to account for what they do well. And defense is what they do well. Offensively, this should be a game where you take a look at what you can, what did Minnesota do that was working? It's a copycat league. So then you start looking at some of those things because Justin Jefferson catches a touchdown pass and it's right over the middle. Like, have we not seen Amon-Ra St. Brown do that? And in the red zone, the challenges in the red zone is something that we didn't ask Dan is, do they need to use Tesla more in the red zone. That's where I think is one of the areas where I think he will exceed.
And Dan said yesterday when he spoke with the media in general
they
do want to get him the ball more and more in the game plan, and his illness last week played into some of his snap count.
Mm-hmm.
Some ticket texts and phone calls, 248-539-9797. Mike in West Bloomfield, good morning.
Hey, guys, how you doing, man? Love the show. Just a couple points I want to make, and I agree with both of you guys as far as what can be fixed right away. The O-line, that can be fixed, I guess the easiest, but here we are in the new 2025-26 season, and we're still talking about who's going to pass rush opposite Aiden. And the fact that Holmes did not address this, not last year in midseason for Trays, and now this year again, it's frustrating because you're going to wear the guy out, I think. You know, the guy's going to get doubled and triple teamed coming off an injury. It's not a good, mix for what's coming forth. Also, the fact that watching last night's defenses, those defenses were flying out there. Minnesota played fast. They were hitting hard, and so was Chicago. And if Morton does not get the offensive play calling to what's going to work for Jared Goff, it's going to be a long day in this, in our NFC here. I'll hang up and listen to you guys and see what your thoughts are.
Well, I agree. Dennis Allen, veteran defensive coordinator for the Bears, and Brian Flores, we've talked about him for a couple of years. I think he is one of the best defensive minds for the Vikings.
In that sense, not at all surprising that both offense started slow. They have young quarterbacks against defensive coordinators who should be a step ahead to start the season.
Proven defensive coordinators.
Proven. And now JJ had his moment. He led 3 touchdown drives in that fourth quarter. Opened things up, and he made those plays to get him back in the game. Caleb didn't. And I'm not writing off Caleb's entire career, but he's coming into Detroit, and you're going to have to throw some stuff at him the way that puts Kelvin Shepard into a spot that Dennis Allen was in last night to try to disrupt him, move him off his spots, and he may scramble for a first down or two, but you have to be able to corral him, and that puts pressure on this defensive line.
Well, it does, and it puts pressure on not just the defensive line, but the linebackers as well, because Jack Campbell, we hear about his athletic score, right? You could use him to get after the quarterback. Derek Barnes, one of the things that we knew about him last year before he got hurt is in passing situations, you could put him on the edge and use him as a pass rusher. There are ways that you can make it better. We just don't know if it's going to be good enough to be able to. It may be good enough against the Bears, but then what do you do against Lamar Jackson? What do you do against Patrick Mahomes? What do you do against some of these other quarterbacks that you're going to face?
So from pass rush and defensive line standpoint for me, my concern right now is that the loss of McNeil and the effect on Hutch.
Yep.
Like Hutch should be able to get to the quarterback still, even if he's double team. If he's one of these guys, he should still be able to get there.
Occasionally, yeah. He's a big boy. He's one of the best defensive players in football. I'm so happy you brought up McNeil because we had a call right before the update. He goes, hey, we still have the better personnel compared to the Bears. And I think he was thinking about it like St. Brown and Gibbs are better than DJ Moore and DeAndre Swift. Or Laporta is further along than Loveland is. He was focusing on a lot of the skill talent. And the Lions have, a better safety tandem. And do the Lions have the better personnel on the lines of scrimmage? Because without Aleem McNeil, without Frank Ragnow, and with a couple young guards, I'm not sure the Lions have some overwhelming personnel edge in the trenches right now.
Not in the trenches, no.
And is that not where we're most concerned? So I think that was a fair pushback on him, and Ticket Texter even makes that point, I believe, says, everybody thinks Detroit is so much better because of our shiny toys. You don't get to play with your toys if the Lions don't win up front.
Yeah, and that's why.
I feel a lot better about them improving if I knew, hey, Frank was still here or Aleem was healthy.
Oh, sure, but that's not happening on Sunday.
Right.
So what has to happen is you got to have a couple of guys grow up really fast, and they're going to have to play better at home, which I expect that they will. The environment will make a difference. Having real game film as well will make a difference in preparing for this game.
But you're relying on two old guys who've seen their better days on both sides of the ball in the middle.
Reeder and Glasgow.
Yeah. And it's just like...
And then you're also relying on young guys who aren't yet up to speed. So Tyleek Williams and Ratlich and Mahogany on the other side. You don't have anybody in that sweet spot where they're 2-3 years in the league. Yep. They're playing some of their best ball. Look, they may get there by the end of the season. They're not there right now.
And let's give Hutch a little slack at least 1 week, please, just for return. He did return from a season-ending injury. Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty dramatic to get back into a game like I didn't play any preseason. Shouldn't play any preseason. Yeah. But, you know, look, it's just something I think maybe people have overlooked from. We never saw Hutch play last year without McNeil.
Right.
Some ticket texters. I'm really glad the Bears lost. They would have been insufferable if they would have won. Mm-hmm. If they took that first drive and had like 3 or 4 more of them, won the game. Ticket texter says, I'll fall on the sword. Za'Darius, ? With Aiden double and even triple teamed. That they need someone who could be sprung open on the other side. He wanted to play here. That's a head scratcher.
Yeah.
Texters. Ben Johnson knows all our tricks and is going to exploit them. It's already obvious that Hutch is going to get double-teamed all season. Davenport did nothing against Green Bay. Clowney is still out there, but no, they think they're good. Let's get to Ollie in Northville. Ollie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Not bad.
Good. So when I was watching the game on Sunday, and this is about the offensive line, my initial fear was these guys in the middle just don't have the physical skill to get the job done. Later, after watching some of the other angles and realizing it was some missed assignments, hearing Coach Campbell say that there's some communication issues, and hearing John kind of allude to that too this week, I don't know which way to go. Is it that they don't have the physical skills to get the job done, which is a bigger problem, I think, or is it just a communication issue, which hopefully can be fixed in the next week or two?
Well, I think that's what we're going to find out, right? Is John, the communication, there's no excuse. It will be better at home. It will be better after. They emphasize it all week.
The
we're going to find
skills are there. We saw it with Mahogany. Now it's only 2 starts last year, but we've seen him do it. We haven't seen Ratledge do it, but in watching him at practice and in watching him in that preseason game, like the skills are there. Now it's about taking it to the next level and doing it against starters in the NFL and doing it at game speed.
But there is a difference, though, when you're playing next to Ragnow and Zeitler's the other guard. Like, Mahogany may end up being a decent quality guard, but last year he got to be, the quote, weak link and play a role where not as much was asked of him. Now, if Graham Glasgow's lost a step and Ratledge is a rookie, all of a sudden Mahogany needs to be like one of the 3 best offensive linemen on the team, and he just might not be that guy at this point in his career.
I don't think he needs to be the 3rd best offensive lineman on the team. I just think he needs to be a baseline offensive lineman. Like
who is?
Because they were not baseline. Like they weren't.
Well, but I'll ask you then who is? Someone has to be the 3rd best guy up front. And I know the tackles are spoken for.
Yeah, I'm not going to. All of them were bad.
Yeah,
all of them. And I put Penei Sewell in that category as well. When you're noted as one of the best tackles in the NFL, he did not play that way on Sunday.
Let me back up. Try this again. Who of the middle 3 can I count on most right now?
None of them.
Okay, who should I look to step up most this week?
Graham.
Okay, but the question is, if he just doesn't have it anymore, then I look at guys who I'm like, hey, Ratledge, I can't tell Ratledge in his 2nd career game go out and be an all-pro.
No, I'm not asking him to.
So I look at Mahogany, I go, at least you played a little last year. It made me put more on his plate.
Okay, so in his 3rd start, you expect him to be the 3rd best offensive lineman.
Now you reach the conclusion I've reached, which is this is not a great place to be.
I agree, but they are allowed to get better.
John, they certainly are.
And they will be playing at home, which will help.
248-539-9797. We got all week to get ready for this Bears matchup. I know Lions fans will be ready to welcome Ben Johnson back to Ford Field. Coming up next, you were in Norman. Mm-hmm. Greg Hargrave took the trip and got to be a fan. Got to take in the hospitality.
Saw him before the game in the stands.
Getting situated. We'll get his review, and we'll talk to Dan Campbell at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you're ever hurt in an accident. But what he really wants, what we all want, is for all of us to be safe out there. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with all the tips to get better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win. Learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That website again, getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
Here, our conversation with Dan Campbell coming up at 9:35 this morning. Lions turning the page. Got the Bears coming up this week. It's the home opener. Tomorrow on the show, you'll have a chance to win tickets to that game. We'll be playing Name That Lion. Listen for the clues. Listen for the sounder. Listen for your chance to win every Wednesday with us. Going to games can be a lot of fun. Let's ask Greg Hargrave about his experience in Norman over the weekend.
Well, first off, let's start with the fan base in Oklahoma. It's an extremely hospitable fan base. Everyone was super nice to us, from getting off the plane to the grocery store to downtown Oklahoma City to the in the stands experience to the tailgating experience. Everyone was absolutely gracious to us, and we thank them for that. The outside the stadium experience, the campus, from my vantage point, was a bit spread out, like Michigan State as a comp here. That's not my preference. I do like the kind of Ann Arbor, like maybe Madison, like campus interwoven into the city, but plenty of tailgate spots for them. There was a church tailgate actually on one of the corners of the stadium, just offering free hot dogs and lemonade.
Yeah.
Just go there and like enjoy a hot dog, enjoy some lemonade, get some cost-free something to fill you up even for the game.
Was
even
it just
Michigan
lemonade,
fans.
or was there any mixers?
Just lemonade.
Just lemonade. Okay.
Yeah, it's a church tailgate I mentioned.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well,
the church is getting people sloshed before the game, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, turn the
Side of
lemonade.
wine.
Turn the lemonade into wine.
Yeah.
Can't do that quite yet.
Yeah.
The Heisman statues they have outside of the stadiums. My biggest takeaway: Kyler Murray looks a lot taller in bronze. So here's where the highlight really is. It's the inside the stadium, the game day experience. To me, is a 10 out of 10.
Really?
They blend the modern amenities, the scoreboard bits, the hype video, fireworks, the on-field host, the light shows. They blend that with the college traditions that they already have. Sooner Schooner was huge. Chants that they have throughout the game. Cannons, they don't do that in Yankee country. And they even have something which, look, I'm going to call it the Sooner Walk. It's very similar to the Spartan Walk, but it's after warm-ups, and it's only the last 20 yards of the field going into the end zone, so we don't have a Devin Bush situation.
Yeah.
But that was pretty cool. You know, me and my friends are looking at each other like, hey, that's pretty cool what they just did. They had a hype video before the game, and most teams do this. Probably every time he does
So
this.
I saw this, that it wasn't your typical hype video.
Yeah, most teams do, like we do, John. It's, we're Michigan and Midwestern Valley.
James Earl Jones.
This is Oregon football.
Team 145.
And Oklahoma was like, hey, this is a special night because of the pride we have in our program, but because of the guys we're playing too. And they're a historic program with their history and their tradition and the names that are associated with these two programs, like Charles Whitson, like Bosworth, like Brady, like Adrian Peterson. It's just unreal to see that kind of respect for both teams.
Yeah.
And it's just emblematic to me of the pride and respect and the a kindredship between the two programs, that like we're proud of what our program's accomplished, and you're also proud of what your program has accomplished, and we recognize that, and that the story of college football cannot be told without both of these programs. It's a steep upper deck, and there's not a whole lot of sideline room. I was about 30 yards away from John and Doug in the press box. They couldn't quite see me because there was a little concrete ledge over that, but it was like 2:00 and down there that they could have, I guess,
Yeah, if I
where it would've
leaned
been.
out far enough, I would have been able to see you.
Yes. So the fans, what's that add up to? Right on top of the action, and there's fantastic sight lines in the game. If you want to make a good friend with a Okie, their hate list would include 1, Texas, duh.
Yeah.
Number 2, USC.
Really?
Because of Lincoln Riley and how he did them wrong.
Not Oklahoma State.
No, Oklahoma State, bit of an afterthought. Look, they'll cheer when they lose, but it's kind of like how Michigan fans think they think about Michigan State, where it's just an afterthought and
Maybe like a little brother?
one would say that.
A little cowboy.
A little buckaroo.
Cowboy,
Yeah,
Farm boy.
the vitriol is not there like it is for Michigan and Michigan State. Okay. Overall, recommend 5-star. It's not on the top of mind of go-to great venues. The Palace on the Prairie is what they call it. But the experience definitely exceeds the expectation. And I want to say 2 parting shots here. We talk a lot about how the hatred of college football can make these rivalries great. We had Kansas-Mizzou on the weekend. Let's also talk about the respect that one can have and how fulfilling that respect can be when we see it in another program and have to reflect back towards us. And the second point here, a lot of the fans that were in that stadium on Saturday, they're going to be coming up to Ann Arbor next year. So let's show them the appreciation and the respect that they showed us on Saturday and all weekend long.
Agreed. Ditto.
By the way, hell of a flex to have a Heisman Park. You have all the Heisman winners that they've had at Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Hell
It
of
was
a
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
This is some cute news. The new baby chimpanzee at the Detroit Zoo now has a name.
Oh.
Have you seen it? I know you guys have taken Teddy to the zoo.
Yes, but I have not seen the new chimp.
I have seen this new baby.
Yeah.
Very, very cute.
Well, last time they went, they might have seen it. I wasn't with them.
She hangs tight to her mother, so it's sometimes hard to see, but we got a good view of her. But on Monday, the Detroit Zoo announced that her name is Nakili, after the Swahili word meaning to copy. And the zoo said it's perfect, it's a fitting name because she is the perfect copy of her mother.
Oh.
So very cute there. So yeah, go check her out. She's about 5 pounds. She's teeny. Hitting milestones left and right. So she's exploring the outdoor exhibit. Not
You
far
could have
from
taken some of
Mama.
your baby clothes.
I could have donated them to the zoo.
Yes.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, that and your old dying pets.
Oh, gosh. I would never. So fall doesn't officially begin until September 22nd.
Says who?
Oh, it's here.
Says science, but it's already in the
science.
air, right? We see it. Well,
We
we're
feel
not
it.
seeing it. We're feeling it for sure. But if you are planning to take a trip this fall to go see the beautiful colors that Michigan has to offer, the reds, the oranges, the golds, right? Here's what you can expect. So next week, you're not going to see much, not even in upper northern Michigan. Like you're going to start to see like patches of some colors changing. But really, the peak fall colors up north and in the UP will be the week of October 5th. That's going to be your best time to take a trip up north. For Metro Detroit colors, the week of October 12th will be the peak week here around us.
Sounds
So,
about right.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll ask you a question that there's no answer for. Because we've had cooler weather earlier, will
affect things?
they happen sooner?
well, weather and temperature can influence the color changes. So I'm sure it does.
Yeah. I remember when I lived up north, we would get like peak color.
Yeah.
And then it felt like almost every year there would be some gigantic windstorm the day after peak color, and then they're all gone.
See
the
them one
next
day, and then
8
they're on the
months.
ground. Emily
Yes.
cannot wait to make a leaf pile. She is very excited.
Oh, me
we
too.
made an epic leaf pile last year, so she is like, she's ready.
I'm a big fan of the leaf pile.
And 3-year-olds, very excited.
Yes, very excited.
Very.
I do have a little bit of an update. I don't know if I mentioned it yesterday, but that Bills fan who smacked the helmet of Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson.
Did I see
and
he
receiver-
released a video?
Oh, did he? I didn't see that. But
And he's wearing a neck brace?
Oh, gosh.
I think he's hamming it up.
He is, because he's been banned indefinitely from any and all NFL stadiums. He cannot go to another game ever for that. So maybe he did hamming it up because that's all the attention he's going to get, because he cannot go to another game. Who knows? Okay, John, you had an interesting raccoon encounter quite recently when you were taking your trash out. But it was much different than this encounter. You were almost mauled to death.
Yeah, attacked, yes.
Yeah, attacked.
Mauled to death?
Well, I'm exaggerating, but
John would have been okay.
Oh, he would have been fine. He could have battled and come off maybe just a few scratches. But this woman in Kentucky spotted a panicked raccoon just running around the parking lot of her work. She's a nurse. And she later discovered, along with her coworkers, that the mother had 2 baby raccoons. And the baby raccoons had fallen into a dumpster and gotten trapped. So they thought, okay, we'll rescue them. They scooped one out with a shovel, seemed to be doing okay. But the other one was lying face down in the water in the bottom of this dumpster. Thought, doesn't look like this little guy is going to make it. Well, they picked it out with a shovel, and this nurse said, you know what? I'm going to do what nurses do. I'm going to give this raccoon CPR. And she did. She jumped into action, chest compressions, slapping it on the back, and lo and behold.
No mouth to mouth?
You wouldn't believe with CPR that's part of
Yeah.
that was part. It
I would
didn't
hope
explicitly
not.
say that, but she did do the chest compressions.
Pinch the nose.
And it jumped back into action. They took it to the vet, and it said that the raccoon was drunk from eating fermented peaches.
Oh,
Yeah.
those youngsters. Yeah, teenagers. Come on.
How dare they? But here's the woman explaining how it felt to help this little raccoon.
That accent.
But they both lived to tell the tale.
That's such great audio.
That's Heather with the news. Dan Campbell next. 97.1. Let's be honest, nobody plans for a new roof. It's not something you're looking forward to replacing, and it always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost can feel overwhelming. That's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. This is not some fly-by-night company. They've been delivering for their customers, and right now, Shaner is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you can get the quality you need without the stress of that big upfront payment. Here's the thing. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating. Very tough to come by these days. They've earned it with thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about the professionalism, the craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, if it's aging, if you're just ready for that peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com. You don't have to spell Shaner. mymichiganroof.com. It's powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. Hey, Dan, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. Thanks.
Dan, how long does it take? I was just asking our fans, how long does it take to recover from a loss? And it's obviously an opening game loss. It's a division opponent. It was on the road. How long does it take for you to put that one behind you and move on to the next game emotionally?
I'd say probably 24 hours. A good 24 hours it's still there, but you got to start putting in work by the end of the next day. You have to start really grinding on tape. So once that happens, your mind's kind of cleared of it, because you got to move on to the next one and get it out of there. So I'd say a good 24 hours, and then you go, man. It's time to hit the ground running.
All right, so with that context, obviously you've watched the film, you've graded everything, and one of the things that we noticed, and I know it was talked about on the broadcast, was the inability to pressure the quarterback. If they're going to double team and triple team Hutch, which we saw, and I think we all expect, it's a matter of respect for what he can do, where do you expect to get pressure on opposing quarterbacks from?
Yeah, we'll have to get it from the interior, we'll have to get it from our backers, and we'll have to get it from the other side. And, I mentioned this yesterday. We did have we had a few guys that had some one-on-ones, and they got to win those, And now, that being said, we got to do a better job on the back end, too. I mean, it all goes hand in hand. Rush and coverage always go hand in hand. So we're going to adapt. We'll switch some things up. And look, we switched them up in the second half, too. And though we didn't get a sack, we did get some pressures, and we got off the field. So I thought we settled down and started making some plays.
Looked like Green Bay was able to pick up some of the blitzes that you guys did bring. I want to go back. A week ago, I asked you about Za'Darius, and you said that you were good with those guys. There's a lot of fans who are looking at it and going, can those guys win one-on-one consistently enough? What would you say to those fans who think it's a bigger deal than you've alluded to?
I do believe we have the guys that can win one-on-ones, and there's different ways to win. Certainly everybody would love to see the speed ball off the edge and nobody can touch him. But those guys are, that's a rarity when you can find one of those guys. But then it's the guys like these guys that can push the middle of the pocket, man. You can get an edge and you can open it up and you can drive it right back into the quarterback's lap. So there's different ways to apply pressure on the cue. And the bottom line is you just got to make him uncomfortable. If we can make him uncomfortable, get in his lap here a little bit, then normally good things will happen when you can do that. So, but it requires everybody doing their job, and you got to get there with urgency.
You mentioned after the game that a lot of the things that happen in the game are correctable, that the mistakes that happened are correct, whether it was missed assignments or it's winning one-on-one matchups. Going into the Bears game, what's the number one thing that needs to be corrected so that you just play better on Sunday?
Communication. It's that simple. That's number one. Number two is fundamentals, man. Get back to the basics of what you do. Your freaking stance, your alignment, your first step, your hands, all of it. Man, my hips. It really is just the simple 101 basic football stuff. We do those two things, and we're going to be immensely better.
It would feel like that would pay dividends in the run game most, right? I think that surprised people that you guys weren't able to get more of a ground attack going. How big of an emphasis is that specifically for this week?
Well, the emphasis is if we're going to invest in over 20 carries like we did the other day, we cannot have 2.1 yards. So, yeah, there's going to be an emphasis, and it doesn't mean we're going to the ground. It just means when we do go to the ground, it can't be for 2 yards, all right? And every one of our guys are hot about that, and it's on all of us, man. It's on us as coaches. And those guys, nobody feels it worse than they do. So we will improve that area, which in turn will improve everything.
How much that communication, and you and I have both played in environments where you could be screaming and no one's going to hear. Some young guys on the offensive line, how much of that in communication has to be the nonverbal communication, being able to do that when you can't communicate verbally?
Well, that's always going to help, as you know. The guys that, when you played with each other long enough, you don't have to do all that. And that's when you're running at a high level. I mean, that's what we've had around here. We've been fortunate, when we had Frank and all those guys here, Decker and Sewell, and they played together long enough that they understand. And so, look, man, that just takes time. And it takes time, live reps, real bullets, on the road, can't hear, all of that, to where, man, you're working in unison together and you're starting to figure each other out, in real football games. So it'll take a little bit, but we're going to get there, man. These guys will grow, and as bad as it hurts, you're only going to grow from this. There's nowhere to go but up, and these guys are going to get better. There's going to be banked reps here now, and we just got to find a way to win and develop and grow at the same time. That's the important thing, then clean it up and get a little bit better as we move along.
Talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell, one of the things that John and I have talked about, and calls bring it up too, is how much is the preseason, not playing some of these offensive linemen in the preseason, part of a slow start? Is that a fair question to ask? Maybe you should play more of those guys in the preseason to have a quicker start to the season?
So play all the starters? Is that what you're...
No, we're talking like the young guys, like Mahogany or Ratlich or some of these guys that maybe haven't played a lot. Was there a consideration to playing them more in the preseason?
No, I got you. Well, I would say this. With those two guys, yeah, we could have played them a little bit more. But there again, you're not playing against their starters. That's why I like the joint practices. Now, just to get in the flow of a game, yeah, probably. It's not like more reps isn't going to hurt them. It's going to help them. So, yeah, certainly we could have played them a little bit more.
They're looking ahead to the Bears game. There's a certain amount of familiarity between the coaching staff, and whether it's Dennis Allen defensively, I know you guys are familiar with him, obviously Ben Johnson as their offensive coordinator and head coach. How does that familiarity play into your game plan, and how does it affect the game plan?
You know what? It doesn't, believe it or not, because they're going to go back to what they believe is going to give them the best chance to win, just like we are. And you got to go back to the basics, man. And it's about what you do. You come out of games like really both of us just did. Let's get back to what we do, what they do, and find a way to move the football, stop it on defense, and and then come out on the other side better than you were. So I don't think it's going to be as big of an issue. Now, are we going to have to play that game a little bit? Yeah, we are. Of course we are. But I think the most important thing is to focus on yourself. Especially early in the season like we are, game 2. We just got to get better.
Yeah, Dan, I think it's funny when people pit you against Ben Johnson, and you said yesterday, like, that's my friend, but clearly there's going to be this we want to beat this guy mentality from the fans when he comes to town this week. Is there any extra fuel for you guys to make that statement? Especially, you don't pay attention to this, but the narrative of, well, the offense isn't the same without Ben Johnson. Does that put more fuel into this game?
No, you know where my fuel is? I want to win. That's my fuel. That'll always be my fuel. I hate losing, and I don't want to lose. I want to win. All our guys do. We got a lot of prideful guys that have put a lot of work into all this, prideful coaches, hard working, grinding, and so that's what fuels me. That's what motivates me. I want to win.
What did you make? Did you watch last night, or have you had a chance to dive into their first game? What did you make of week 1 for Ben Johnson?
I did. I watched it. Man, I thought they came out, man, slugging. They were. I thought they were on fire, man. And those two teams duked it out. I thought that both teams played fast. Man, they looked fast and were aggressive and physical. Looked pretty explosive and. Man, they came out hot, and then like any game, it just, you get into the late in the game and it goes back and forth and a couple plays here, a couple plays there, and it just swings the other way. So, but that's our league, man. That's no different than our game the other day. If we can find a way to score right before halftime, that could be a totally different game. And, but we didn't do it. That's the league. You got to make those plays. And that's why this game's so freaking great.
He's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. We appreciate your time, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay, have a good one.
It's 97.1.
If you missed anything on today's show, obviously use the Odyssey Rewind. We had early on the review of Heather's garage sale. Obviously, you can get the Dan Campbell interview that we just played. Also on the Odyssey Rewind. A lot of good stuff on the show today.
Sounds like Heather's going to be making a lot of money every year with these garage sales.
It was awesome. You guys, I've always wanted to have a garage sale. It was like
it was a childhood dream.
What a weird childhood dream.
And I finally did it, and it was fun. I see why people don't like them. Like it does consume your weekend, right? Like you can't go anywhere if you're going to make money and stay open. But it was a beautiful weekend, so the kids just played outside with me, and it was fabulous.
So
met some cool people.
Now that it's done.
Yes.
And Colin has seen a lot of stuff, clutter in the house be removed.
Mm-hmm.
He saw what you brought in terms of cash money.
Mm-hmm.
Is he now in support of one next year?
I don't know.
He put up with it, sounds like.
Because when he was home, he was then in charge of the children.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like he had other responsibilities. Not that he's not ever.
He's a
very good dad, but I'm saying all of it kind of went on him. He didn't have the partnership to take care of them. So, no, I mean, I think he'd be okay with having another one. We still have a lot of stuff, but I've already boxed up all the baby clothes. I'm going to I'm going to donate them, or you can take them to like a consignment store, and I could still get some money from them when they sell them. A lot of my clothes sold, which I was not expecting. Like I put by women, other women. I had a bunch of.
John, I had the same thought you did.
I put a bunch of
surprised.
like hoodies out, and maybe it's just that 'tis the season of sweatshirt weather. I mean, they just they're gone. Everyone bought. I went to my closet and was like, what else can I put in here? Like I must have more sweatshirts I don't want.
Yeah.
So those went, but I'm going to donate all my clothes that didn't sell. No one bought my shoes.
Oh,
several women did try them on. No,
did any men
they were
smell
golf
them?
shoes, and once you told, like they kind of looked just like tennis shoes. So a couple of women put them on. They're like, "Oh, these are nice." I'm like, "They are golf shoes." Like, "Oh," and they put them back.
Oh,
because they do have. I mean, they're
got the cleats on the bottom.
Yeah, the smushy ones, but still, even so, But it was great. It was successful, and really cool people. Well, interesting people. Well, cool and interesting.
Yeah.
You get all kinds of characters.
It was awesome.
A lot of conversations.
Lots of really interesting conversations.
For a deeper dive, you've got the Odyssey Rewind. We talked about it early in the show. Hit a little Michigan State stuff today as well. And it's one of those deals where the Lions dominate Monday, but we do want to talk about what those guys did over the weekend.
Yeah. And, I mean, positives for Michigan State.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of positives for Michigan State. And I think they are entering that category where now, I don't know, there are always going to be some grumpy fans, but I would think that most people believe that they've got a shot at 8+ wins.
So a year ago, they had Aiden Childs, and you're thinking, that's the key. He unlocks a higher ceiling for a program. And nobody likes this, but you have to take a year of growing pains. And he took his lumps. And last year against Boston College, he had 3 interceptions, didn't pass for a touchdown, and he threw the game-ending interception late.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what difference a year makes.
Yeah, 4 touchdowns, ran for another one.
And hit the 2-point conversion walk-off. See you later. I mean, all of a sudden, the light bulb goes on for a guy who, John, I'm not overselling this. That's an NFL arm. When you're throwing 55 yards into the end zone on a frozen rope, that's an NFL arm. He needs the confidence. He needs the reps. And that's a buy-in moment for him. It's a buy-in moment for the fan base. And it unlocks, call it 8 wins. They didn't win all 8 of them on Saturday night.
No.
But this is one they needed to win if they were going to get to 8.
And I think it builds a lot of confidence within the team.
Good point.
Of the team having confidence that Aiden Childs can be that guy, from the coaching staff that Aiden Childs can be that guy. And then, you throw in the fans.
Yeah, and look, no one's happy about giving up 40 points, and defensively there's a lot of work to be done. But can you pull out a win? Can you steal a game? Like, that's part of it for MSU, too. Not just win the games you're supposed to this year, but maybe put a signature win on Jonathan Smith's resume in year number 2. And I don't know what games qualify. I mean, clearly the Michigan game would. But you can go through their schedule and look through it. Whether it's USC or Nebraska.
USC at 11 o'clock at night. That's bizarre.
You're mad on their behalf.
I am. I'm so angry that this is where college football is now, that we've got East Coast teams. And I know we're not on the East Coast, but we're East Coast time. And they're going out to the West Coast to play an 11 p.m. Eastern time kickoff.
Yeah, I don't think it went over well we work with a lot of Spartan fans. I'm not just talking about Mike and Rico. I mean,
Well, it's just
Gator
college football
and
fans. I mean, I want to watch that
Evan.
game, but, do I want to stay up until 11 o'clock at night?
But at the same time, like USC should get to have night games on their campus.
Sure, there are other games when they play UCLA or when they play Oregon.
But most of the games are going to be against teams in the central, or call it what it is, Eastern time zone. And this was always the trade-off of adding teams from the West. Like when the Tigers play out West, they play the Dodgers or the Padres. Those games start at 10:30. Well, these are kind of professionals now, too. I know you don't like it. We've blurred the lines.
I think it's a completely different story. A completely apples and oranges.
Less and less, though. I mean, we're getting to a point where, like, it's
I think
Fuji apples and Honeycrisp.
I think it's a huge competitive disadvantage for college kids. And I know, hey, the party doesn't start until 11 o'clock. Well, the level of performance is different when you're trying to play and win a college football game.
You think it's a little different than beer pong?
Yes.
Well, okay, but it goes both ways. UCLA fans are going, we got to play MSU, and a few weeks later at noon, we got to play and fly and deal with the travel going east and playing a game when it would be 9 a.m. for our body clock. I mean, it's just kind of the trade-offs.
Yeah, I don't like any of it.
Does any part of you think you'd have to deal with this? Or they would never do it to Michigan. They would never put Michigan in the 11 o'clock block.
I don't know that they won't. I think there'll be an uproar and I'll have the uproar the same as I'm having for Spartan fans.
What would that do to you coming back? Like, what time would they get back?
It's a nightmare. I mean, if they leave right after the game, they're not getting back to East Lansing until between noon and 1 o'clock on Sunday. And now all of a sudden, if you've got, it delays preparation for the next week by a day. And then you have guys that are showing up even on, it takes a long time to recover from a trip like that, especially if you're expected to work out and practice and go to class.
Oh, that whole student part of the student athletes.
Yeah, no, nobody ever wants to account for that, but it is part of the equation.
Less and less, but yes.
I hate it.
I hate it for
you. I was thinking completely selfishly when that news came out yesterday. Like I forget what we're obviously talking Lions or something like that. And I look across at Doug, and at some point, Doug's eyes went, "Wow," because he was looking at Twitter about something, and I'm like, "All right, something big's going to happen." And Doug says, "Well, we have start times," and it didn't even dawn on me
that
it was going to be USC at 11 o'clock at night, Eastern time. So I was thinking purely from a selfish standpoint, as a fan, as an alumnus.
That's all part of it, though.
Right. No, but that's what I was thinking of initially. I didn't think about it from the player's standpoint. This is awful. This is even more brutal than I thought. I forgot about the whole. Well, you got to get back.
Right.
You got Econ 201 coming up in the Kiva at the Erickson Kiva coming up at
Monday morning at 8 a.m.
Right.
So we wondered on Cash a Ticket where that game would be. Like, could you make it Big Ten Saturday night, which would be like a 7:30 kick Eastern time, which would then be like a day game, afternoon game for USC. The other option was 3:30. That's the CBS window. And then it's a noon kick for USC. But they had to juggle putting their prime games.
I mean, I look, I'm not going to cry for the networks and what they have to figure out.
No.
Well, they're the ones paying your bills. You took their money.
This is why Doug and I agree on this 100%. One of many, 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 many reasons why they shouldn't have gone after the Pac-10. They should have gone after Texas and Oklahoma.
Yes.
Right, but at the same time, the Big Ten schools are certainly going to enjoy the revenue that they're getting from this TV deal. They very much want the money from the deal. Well, this was the trade-off. West Coast teams mean late kicks. We deal with this in all sports.
I understand the economics of it. I don't like it.
It would matter to all of us if that meant our ticket prices would go down. There's no positive in it for the fan.
No.
There's none. You maybe get some more interesting matchups, but honestly, the downside, this was the dumbest thing. I get madder and madder all the time.
I was furious when I saw this yesterday because, just think, again, from the fan perspective, right? You wake up and you watch College Game Day at 9 o'clock in the morning, knowing that your team's not going to take the field for another 14 hours.
And let's not forget, you got to send your canoeing team across country, too. Like all the non-revs that have to fly across country.
That would be the rowing team. Let's not disparage the rowing team.
They didn't do anything. Sorry. Sorry.
Flippantly
My
dogging all
apologies.
these.
Oh, my apologies. I'm frustrated.
I
know
am,
you are. I know.
I am too.
Won't someone think of throwing tears?
Hulk mad.
Well, you guys got Jared Goff
Jared
today.
Goff at 10:30.
Yeah, we have that. We have Jared Goff at 10:30.
I don't know if you guys missed that. Jared Goff, 10:30. Stay tuned. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right, look.
Oh.
One game, right? One game. I'm not a big fan of short-term results and drawing long-term conclusions. Not a big fan. It's one game.
1 week. 1 week.
One game, 1 week. Ben Johnson didn't really make a huge difference last night in Chicago, did he? It's one game. It's one game. They went right down the field and scored on their opening possession, and social media was filled with hot takes regarding Ben Johnson. And the word F-I-X. He fixed, I guess it's F-I-X-E-D. He fixed Caleb Williams. Fixed him. After one drive. And then they proceeded to not score their next, I believe, 8 drives offensively. They did kick a field goal. Caleb Williams started going 10 for 10, finished 11 for his next 25.
You know what Caleb Williams was? Exactly what it was last year. Takes care of the football, makes some spectacular plays. There's obvious talent. He's amazingly talented. The way he was able to free himself from the rush in the first half was, it was fantastic. Just from a football standpoint, just watching him bounce around like a water bug, avoiding pressure was incredible. But in the end, it's the same Bears team that we've kind of seen.
And it's big names. The Bears win the off season every single year.
I'm not saying they're not going to improve because that's pretty. It's a good start for them and see where they're going to go. Meanwhile, the other side was like, Well, this is kind of awful for the start of the Vikings season until the fourth quarter hits, and then J.J. McCarthy looks like the best version of J.J. McCarthy I've ever seen.
He was awesome.
I don't recall him looking anywhere close to that at Michigan.
He had some games, but he was always was capable. And I mean, let's face it, that was huge to see him in that game be down as a rookie. Because I'm going through that. I think JJ's going to have a good career, but hey, this is going to be rough as a rookie. And through 3.5 quarters, I was like, yeah, this is tough. This is tough. But give it time with JJ. Well, apparently time was I said 3.5 through 2.5. Apparently the time he needed was about 36 minutes of NFL play before something clicked, and he caught fire late.
He's like, wait a minute, I do have weapons. Jefferson.
Well, he figured out how to get it to him, right? I mean, he knew he had weapons, but he had to figure out how to get it to him. And there's just getting used to the speed of the game. There's understanding what defenses are trying to do to you. But I mean, again, I'm so used to hearing how great the Bears are going to be. This is like the third straight off season where the Bears, and I can't say it enough, but 2 years ago they got the two linebackers, Edwards and dude from Buffalo, Tremaine Edmonds.
There you go.
This year they got Joe Tooney. They got Ben Johnson.
Guys on the line,
yeah. They won the offseason again. Remember, they were the team that got Montez Sweat.
That's right. Look, I still think
it's one game, but inside, I give my one game chuckle. But I understand. I can relate to the people that are worried about the Lions coordinators and are worried about them not adding an edge rusher. When you go out and see one game, you feel validation in your concerns. And last night, I understood that emotion, and I understood it yesterday too. I just experienced it last night with the understanding the validation emotion you get after one game, and also recognizing that it's not time for victory laps in terms of the take. But boy, did I enjoy watching the Bears struggle. I
found watching the game last night to be so interesting just for me because I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about it. Got the Bears that I don't like. I'm not a J.J. McCarthy guy. And yet, I think halfway through that game, it was clear that I was pulling for J.J. McCarthy. And I was...
You just find out organically what you really... I hate
watching the Bears. It's funny. Like, once you get to the pros, anything at the college stuff just goes out the window. And it's just like, okay, what do you got here? And I was watching it as a curious fan because if my narrative has always been that Sam Darnold sucks, it's just that, you throw him in an offense that actually has somebody who's capable of running it, like the head coach over there is great, and the way their system is and all the players they have.
Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell. You can make someone like Sam Darnold look good. Well, J.J. McCarthy, I think, is quite talented. He steps in and finally figures it out, and all of a sudden the Vikings offense looks really good. And then when they needed to in the second half, in the fourth quarter in particular, when they needed to start running the ball and working the clock, they did with ease. Like that's a scary team. That's the Vikings team that there's a reason they won all those games last year.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't matter who the quarterback was. I mean, you have to have some talent, obviously. I mean, I can't completely bury Sam Darnold, but I mean, that was a really good football team last year. J.J. McCarthy steps in the one game looks pretty good. He's going to have his growing pains too. I mean, he didn't play all of last year. I mean, he's just getting his feet wet as a starting quarterback, but it looked like, the maturation, it was like the beast and the alien, how quickly it progressed.
It's funny because I think there's plenty of valid criticism of the Detroit Lions in that performance, but we got some crazy stuff yesterday, and I'm driving home and I'm thinking about it. And there's a few stood out, but one that stood out to me was a guy called up and said the Lions were sunk because next week Ben Johnson's going to want to send a message. And I'm like, so you think Ben Johnson's going to be more motivated in his first year to beat the Lions than Dan Campbell? First of all, a coach's motivation probably has little to do with the outcome of a game. all coaches are insanely motivated. Their careers are depending on it. So to say that one coach wants to send a message, he's going to be more motivated than the other coach, who now is 0-1, and everybody's calling his team out, I thought was an absurd premise to begin with. But then Ben Johnson. Did Ben Johnson not want to send that message last night? I mean, what are we talking about? Coaches are going to be motivated.
I mean, does he want it? Is this game going to mean a little more because he spent time here? I'm sure it does, but it's like a subconscious thing. I don't think it's something where consciously you go out and go, okay, we have to beat this team. Guys, you got to win it for me.
Why wouldn't the counter be true that Dan Campbell wants to beat Ben Johnson to prove that it wasn't just Ben Johnson? Like, I mean, there's no advantage here.
I like Dan Campbell's answer this morning to that question when they asked him about it. He's like, I just want to win.
Yeah.
Because that's what I care about. I'm motivated by winning. I don't like to lose. I hate to lose. I love winning. That's what motivates him.
Well, Dan Campbell was interesting today. We'll play the best of what he had to say on the morning show a little bit later in case you missed it. In the meantime, Jared Goff joins us at 10:30. We'll get his take on what happened and, more importantly, what's going to happen next. It's Carson Anderson, phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, let me tell you about CGC Home Services. You've heard about the air quality alerts, right? Well, if you've been concerned about the air you breathe, do what we did. Get the Aeris Active Pure technology put in your home. CGC offers it. It reduces 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Air or water concerns, contact CGC Home Services. They can help identify and prevent flooded basements and other water-related issues. Choose CGC Home Services and Connecticut for peace of mind. Learn more about their services at 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tiger Baseball. We'll talk some Tiger Baseball a little bit later on. We'll also talk with Lions quarterback Jared Goff coming up in just about 15 minutes. 248-539-9797. Jeffrey, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeffrey.
Oh, hey, guys. I love your show.
Thank you.
Here's my comment. I've watched 5 NFL games so far this year, and so there's 10 teams involved, and I think 6 or 7, maybe even 8 of the teams, even some of them that have lost, would have beaten the Lions the way that they played over the weekend. So, any team that you look at, Pittsburgh, the Ravens, the Bills, the Jets played good. I don't think the Lions could have beaten any of those teams, even though some of the teams even lost their game.
Do you think the Lions played their worst game that you've seen in a while, and do you think that that's just an anomaly, or do you think that's indicative of how they're going to play?
I don't. It could be indicative of how they're going to play. Hey, look, Caleb Williams. If Caleb Williams plays the way he did last night, and the Lions played the way that they did over the weekend, Chicago's going to win.
What about
Caleb Williams? Had a good game.
Did he? He had a great first
drive.
First drive.
First 10 passes, I would say he struggled.
How many points did they put up?
Did Caleb Williams put up?
The offense put up 17 points.
Okay. And look at the pressure he was on. I mean, he was evading.
Okay, hold on, Jeffrey, let me stop you right here. If the Lions play like crap, every game's in question. That's not even worth debating. Of course, if the Lions play like that, every game is in question. We have far more evidence over the course of time that they're better than that, but each team is different. Yeah. So it's fair to question whether or not this team is going to be able to bounce back. But I mean, seriously, if the Lions play like that, there's no guarantees on the schedule. I mean, seriously. Right. Yeah. I guess the question becomes do you think that is truly indicative of who they will be all season long? And I would argue no. But it's fair to question it.
Even after they lost, they still have the third best odds to win the Super Bowl. That's pretty bizarre to me. I thought they would have dropped. I thought teams like
Well, go ahead and make bets on those teams. The lines don't move after one week, so go ahead and jump on in on another team. Look, if you're talking about if the Lions are brutal, of course they're in trouble. Yeah. I'm not willing to accept. I'm not at a point where I'm convinced that this is who they're going to be. I kind of did it. You notice I did it tongue in cheek with the Bears. I kept saying it's one game. I'm not a fan of short-term results, long-term conclusions. That plays well in our business. I get it. But at the end of the day, you look at a team like Chicago, there's a lot of season left. Ben Johnson now knows what he needs to correct, what he needs to work on. And so does Dan Campbell. Except one of those guys we've seen do it. The other we haven't. Right? Have we seen Dan Campbell diagnose problems, correct problems as a head coach?
Yeah.
Have we seen Ben Johnson do it as a head coach?
Yes.
I think he might be able to do it offensively, but he's in charge of the whole thing now, right? Now, can he figure it out? He might be able to. It's an if. We know Dan Campbell as a head coach can do it. He's in charge of the whole thing. He's ultimately responsible. Now, he's got new coordinators in place that he is responsible for. And it is also fair to question whether or not, because that's one of the big things about this Lions team and how every team is different. They always tell us every team is different. And I believe that every team is different. Historically, and we'll ask Jared about this, like the last few years, the Lions have been elite at bouncing back. They have done a phenomenal job of not having, first of all, they don't have the back-to-back losses, but they diagnose and address problems.
They say this is what we're built for. This is what they say.
And so now they lose the opener in their worst loss in a couple of years. And because this team is different, it's okay and it's fair. And I do question, can they bounce back? The last time they lost a game like this was to Baltimore back in 2023. They got smoked. They won the next 3. So, I mean, and this is, it's one of our huge questions moving forward. And I'm looking forward to talking to Jared about it because bouncing back, being built for this, having that grit and the resilience is what this team is built on. But with every team being different, will this group be able to do it? 248-539-9797. Jerry and Hal says Caleb Williams looked good in the scripted plays to start the game. Then the wheels fell off. No composure. J.J. McCarthy looked way more composed when it mattered, but it is week 1. All true, Gary. Most concerned with our O-line and running game, which was our complete identity. Might have to change some things around, but very concerning to start. Also, our pass rush was completely negligible, and I did not notice Hutch one time. Well, if you didn't notice Hutch one time, he did make some plays. And he also provided, he also took up 2 offensive linemen often, 2 blockers often, made some plays in the run game. You guys crack me up. You should have been hoping for the Bears to win. Now they're even more desperate to win to keep pace. The Lions have a hard time this week.
Okay.
I mean, seriously. So you think the Bears are going to be more motivated than the Lions? Like if the Bears had won that game, they would have been fat and sassy and thought they had arrived and be vulnerable. I'm sorry. I just don't know that's how pro teams work. I don't suspect that they do. Like this whole motivation thing, we'll get calls on this every once in a while, and I'll give a little eye roll. They're going to want to win this game.
Look, teams can and players can do the little tricks they need to do to get themselves extra motivated for the game or whatever. Both teams have plenty of motivation going into it. You don't have to come up with the extra stuff.
No.
But if you want to, hey, hook them. Go ahead, do what you got to do. But don't think that one team is more motivated than the next. Both teams start off the season 0-1. That is not where they expected to be after 1 week.
Bears are missing Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, and T.J. Edwards on defense. Kind of makes a difference. Oh, we know.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, like missing
Injuries.
a Lee McNeil.
There's no Frank Ragnow this year?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. Thanks for the update.
Yeah, we got it. Attrition is a part of the game. I will say that either way, either team wins, it's good and bad. Like watching that game, I'm like, every negative takeaway, like I can make that Chicago might be the same thing they always are. Off-season winners, regular season failures. They might be that. They might not. It's one game. I'm not drawing that conclusion. But I also am like, this JJ kid, if he's this good and they're going to make this many plays, then they're going to be a handful in the division. Right? I mean, every positive in that game, there was a negative. How do the Lions stack up? I don't know yet, but I mean, last year it was Lions and Vikings. This year it might be Lions, Vikings, and Packers. This year it might be Vikings and Packers. It's still to be determined, but I think the Lions are going to be there in the end. I still believe that. And I don't think one 60-minute football game where they played like Mung is indicative of who they're going to be. Now, things got to get addressed. Boy, do things need to get addressed. We'll talk about what it is with the Lions quarterback, Jared Goff. He joins us next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, let's be honest, right? Nobody plans for a new roof. It always seems to come at the worst time, and cost can sometimes feel overwhelming. That's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. And right now, Shaner is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you can get the quality roof that you need today without the stress of a big upfront payment. And here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating, earned by thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about the professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, aging, or maybe you're just tired and you want some more peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lions quarterback Jared Goff will join us shortly here on 97.1. Lions looking to bounce back. They do have the Bears coming in, and the Bears, look, they came out just hot as a pistol right down the field. Although I was looking at the play-by-play last night. Here's how it manifested itself in that first drive. Caleb Williams passed short right to DeAndre Swift. Caleb Williams passed short left to DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift at right guard. Caleb Williams passed short middle to Kyle Monungai. Caleb Williams passed short middle to DJ Moore. Then they had a run. Then he did have the completion of Dunze down the field, and then he passed short left, and then he scrambled for a touchdown. And I'm like, okay, he dinked and dunked down the field. He had one downfield pass, and he ran for a touchdown. The number, I was on social media at the time, Ben Johnson's fixed Caleb Williams. Ben Johnson's fixed Caleb Williams. And I'm like, did he? I mean, there was the one downfield throw, but I also think back to Bill Belichick takes when they went right down the field and scored in that North Carolina-Virginia Tech game. Now, I'm not burying anybody. I'm just saying that it's a work in progress there.
Yeah, like you mentioned, he was 10 of 10 to start the game and then finished 11 of 25.
Yeah.
I mean, and struggled to score in the second half. They had one offensive touchdown in the second half.
Yeah, they scored on their first possession and their last possession. And in between, there was a field goal and a defensive touchdown. I tell you what, the awesome exchange on the kick return late, I don't know how many people saw this because it was like the last thing that happened, but the Bears are out of timeouts. There's minute 40-something to go, minute 50 to go, and the Bears are out of timeouts, and the kick goes 5 yards deep, and Kevin O'Connell signaling to his kick. I mean, I hope he told him beforehand, but it looked like this was a check with me situation, like because he told him, bring it out. And the reason you want to bring it out is because you can kill 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think they killed 7 or 8 seconds, whatever it was.
It mattered.
And in the end, it really mattered because when the Bears did get the ball back, they had almost no time. But, yeah, I felt myself like rooting for the Vikings and rooting for JJ. And JJ was doing great. Then thinking about the Lions. I don't want him to be that good.
Right, 100%.
I want him to win the game.
Yeah,
I like JJ. JJ's a great kid, but.
My takeaway out of watching that game last night was this division is going to be really tough. Mm-hmm. I don't know how many wins the Bears are going to have, but they're going to be a tough out, right? And I think this whole thing is going to be like 4 teams having somewhere between 9 and 11 wins, I think, for all 4 teams.
Didn't we have a guy call last week and predict that the Lions were going to win the division at 9-8?
Maybe. It's, I mean, just watching it, it's competitive as hell. Like the Vikings have this great offense, but hey, don't discount the players they have on defense too that were making plays all throughout the second half. The Bears have a bunch of players, but they're not together as a team just yet. See if that can happen for them, but they're obviously talented. We saw what Green Bay did to the Lions.
Yeah.
This is a tough-ass division with pretty good quarterback play. J.J. McCarthy was impressive and really kind of the last drive of the first half. I was watching the Manning cast of the game, and they were talking about, I don't know why they're even going to try to take plays. They just take a knee and go to halftime. Right? I don't know what are they doing. You know, they're not going to score. Literally, we're saying that. And then he throws a deep pass on the sideline, picks up like 40 yards, and they're like, well, maybe something else is here, right? And they get the field goal. So it's I think both teams looked pretty good on TV last night at times. But we'll see. This is a tough division.
Bears got to clean it up. 12 penalties, 127 yards. Not good. All right, let's talk to the quarterback. Jared, it is great to have you back for another year. Thanks for being with us here on 97.1 The Ticket. And now that you've had a chance to digest that opener, watch the film, what is your overall takeaway?
Yeah, similar to what I said after, just not even close to good enough, certainly for us offensively, and got a ton of things to work on and improve on. And the good news is it's week 1. We got time to fix it, but it's got to happen in a hurry. And there will certainly be some urgency from all of us to get those things fixed, and it starts with me.
Yeah, you said, I think right after the game, you said you were looking forward to leading the team this week after the loss. What did you feel that you need? What do you feel that needs to be addressed first and foremost? And did that kind of start even on the flight home, or do you like, let's give it a rest? We'll tackle it on Monday.
Yeah, what needs to be addressed? I think, it's hard to put your finger on one thing. I just think there needs to be a little bit of urgency of intensity and improvement. And Dan said it. We just have to find a way to get better this week and improve this week, and things will be just all right.
One of the core strengths of this team the last few years is the ability to respond. You guys haven't lost back-to-back games in forever. There always seems to be a great resilience, but every team's different. Are you interested, confident in this particular version of the Lions and the ability to respond?
Am I interested or confident?
Are you confident in this team's ability?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, of course. I very. I mean, it's a lot of the same guys, and we've got a resilient group, dude. I mean, we've been through a lot as a group, and one loss on the road is not going to send us into the gutter by any means. And I think the important thing is to, a loss is a loss. That those happen, but the important thing is to focus on what needs to be fixed, what needs to be improved, what needs to be communicated better, and fix those things, and then the wins will come.
From your perspective, what did the Packers do to make it tough to get the ball downfield?
They always do a good job of playing kind of deep to short, I would say, in the secondary. They do a good job with their depth at safety. I think they've got two really good safeties. Obviously, McKinney gets a lot of the credit. But the other guy, 33, does a great job too, and being smart, pattern matching, doing all the things that they're supposed to do from a deep to short perspective, and then they pass rush well. When they pass rush well, it takes some time for receivers to run downfield. So when they're able to pass rush, it takes some of that away.
Visually watching the game, it kind of looked like you had less room to work with in the pocket, almost like you needed to take a couple of steps backward. Is that accurate? Was it more smushed coming at you, or was I having a fever dream?
I think every game is different. I think there's times in my career where it's been like that. There's times in my career where it hasn't been like that. I mean, this game in particular, yeah, there were some messy pockets, but there were also some great pockets, and so I think it's hard to say the whole game was one or the other.
So during the game, you had a 4th and 2 conversion to Jamison Williams. Tony Romo said on the broadcast that he thought Williams was your 5th read. I know you read your progressions and get down. I didn't know if he was the 5th read, but take us through that play and where JMO fell in the progressions for you.
I came all the way back to him. I don't believe he was the 5th read. I think he would have been more towards the front of those reads, but I progressed through and got to him nicely there and converted, and I think we did a good job converting in some of those situations. Our 3rd down percentage was low, but our 4th down percentage was high. So whenever we're able to convert on any of those, we feel pretty good.
So the new offensive coordinator, John Morton, there's reaction and then there's overreaction. And yesterday we dealt with callers that say, that's the coordinator change. That was what the problem was. But is this just a work in progress when you break in a new coordinator? Is this typical, or is everything going to be fine and everybody just needs to relax?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's impossible to try to compare apples to apples with previous coaches or anything like that. Like it's a completely new thing that we're doing with him. Not a new system, but a new communication, and it's a new human. So there's different things going on, and I think back to in 2022 when Ben was in his first year, and we went. I believe we were 1-6. That year to start the year, not by any means saying that's where we're headed, but I think there were growing pains there too offensively, and then we got into a good rhythm, halfway through the year. Certainly we want to get in that rhythm this week, though. We don't want to wait till week 6 or 7 to find that out, but I think that's natural when there's a new coordinator, when there's a new guy calling plays. He's getting used to us still. We're getting used to him still, and some of that progression is still happening, but it's all moving in the right direction, and it's all stuff I'm optimistic about, and by no means am I worried about any of it.
Okay. Does it matter at all that he's in the booth or on the field? We got that call yesterday. And does it matter to you at all?
No.
Okay.
I think that's foolish.
Two incredible catches in the game. One turned in by St. Brown on the sideline. It was amazing. And then I can't believe it was outdone, but it was by Isaac Tesla on that touchdown play at the end of the game. Can you kind of take me through what it was like for you on the field to experience that, and what was it like for you in real time?
Yeah, I wish it was a more competitive game at that point, so I could have been a little bit more excited about it. But yeah, after watching it on tape, one of the most incredible catches I've ever been on the other end of, certainly. And for that to be his first career catch and for it to happen like that is pretty cool for him, for a memory. Ultimately, it was in a moment of the game where there wasn't much celebrating going on, but yeah, happy for him to get that kind of monkey off his back, get that first catch as well as the first touchdown, and hopefully get him more involved as we go.
Did you think it was a touchdown when you first threw it?
No. I knew he caught it. I just didn't think he got his feet down. And then I saw the replay on the screen. I was like, holy smokes, he did it.
Wow. Okay, so obviously moving forward, you mentioned all the things that need to get addressed. I don't know if you watched the Monday night game, saw the Bears, saw Ben Johnson. What do you make of this matchup, given what you've seen of yourself and of them?
Yeah, I watched last night, and I think anytime you're able to get like a live scouting is good. Monday night, it's the only thing on, and got to see some of that, and then obviously watching some more this morning. And yeah, they're a good team, man. They've always been a good team, though, and I think they've been at the bottom end of our division the last couple of years, but I don't think that's a product of them being a bad team. I think our division's been pretty dang good. So they're a good team. They're a good defense, certainly. We got our hands full, and Dennis Allen's a great coach.
How do you watch the Monday night game? Is this when you watch with teammates, or is it just you with the wife and the kid and a very needy dog? How does it work?
Just me and Kristen. It was 8:15 start, so baby girl was asleep.
Very, very, very smart. Did you see anything different from the defense this time around than what you've seen in the past from the Bears?
Well, certainly they've got a different coach, whole different staff, and some different personnel. So yeah, certainly some differences, and we'll take it as we go this week. But like I said, I obviously have a lot of respect for Ben and the way he coached us, and I know he'll have those guys ready. And then I have a lot of respect for Dennis Allen and the way he's coached the Saints over the years. He'll have the defense ready.
One of the great privileges we have is you can answer some questions that get asked us. We got questions yesterday about play calling. I think losing fans like to complain about play calling. How would you respond to those questions about the play calling?
What are the questions?
Oh, the ball didn't get downfield, predictable. These are the things that get thrown at us.
Yeah, I mean, how would I respond? I mean, how much time you got? I think the downfield thing. Like, we called the plays downfield, they covered them, and so I just checked it down to our backs. And I don't think that's any different than we had played certain games in the past. Certainly we call those shots. If they're not open, I check it down. If they are open, I'd like to think I'd take those chances. And so we got to find a way to get those open more often. Certainly, I guess I think that's maybe partially answers it, but. We'll find those ways and figure it out. We've got a pretty fast guy in Jameson Williams who can get down there and like to throw it to him downfield, as well as a handful of other guys. So as we go, those shots will come, and we'll continue to find them.
Lastly, Jerry, did you have any flashbacks when you're watching the play where Branch has the interception, Hutchinson gets called for blocking Jordan Love, and all we could think about is, hey, how about the playoff game where Jared got smoked? And there was no flag on that, but they're going to flag Hutchinson for hitting Jordan Love.
Yeah, I think they probably missed that call. I try not to have flashbacks to that game as much as possible. So thanks for doing that here. But no, that was a hell of a play by Branch. I don't believe that's a penalty on Aiden. I think that as soon as the quarterback starts chasing the play, he's live. Didn't matter. We had a defensive holding, so none of it mattered, I guess. But yeah.
Jared, appreciate your time. Thanks for the insight. It is always helpful, and we will talk again next week. Good luck.
Good. I'm glad I can be helpful for you guys.
Well,
and, appreciate you having me on.
Jared, seriously, because we get bombarded with questions after losses
that
we don't know how to answer, but it's great to have you to come on to answer them.
I should just come on like right after the game, huh?
No, you shouldn't. No, do not come on right after. Do not.
Everybody needs a cooling down period. Tuesdays are good.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad I can come on every Tuesday and talk to y'all. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it.
All right, guys.
There he is, Jared Goff, Detroit Lions quarterback. He's something, isn't he? Oh, yeah. Do you feel better? Like, he sounds like he's perfectly confident.
I guess a little bit, but I didn't feel that. Look, in the wake of the game, I hated the game. It was a game where they were completely non-competitive, it felt like, offensively. Because those are the visceral reactions you get.
then you go back and kind of look at your notes and you look at the play-by-play sheet and everything else, and I'm like, it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as maybe I initially thought it was. Like, they did drive the ball a few times.
Yeah.
They didn't end up with touchdowns.
The defense was better in the second half.
Yeah, the defense is really good in the second half. Look, they didn't get after Jordan Love, and that's a problem. They got to work on it, and it's a big area of focus because everybody's looking at it. Hey, what about the guy opposite of Hutch? Well, what about Hutch? You know, and I got it. But offensively, I think that they've, they started to move the ball. They did move the ball a little bit. So I'm not in this deep, dark place that I thought it might be.
It's why, though, it's cool to have people ask us questions on Monday, and then we can file them away. Like, it doesn't matter if John Morton's in the box or on the field. Stuff like that, and be able to ask Jared himself. And so we do appreciate him coming on, and we do appreciate all the questions we get from the listeners. All right, your thoughts on what Jared Goff had to say. Does that make people feel better? I mean, he sounded pretty confident. 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Well, my EV, lease a new 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 30th. All right, so we asked Jared Goff about John Morton, and he said, yeah, there's a feeling out period. We asked Jared Goff about him being in the booth and not on the field. There was a concern there. He didn't think that mattered.
He laughed at it.
Yeah.
I think that is, and what did he say? It's stupid?
It's foolish. I think that's foolish.
Yeah.
We asked him about the play calling, and he said, look, plays get called. It's not always what you see. So anyway, look, it is what it is. It's a tough game. It was a terrible opener for the Lions, and there's a feeling of we got this.
I think we said it maybe yesterday. If not, I certainly felt this about the way the game was going. I don't think it was a play calling issue. I don't. This was, to me, the loss was not a referendum on the offensive coordinator. To me, the loss was it was painfully evident that the offensive line wasn't getting the job done. And I do want to give some credit to Green Bay because they're the ones that are applying the pressure. But that, to me, was the biggest takeaway, is that Green Bay won the line of scrimmage, hands down, both offensively and defensively. They won the line of scrimmage, and that's why they won the game. That's why they doubled up the Lions in points. They couldn't get started. And if the Lions can't get started, which is running the football, then they're in big trouble.
248-539-9797. Your reaction to what Jared had to say. Daniel's in Berkeley, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, guys. So, overall, I got to say, I have full confidence in Jared Goff. But there's still two things that I want to bring up. And it goes back to the preseason hype that we had surrounding the Lions. And the first thing is this Aiden Hutchinson rule that we talked about so much in preseason.
Yep.
And I'm wondering if we just didn't frame this correctly. Is it that Aiden Hutchinson was so dominant in preseason because he's good, or was he so dominant at practice because our O-line sucked? And I don't really know how to interpret that.
Good question. We'll start with this. Aiden Hutchinson is lining up opposite Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell, and I find it hard to believe that they suck.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just, that was one thing that was kind of running through my mind as I was watching the game. And then the second topic that I wanted to bring up is there was so much hype around the live practices that were up against the Dolphins.
Yep.
And we felt very confident after those live practices.
Yep.
And then the Dolphins went out and got smoked by the Colts.
Yep.
And so it's that same. Are we framing this correctly in the preseason as was the Lions offense so good during those live practices, or are the Dolphins just bad?
I'm feeling that one maybe a little bit more, that it's quite possible that the Lions went out and absolutely jackhammered in practice, in those joint practices, a terrible football team. I think that's possible because they did. Let me tell you something. Those days, it was lopsided. Is it possible that was more of a reflection of where the Dolphins are than where the Lions are? It's possible.
I think when it comes to the Dolphins part of it, absolutely 100%. I think that's true. The Dolphins are terrible, and the Lions ate them up as much as the Colts did, if not more. As far as the other stuff is concerned, I think when we're going to look back at the end of the season, we're going to say Green Bay is a hell of a football team. I think the Lions are a hell of a football team. But the Lions are going through some growing pains with the offensive line, and they have to get that figured out. I think they'll get that figured out. The question is how long it's going to take. It took J.J. McCarthy almost a half of football before he started to figure things out, and things slowed down for him, and he started making better decisions last night in his first start. I suspect it will take the Lions a few games to really feel like a cohesive unit, particularly in the middle with those three new guys in the interior. But I don't think this is a bad football team. I don't think that it's, Jared Goff was under duress against the Packers, but, he did complete 31 passes in the game. It's not like it was complete failure. 31 out of 39, albeit a lot of short dump-off passes. That's because of what the defense was presenting him. They still move the ball.
Let's go to Sron. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sron.
There's Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, I just wanted to, comment about the preseason. And I might be wrong, but a lot of teams didn't play their starters during the preseason. And a couple of games that I watched was evidence of them losing the game because they had no practice. And also our general manager, and our head coach saying we're good, we don't need anybody. So we did nothing to boost our players for the regular season. The offensive line was horrible. The defensive line was horrible. They did whatever they wanted to do most of the game, and I haven't felt that embarrassed of a Lions loss in a long time. It's sad. I don't think positive about the team this year.
Well, how'd you feel about them after that Ravens smacking they took 2 years ago, 38-6?
Well, I kind of anticipated that. Yeah, I get where you're going with that, but
because that team played for the NFC Championship game. It could be just a snapshot in time on this day. The Packers, who are expected to be pretty good, jackhammered our Lions, and now it's up to the Lions to show that they can rebound and be who we thought they were, and see what happens from here. It is one game, but it wasn't pretty.
No, I mean, one of the things that goes to my brain was I'm thinking back of the game is all I can see is the offensive linemen laying on the ground, getting stepped on and pushed around, and the Green Bay Packers doing whatever they wanted to do to our offensive line. It was embarrassing.
It's got to get addressed, and if it does, I will say this, and this goes to the Lions, and it goes to Michigan as well. I wouldn't wait forever to look at shuffling around the offensive line. I would not wait too long. I think you need to look at if it's not going to work the way it's currently configured, you've got other options. And I think both have plenty of people that are worthy of a look. The Lions, interestingly, I don't know if this means anything. I looked it up today and I was a little surprised. They have 2 centers on the practice squad. and I'm like, Usually a practice squad, it feels to me like you're just trying to fill holes for players to make sure you got enough to literally practice, but I found that to be kind of surprising. So if the problem is the center, there's people on the practice squad, but there's also, and you can shuffle people around if you want to move Ratledge over. If the problem is diagnosed as the center, you move Ratledge over and you put maybe Giovanni Manu at one of the guard spots. Does Owasika get a crack at it? I just wouldn't wait too long. And I mean, for Michigan, does Blake Frazier get worked in there?
Well, for the Lions, I think they definitely have issues on the offensive line that they have to be worked out. I think they have the personnel. The 3 guys they have starting are the 3 guys they're going to use. I don't think there's going to be any changes with that unless there's an injury that comes up. I think they made it pretty clear that they want Tate Ratledge to start at right guard and that they want Graham Glasgow at center, and they'll move on with that. Now, if this play continues, if they continue to be out of sync, and if it's out of sync because they're making the wrong calls, then you got to get somebody in who's going to make the right calls. If they're out of sync because somebody's just getting beat time and time again, that's a whole other issue.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Lions say they're moved on from Sunday's season-opening loss in Green Bay. That's the word from head coach Dan Campbell and players. Campbell made his weekly appearance on 97.1 The Ticket this morning with Costa and Jansen. He was asked by him, what are the top things the Lions need to improve after the loss? Campbell says the Lions took 24 hours to move on from the loss to the Packers, then immediately began this week's work. And next up is the home opener on Sunday at Ford Field. It's against the Bears and a familiar name, former offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, now Chicago head coach. Former Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy had 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns in a 27-24 comeback win for the Vikings, spoiling former OC Ben Johnson's debut as Bears head coach last night. Johnson's Chicago team will visit the Lions next on Sunday as 4.5-point underdogs in the home opener, and the Tigers, who've lost back-to-back series to the Mets and White Sox, open up a 3-game series against the Yankees in the Bronx tonight. Casey Mize starts for the Tigers, Will Warren for the Yankees. New York's hot, winners of 11-14, now just 2 games behind the Blue Jays in the East. That first pitch at 7:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Are you going to say the same thing I am?
I don't know.
All right.
I just feel like we have some explaining to do.
Oh, it was glad to hear Sloan.
Sloan?
Thron.
All right, I want to cut Kenny some slack here.
No, I do too, 100%.
So Kenny answers the phones. He screens the calls. And he punches in on a screen in front of us who's calling and where they're calling from. And I saw it, and I'm like, I've never heard anybody named Saron.
Right.
S-R-O-N.
Like Sauron from Lord of the...
But I'm like, all right, we'll go. That's what it says. We punch it up. Let's go to Saron. And the first thing he says is, this is Saron.
Saron.
Like, this is Ron. Okay, so you're Ron. But I immediately understood why Kenny wrote down Sron.
Yeah.
Because he kind of
slurred.
It's kind of slurred. The this is the S and is and the R and Ron. This is Ron. And I'm like, I see why that happened.
So I actually screened that one. So I'll take it for Kenny there. Okay. So we started joking though, like, is that Safil? Is that Sajan? Like, just adding an S to everyone's name now.
Sadug.
But
Sadug
yeah.
and Scott.
Skang.
I mean, just call him Saran, man.
Studio.
It's a cool name. It's different.
Yeah, it is
different.
Let's go with it.
Okay, let me just back up then. Kang, I see why you wrote down Srod.
I actually wrote Ron. I don't know where the S came from. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one who's Sakang. Start calling me that.
Skang.
Ron. Yeah.
Skenny.
Some,
all right, anyway.
Some not going to work anymore. So.
Yeah. Sorry.
Anyway, that is. In the meantime, do you have a term? I thought Strawn let some sweetness fly in that call.
Oh, I didn't hear it. You thought he got one flatulent?
I thought he might have, but
your son Rip is on line toot. You thought something like that happened?
Something like that, but whoa. Let's get to the feedback, fellas. After watching that game last night, the Monday night game. Okay, after watching that game last night, there's a real good chance the Lions go 2-4 or 1-5 in the division. I had them at 8-9 on the season, but it might be more like 7-10 or 6-11. All right, so you're going to set the total for division wins. And you think it's 2-4 or 1-5. So I feel like that's 1.5. I'll take the over. If you believe that, call us back. I got $50 here that says they'll win more than 1.5 in division games. If you really believe it. Coaching is way overrated. The Lions were very good because they had an elite offensive lineman. They have elite offensive line. They don't have that anymore. Okay, out of all the things that happened, and that's why I said at the end of the first the first hour there, I wouldn't wait too long to mess around with it. I wouldn't wait too long to seek in-house help or out-of-house help if necessary. I wouldn't wait too long. Because out of all the things, I think when it's all said and done, I think the pass rush is going to be fine. I think it's going to be able to get back to the form they had last year. As the season goes on, that means everybody's getting up to speed, including a rookie, including getting a Lee McNeil back. I hope you don't suffer any more injuries. They're due some good luck there. But I'm a little worried about the offensive line. The good news about the offensive line is you have two very young players who the learning curve should be steep, and you have an elite position coach. But, we asked that question to Jared Goff for a reason about the ability to respond, because they tell us all the time that every team's different. But the coordinators are different. The D-line coach is different. So, it's an early test of these new people. And do they have what the previous group had, which was they had the grit and the fortitude and all that stuff to bounce back, to address problems.
Yeah, one caller was complaining about Brad Holmes and didn't do enough to address, adding players in the offseason.
I thought it was Saran, but
it may have been Saran. I don't know if it's Saran or not. But looking back at what they did in the offseason, they had one obvious hole to fill, and that was at defensive back because Carlton Davis left. They filled it with DJ Reed. Beyond that, they didn't really do a ton other than draft some players that were going to step in, like Tyleek Williams is stepping in because Lee McNeil is out. But they drafted him in the first round. They draft Tate Ratledge in the second round, expecting him to compete for a starting job, and there he is starting at right guard. I'm not sure where the other holes are that on this roster going into the season or going into the offseason, I guess, that people wanted to be addressed outside of edge rusher. That's the big one, right? And when the Lions came back and they announced that they signed Marcus Davenport, that was met with a lot of criticism, and whether it's rightfully so, we'll find out. One game doesn't look good with the returns on anybody at this point. But I'm not sure that what people wanted them to do. Like if the offensive line is struggling, now you're going to say that did you want them to go out and get a top-notch guard on the free agent market or a top-notch center? I mean, they found out that the Ragnow was going to retire right before the draft?
No, it was after the draft.
Well, they announced it after the draft. Do you think they found out before the draft?
I think they found out about it. I don't know.
So, I mean, I think the Ratledge draft pick may indicate that they knew something. So
I think they knew it was a possibility.
Yeah.
At the very minimum, I think they knew it was a possibility.
But to your point about addressing things if this goes on where they're continuing to have problems and not wanting to wait too long, I think if you're not going to wait too long to make some change, it's going to have to happen from outside the organization, because they went through an entire training camp and they found that these are the best guys that they have. So if you're going to make a change sometime before the trade deadline, and depending what the record is going into that, you might be looking outside the organization as your first priority.
James,
if you have to.
James is in Southfield. Hello, James.
Yeah, the guy just stole my thunder. Good morning, guys. Listen, that line with the way that they were conducted, I went over and looked at the tape again. Those guys are not ready for, especially in the beginning part of their schedule. I think they need to go ahead and see if they can try to pull off something to get a couple of seasoned guys in there, because everything rotates around the line. The offense makes the defense better, and so we got to get that line sealed up, and then we can begin to make some noise. I don't think if we stay with the rookies, we're going to get at least another 2 or 3 losses.
Well, I guess a lot of it has to do with how quickly these guys can get better. It's not a huge surprise that this new configuration struggled right out of the gate against that team. It'll be awfully disappointing if they don't take some real strides forward in the next couple of games, because I think what you said is there's a lot of accuracy in what you said. I also would add right now. It feels like there's a lot that isn't ready to go right now, and they aren't there yet.
Yeah, and with the Ravens, when you see that front tier that they have with that big running back, come on, it's going to be a struggle with that front defensive line of the Ravens, and plus our defense is going to be having some issues with that. We need to keep them off the field as much as possible.
That's way down the road. But thank you, James. 248-539-9797.
And speaking of down the road, you mentioned looking at if they have to address it. I just went ahead and looked at the potential free agents in 2026 at offensive guard, and there are two guards, both at Cleveland, that are two of the top 10 highest paid potential free agents in the league right now that will be at free agents at the end of the season. And both of those guys, I mean, if Cleveland gets off to a bad start, do you go to Cleveland and say, hey,
call them,
want one of those guys?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes, if necessary, sure.
And it's quite possible that Cleveland gets off to a bad start.
If you take a look at Brad Holmes, does use a lot of different ways to help improve the roster. He might not have done as much as people wanted at certain positions.
Right.
But yeah, I think he would absolutely take advantage of a resource that is a struggling team to try and get a expiring contract player. Hey, football season's here in the University of Michigan Credit Union. Debit card makes games even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Doug Karsh. Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Kang, I think I was going for insight. I think that's what I used the word interested instead of insight. I asked a question of Goff, and I'm like, yeah, why did I say interested there? I think I was looking to say provide insight into their ability to respond. And I said, are you interested in responding? I'm like, what? Of course they're interested in responding. And he's like, what do you mean? Which is cool because Jared's paying attention, but we'll play what his answer was.
Jared hangs up the phone every time he does the show with us, and it hangs up the phone and goes, what the hell are these guys talking about?
Probably.
Like, where is this?
Who are these dudes?
What?
I did get a dude.
You did get a dude.
Yeah,
I like that.
dude.
Yeah. Well, we're young. We're young and hip.
I do want to play the answer to that question coming up here in a minute because every team is different. But there are new parts, new coordinators, new D-line coach. Will this group be able to respond the way previous Detroit Lion teams have responded when they have been called out, when they've run into some adversity? Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Matt in Westland here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey guys, how you doing? Great show.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
So here's my biggest issue, and I actually tried to call in yesterday to talk about this. My biggest issue actually isn't with the game Sunday. My biggest issue is that we're going into a season within the window where we need to win now, and our biggest question mark is literally the thing that makes our offense run. That's actually the biggest problem I have.
Why is the window, just out of curiosity,
yes.
Why is the window right now?
Well, I think, and it's been discussed kind of at length, I think money's going to be an issue coming up. We've still got quite a few players to sign, and I think they're all players we really do want to keep here. But we haven't shored up the one thing that we need to make our offense run. And I'm not saying the sky's falling.
Okay, I was interested because I think I have confidence personally that they have a pretty young core and that all of their movements or maybe lack of movements that people want to see is because they're trying to keep this core together. And I think because of that, the window's going to be open for a while.
Yeah, the window is now, but it's been now. I mean, it was now last year and the year before. I mean, when this team got to the NFC Championship game, the window opened up. And I don't think it's closing anytime soon. Do you think it's closing?
Okay, I agree with the window was open last year and the year before, but we also went into those years with elite offensive lines.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess
sure.
I don't disagree that the offensive line is a concern right now.
You get a future Hall of Famer retires on you. That's going to be something that has to be addressed.
I do not think that this window is. I don't think the window's about to close.
Yeah,
I think they're totally angling to keep the window open for a long time. Maybe and clearly in some people's minds to a fault.
Well, and Matt, maybe I'm not arguing with you at all. Actually, I think that this is something that I think Brad Holmes has made it a point that he wants to address when he's building a team. He wants to build it from the trenches. And when I made the comment about Frank Ragnow, that okay, that has now there's a real sense of urgency that okay, that guy just retired. We really have to step it up. We're going to have to maybe rethink what we're doing here. And going to the offseason, I imagine the offensive line is something they're going to be thinking about, whether it's, again, using a high draft pick on a player there or to sign somebody in free agency. That it may not be the shiny thing, which is the edge rusher, but it may be the meat and potatoes, which is the offensive line.
I really hope so. I feel like when you look at other teams around the league right now that we were competing with last year and the year before, those teams, I'm not going to say entered the season with no question marks, but those teams made additions to move forward towards the goal.
Well, I think the Lions think, and I think every year there's a pool of about 6-7 teams that can win it all. And I think they are firmly in that pool. They went into this season firmly in that pool. I'm a little less confident after that game. That's okay, but I still would put them in that pool of players. I think one game would be an overreaction. It was an ugly, ugly game. and it fed into everybody's fears. But I think you're talking about a young interior offensive line that has a chance to get better without question, and a great position coach. I think the defensive line has shown that they can create a pass rush without an elite guy opposite Aiden Hutchinson, and yet, they had less to create a pass rush with last year from the edge spot, and then Aiden got hurt, and now they have more across from Aiden, and he's healthy, but they didn't do much in that first game. Got it. Wasn't a good game. But, the whole idea that everybody else did something, the Lions did actually go up and get a top 10 free agent in DJ Reed. And so it wasn't, and it was a position that needed to get addressed. And they drafted 2 positions that needed to get addressed. It's fair that those positions take some time. I remember people trashing Aiden Hutchinson at the beginning of his career because he didn't have any sacks in the first couple of games. I'm like, dude, rookies might take a minute here, and that's okay. You just got to make sure you don't absorb too many losses while they're getting there. 248-539-9797. All right, here was Jared's answer when I asked him the question about, hey, all teams are different. Does this team also have the resiliency to bounce back when they hit adversity the way previous Lions teams in this era have? That was Jared's answer. And I'm glad he has confidence. I don't know what he's going to say. Yeah, I don't know about those guys, but we wanted to ask him the question anyway. Because I think it's okay to be paying attention to Morton and Shepard and everything that's new about whether or not they can do what previous groups have done. Because they've been really good. They've been a legitimate Super Bowl contender. They haven't brought it home, but they've been a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Will they bounce back? Will this group also bounce back?
Look, that game, they got smacked in the mouth right away, and then they continued to get bum rushed throughout the game. And when the game was over with and they got doubled up in the score, that's a team that's limping back to the locker room, getting on the plane, and they're like, wow, what just happened? Well, now they can address it. They can look internally, figure things out, and be honest with each other about what the problems are and go ahead and fix them. And I like hearing that the quarterback who's the leader of this offense, which struggled, does not seem panicked. I liked hearing Dan Campbell this morning. He is not panicked. He wasn't panicked after the game. Neither was Jared Goff. They know that this team has to play better. They know they can play better, and it sounds like they have a pretty good grip on what has to improve, what those areas are. And it doesn't seem like it's a personnel issue. It seems like it's an execution issue, and
well, they're emphasizing that. I'm not as convinced that that's not the case at a couple positions, but they think they can fix it with the dudes they have, and we'll see if that's the case. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Caution Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, if your garage door is making some really strange noises, or maybe it's just not working as quickly as you like, you press the button, it takes forever for the garage door to go up or down. Here's what you do. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Have them come out, diagnose the problem, and then, hey, they'll fix the problem right there on the spot. The expert technicians they have in the field have trucks that are all just full of the tools that are needed for the trade. In fact, they're going to get that stuff done for you to your satisfaction, because I know this personally. That's what happened to my house. I called them years ago, like 7-8 years ago, say, hey, my garage doors aren't working well. They came out, they fixed it, and then they told me, down the line, several years down the line, you're going to have to get new garage doors. I'm like, you're right. And when the time came, I called Precision. You should too. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online. You can schedule the appointment at your convenience. That's awesome. At PrecisionDoorMI.com. That's PrecisionDoorMI.com.
Jared Goff joining us earlier here on 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, here's some reaction. Peter and Shelby says, Goff's demeanor changed when talking about play calling questions. Clearly, they've heard the noise and aren't happy about it. I want some clarification, Peter. Do you mean they've heard the noise and they aren't happy about the play calling, or they aren't happy about the noise? What do you mean by that? You think clearly that Jared Goff? I want clarification here because there's a big difference. Is he not happy about the complaining about the play calling, or is he not happy about the play calling?
Or the question.
Sometimes you got to ask the questions, but listening to Goff makes me feel much better. I can't say exactly why, but it does. He's the same guy as always, and it gives me some confidence going forward. It's from an unnamed texter. Tim on the road says, Goff sounded annoyed and pissed. All he wants to do right now is light up the Bears and pull a Kirk Cousins on you guys next Tuesday. You like that? You like that? I love it. That's my quarterback. That's from Tim. Alex says, after that interview and going by recent history, I think we're going to see a totally different team on Sunday. This team is too talented, too motivated, and too competitive to have a repeat of this past weekend. Alex and Fenton. Here's one thing to keep in mind. We are all striving for the same thing, right? A Super Bowl. Imperfect teams win the Super Bowl. Keep that in mind. Every fan base has a concern. Last year, Philly got ripped for sitting out the trade deadline. Every team has a concern here or there. We kind of know what ours are. Which ones do we think don't need massive changes that will get better over time? I'm going to stick with the pass rush and the secondary. I worry most about the interior of the offensive line. That's me, but we'll see what happens moving forward.
Well, I mean, the Eagles are operating right now. They have a sense of urgency, so I'm sure Lions fans see that, and they'll react to that when they go out and sign Zadarius Smith after the first week of the season, and then they go out and trade for Bigsby last night. Whatever, that's how they're going to operate, and they've done something different with how they deal with the salary cap than other teams. It's going to be with voidable years or whatever it is, and it might be a model of things to come, but we'll see. I do think there's going to be a sense of urgency for the Lions if it shows to be a pattern. If this continues for the next several weeks, and this team goes 1-4 through the first 5 games, yeah, there could be an issue. There could be a real issue. I'm not going to overreact to what I saw on Sunday. It wasn't good. But I'm also going to try to put it in perspective and understand that Green Bay is a really good football team. And this is the first game that we got to see this new offensive line for the Detroit Lions. It's going to take a little time. And
First
I'm going to give them a little bit of
it too.
Yeah, I'm going to give them a little bit of grace and see where they go. But was not a good look for sure. Now, watching the game last night with the Bears and the Vikings, did the Bears defense, does that look as formidable as the Packers defense did? I didn't think so.
Don't think so.
So, and this game will be at home. I think this is going to be a very spirited affair between both teams. There's plenty of motivating factors in both teams to get the job done. But for the Lions, I mean, I can't imagine anybody's more motivated than the Lions are, because they got embarrassed in Green Bay and now they're coming home. They know what's at stake.
248-539-9797. Dimitri in Southfield. What's up, Dimitri?
Hey, guys. I just want to say, people that are worried about the losing Ben Johnson, AG, I remember when Philly lost their coordinators after they went to the Super Bowl. They lost Steichen and Gannon. And, Colts were looking like world beaters with Richardson after the first couple weeks. But the end result was the Eagles ended up going to the Super Bowl. And we're the Colts now. So people just need to relax, I think.
Well, I mean, look, if you were talking about the Eagles as a template, the Eagles were 2-2 last year after 4 games. The seasons are long.
And they also lost health because I had the same kind of center problems as well.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, whether or not they address it in-house or out-of-house, I don't know. I'd like to see the interior of the offensive line addressed. I'd like to see. And then, let me see. Well, I don't want to address is wrong. I want to see it get better. And if that means they have to address it, I wouldn't wait too long. Whether it be a trade or a shuffle, you can shuffle.
Well, what you don't want to see are more obvious missed assignments. When we as fans can see there's a missed assignment, it's obvious, right? The team knows for sure how many missed assignments there are, and it could be something as simple as, hey, I handed this guy off to you and you didn't pick him up, and you almost got the quarterback hit, but they end up getting past it. There's a lot more plays, I think, that get missed that we'll ever know. But it's the obvious ones. I don't want to see those anymore. Nobody wants to see those anymore, and the players don't want to see it either. That's what has to be addressed first and foremost. I don't think it's necessarily a talent issue. We're going to be auditioning who's going to play at center and who's going to be playing at guard. I think they have that right now. They know this right now. But those guys have got to get it together. And it's not just them. I mean, there's some of that's on Sewell, some of that's on Decker as well, and some of it's going to be on the running backs. You know, if they're going to stay in or block, and the same with the tight end, everybody has to know who's accounted for on that defensive line.
From an unnamed texter, the great Hank Fraley was also the coach last week, LOL. So why do you think literally every single coach in football says the same thing about week 1 to week 2? Why do you think they all say the greatest improvement you make is between week 1 and week 2? And every team does make improvement between week 1 and week 2 in some way. It's because they have actual game film and know what they need to address. They can tell what went wrong. They can identify weaknesses that aren't always shown in practice. And you know what? What gives somebody a great reputation as a position coach is the ability to make changes. And if this person who sent this text thinks that it is unusual to have one rookie, one guy with limited experience, and another guy that is aging, he thinks it's unusual for them to not look great the first time out, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't expect them to look great the first time out. I did not expect them to look like that. And now it needs to get addressed. Who do you want to put on the job? I think Hank Fraley has earned a reputation for a reason. Mark in Ann Arbor says, I doubt they can get back with the talent they have. Can your worst graded lineman replace an all-pro center and 2 inexperienced rookies flanking him and an aging left tackle to boot? I have sincere doubts. We have no choice but to watch them try. Well, one guy's not a rookie, but he is limited in his career. He's effectively a rookie. The other one is aging, yes, but he was still pretty good. Not just collectively last year, I thought he was pretty good. But, I mean, this is taking like the worst version of this group and saying this is who they are now. It's the only thing we have to go on. I get it. It's tempting to do. I'm not there. Drew in Rochester, all issues should have been addressed, resolved in the preseason. They've done themselves a disservice trying to bring everyone up to speed now. That's on coaching. Did you hear that question for Dan Campbell, Drew? I don't know if you heard the morning show ask Dan Campbell that question, and he sounded like he was like open to it. Like, it's something we can think about, playing guys in the preseason more. We'll play it for you in the noon hour. We'll bring the best of what Dan Campbell told our morning show in the noon hour. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also, streaming to our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan has posted the Champ and Chump of the Weekend as selected by the people. Get your champ. Go check it out at 971theticket.com. You can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com at any given time. You don't know what they're talking about on the live streams there. The most recent post is womp, 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 goal.
Oh.
I don't know what that means, but there are always ongoing conversations on YouTube and on Twitch. 248-539-9797. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets. So what do you want to do with that? Go find yourself a heavy favorite. and bet on the heavy favorite. This doesn't say it's exclusive to NFL games. So if you go to a college game, you can find even crazier spreads, higher spreads, where you just bet that favorite on the money line. If you don't know what that means and you're not into sports gambling, that means you just bet them to win the game. You won't get a big return on your $5 bet, but you will get yourself the $300 in bonus bets. So I'm just going to scroll here and see. Oregon's a 27.5-point favorite against Northwestern. So if you bet Oregon on the money line, you got a good chance to get that. Michigan's 27.5-point favorite against CMU. Get a good chance to get those $300 in bonus bets. Anybody more than that? SMU, a 27.5-point favorite over Missouri State. So then you got your $300 in bonus bets you can do with whatever you want. FanDuel.com/Doug. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Thanks to Jared Goff, who joined us earlier. Interesting Monday night game. Very entertaining. Two NFC North teams. Ben Johnson, the Bears, came out firing. They go right down the field and score in social media. Hot takes, they were flying. And Caleb Williams started 10 for 10, went 11 for his next 25. The next 9 possessions produced 3 points. In the meantime, there were hot takes about J.J. McCarthy as well, as he started slow. And after about 2.5 quarters, boy, was he impressive. And everything that was good in that game, like from a NFC North perspective, also had a bad side to it, right? Because, clearly we want both those teams to suck.
Yes.
I mean, in the past, it wasn't a prerequisite. We went through Lions seasons where the only chance the Lions had to do anything, they kind of needed other teams to blow it. That hasn't been them the last couple of years, and I don't suspect that's going to be them this year, though I'm a little more worried than I was going into the season, fair to say. But Scott Anderson, the JJ really settled in, was very impressive in the second half, and the Bears really started to struggle.
I thought McCarthy was very impressive. I thought that he looked – I don't think I've ever seen him look better. I don't think he ever looked that good at Michigan, what he did in the fourth quarter. He was throwing the ball downfield with conviction. There were lasers all over the place. He threw a pass that was incomplete that sailed right between the fingers of, I think it was Justin Jefferson, on a deep, 30-yard pass downfield. Should have been caught all day, should have been caught. I was like, wow, what just happened there? Did he overthrow him? Then you see the replay. No, he just threw a laser beam. And he looked like he had complete command of the offense. And then his ability to escape the rush and take off and run, I mean, the speed was on display. His running ability was on display. We saw some of that at Michigan, but he used it the right times in this game last night. You don't overplay that hand. You do it when you have to. And that to me is a mobile quarterback. You buy the time so you can make the throws. And if you buy the time and the guys aren't open, then you take off. And that's what he did. I thought he was brilliant in the fourth quarter. I don't think I'm rewriting history there. I think everybody who watched it would say the same thing. Caleb Williams, on the other hand, looked great to start the game. He looked like a water bug out there, just jumping from little leaf to leaf and to avoid the rush. He was fantastic on that first drive. But as you point out, you go back and look at the play-by-play, it was a lot of dinking and dunking. But it was the way that he did it that I think was impressive. Beyond that first drive, very pedestrian. He started off 10-10 in the game and then finished up 11 out of 25. He was kind of pedestrian there. So was the Bears offense. This offense had 61 yards on the opening drive, finished up the game with 329 yards total. They weren't anything terribly impressive the rest of the way. The Bears have a long way to go before they're going to be that tough team, that tough out for the better teams in football. But I think they're going to get there quickly. I think in the end, all 4 teams in this division are going to be formidable teams. And I said before the season began, the Bears that you see in November are going to be a way different team than you see in September. And there's some hit and miss with both of these teams we saw last night. Obviously, Vikings go off on a high note because the way they came back and won that game and they finished strong. The Bears not so much, but both of those teams are going to be formidable.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. It's Carson Anderson. Tigers back in action. Of course, they are closing in on a division championship, which means postseason baseball around here, which will be fantastic. Mize and Flaherty start. Mize and Flaherty.
They'll start tonight and tomorrow.
Tonight, yes. And then, is it Scooble?
No. Friday is going to be an opener. It looks like they haven't announced a starter yet. They're going to. I'm sorry. Thursday will be the last game against the Yankees. Friday will be Scooble at Miami.
Gotcha. So look, I mean, Casey Mize coming off a good start and trying to solidify this postseason rotation, which is up in the air. I still think the opener / pitching chaos, if I had to predict right now, will play a role in the postseason.
It's going to play a major role.
I don't know that they're going to just zero in on one of the I think they're looking at 3 starters and then chaos and then Skubal again.
I think they're hoping
It's going to be Skubal, 2 other guys, chaos, or Skubal, 1 other guy, chaos, and then Skubal again.
I think they're really hoping they can get 3 guys to step up. And they know Skubal's going to be one of them. Mize looks like he's the second.
Well,
but Flaherty has got to be consistent.
We're getting close to the time of the year. You remember in the middle of the year where people were getting mad when Skubal was getting pulled? I don't understand. He only threw 6 innings, and he was at 88 pitches. I don't get why they took him out. Because they're rationing him for games at this time of the year, and they might not even need it yet, right? I mean, it might be something that only shows up in the postseason. The Tigers' lead for the last bye is 4 games, which is healthy. I mean, it's pretty healthy.
It's not a given. Yep. It's not a given. And the other thing that may work in their favor is that the American League East is up for grabs between Toronto, the Yankees, and Boston. They're all fighting for it right now. And Toronto has a 2-game lead over Boston. It's a half-game lead over the Tigers overall. So those teams are going to battle each other, and it might be some cannibalism that helps the Tigers. But the Tigers got to do their part. They got to win games. They got to win. It'd be nice if they win the series against the Yankees. Put some more pressure. And then, again, go out and win the series at Miami. I'm not asking for sweeps. 2 out of 3.
I'm not even asking to win series. I'm just asking for them to be playing their best baseball in a couple weeks, 3 weeks here, and whether they go into the postseason.
You just like them to be more defined.
I wouldn't hate that. If my goal right now is to find 2 more starting pitchers the rest of the way, and if they don't win series along that, this will be it. I just find 2 more starting pitchers and fend off Houston.
Well, they need to figure out what their bullpen is going to be, who's reliable to pitch in there. Is Tommy Kahnle going to be part of that or not? He got his act together for 3 or 4 outings and then, had a bad outing the other day. So they still need to figure things out with the bullpen. They got to figure things out with the rotation. And meanwhile, they're also they're hopeful that Parker Meadows is going to be the guy. Now that Meadows is back and he's healthy and he's ready to play, is he going to hit enough where he makes a difference? And that home run he hit in his first game back was fantastic. It was his line drive, and it's what you see. When you got a guy with that kind of frame, he should be able to hit plenty of home runs, but that's not what he's there for. It's not to hit home runs. He's there to get on base and utilize his speed, and he's got to do more of that.
All right, Adam in Royal Oak writes in, the Eagles are operating like their window is closing soon. The Lions are operating like their window is just cracking open. Everyone needs to relax. Jared sounds confident. I'm confident. I think there's some truth in that. I mean, the Lions are maneuvering to shore up their young core at the expense of the massive moves that people want to see them make. I think they're going to be around for a while here. There's no guarantees, of course, but the most important thing is to have the players, and I think they're locking up the players that they have in-house that they know are very good, and most of their maneuvering is about giving them the ability to do that. I don't buy that the window is closing soon. If you think the window is closing soon, that's fine, because I do think that there is an unpredictability in the NFL. Nothing in the future is guaranteed. Injuries play a role, but those things are kind of unpredictable. At the end of the day, we'll see. But I like the guy who called and said the window's closing. I don't believe that at all. But these fans are insufferable. They literally expect us to score on every drive and shut out every team. It was just a bad game. It happens. Relax or don't watch. It's from an unnamed texter. I hate to knock Glasgow. I was a Michigan guy, but he was bad. He is a veteran at what point, and he is what he is at this point. I do have some hope about Ratledge and Mahogany. Well, I'm kind of with you on that one. Glasgow is what he is at this point. Is he coachable? Are there things that can be improved? Was it just communication? I mean, Dan Campbell was very emphatic about that. So you'll hear what he had to say next hour here on Carson Anderson. Also another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Oh, good.
Yep. So all that coming up. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers begin a 3-game series against the Yankees in the Bronx tonight as I get a chair here. They're looking to turn things around after losing 4-6. Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers. Will Warren starts for the Yankees. New York's only 2 games back of the Blue Jays in the East, winners of 11 of their last 14. That first pitch at 7:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Former Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy had 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns in a 27-24 comeback win over the Vikings last night. It spoiled former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson's debut as Bears head coach. Johnson's Chicago team will visit the Lions on Sunday as 4.5-point underdogs in the home opener at Ford Field. The Dodgers coming within 3 outs of Major League Baseball's first no-hitter of the season last night. Tyler Glasnow and Blake Trinan combined to no-hit the Rockies through 8 until Colorado's Ryan Ritter led off the 9th with a double. And Michigan head coach Sharon Moore telling the media that freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood will use his legs at some point this season a little bit more often. Moore adding that, quote, "If you run your quarterback, you better have 2," saying there are ways to get Underwood to use his legs without risking injury. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Coming up this hour, the best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show. And another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Nick out of Sally on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Still there?
Yeah,
all right.
we got you. You came
Sorry, guys.
darn close to getting your call cut off, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry, man. So I haven't been tuning in the last couple of days, but so I might be just repeating a lot of crap. But I just can't believe there didn't seem to be any special plays for Gibbs. I mean, he's so dynamic. They just kept running him up the middle, and he got snuffed. I mean, he works better when he can make space on the outside, and they got away from the play action pass. I didn't watch all the game because I was distracted. But
no, you didn't, because I don't know if I could disagree more. They tried to get Gibbs on the edge. They ran quick passes to the outside. It was ineffective.
I was at a bar, so I agree couldn't pay close attention. That's the impression I had. That it was just so vanilla, so predictable. And
I think they end up having to do that. I think that they didn't have the time to throw the ball downfield like they would like to. So it was a lot of checkdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs caught 10 passes in the game, but it was only for 31 yards. He also ran the ball 9 times, but only for 19 yards. The Lions couldn't get anything going. They couldn't get the run game going, and they couldn't throw the ball downfield. They only had a handful, I think, of passes that went beyond 10 yards.
So you're saying that you think it's more the line than it is the play calling?
100%.
Yes. The weak line?
100%.
Yes.
Okay, I feel a little better there.
Well, keep this in mind,
Anyway.
and I think that this is something that everybody has to realize is that the best offensive coordinators call bad plays too. Like there are offensive coordinators going to call between like 50 and 70 plays most games. They're going to get some wrong, okay? And there's the whole why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? When I've taken those questions to coordinators. And Jared kind of mentioned it when we talked to him earlier, and we'll replay it at 1:30 if you missed it. When I brought up play calling, he said some of those plays were called. Some of the plays people wanted to see were called. They didn't get executed because Green Bay would be in the right defense to take a play away, which means you either get ever hear Jared go, kill, kill, kill. That's when he's changing the play because the defense that they can run the play, the deep shot that people want to see or the trick play people want to see, they can run it into the teeth of defense, or they can change the play to something that is more likely to be successful. Additionally, there are times where, and he said it, we called some deep shots that weren't there, so I checked down. I mean, what you see on the field isn't always exactly the way a play was called. And you can get into play design, and you called it the wrong time. Like you could say, well, he called it at the wrong time because he called it in a time where their defense was in a certain defense. But anyway, 248-539-9797. Jake is in Almont and next to our 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. How's it going? So I want to talk about that Lions Super Bowl window real quick. I mean,
I wouldn't say it's necessarily like closing, like we're on the fringe of a downward spiral, but it's definitely a little concerning as like, I mean, last night Caleb Williams definitely looked a lot better than he did last year with like some of the little stuff.
Did he?
Not taking dumb sacks, getting rid of the ball. And then this almost feels like right now it's kind of terrible to say, but I almost feel like we're in the 49ers situation where you got all this talent on your roster, but you're stuck like in this purgatory level where like you can't break through to make the Super Bowl, but you're good enough to make the playoffs and contend. And that's like my nightmare right now is that we're good enough to be a good team, make the playoffs and contend, but we're missing that final piece or little execution to kind of like drive it home to the Super Bowl. Like no matter what it is, whether it's the edge rushing or O-line, obviously the interior O-line's got to get a little better now, which I think it will. But, I mean, it's a little bit concerning as like the quarterbacks in your division have a lot of room to grow, whereas Jared Goff's kind of hit his ceiling right now for the course of his career.
But his ceiling is great. I mean, his ceiling is a guy who throws for 30 touchdown passes a year, 4,500 yards, and gets you to the playoffs. That part's great. I think that you might be right that they need to add that extra player, but that's what the trade deadline is for, and hopefully that's why they've left all this cap space open, is that they can go out and make a deal for somebody, in 8 weeks or whenever it has to happen. As far as Caleb Williams is concerned, I mean, the Bears lost, right?
Yeah. No, I know they
lost, and he didn't do much after that first drive. He was he started the game 10 of 10, looked great, and then 11 of 25.
Yeah, no, I mean, the fall off was there, but the only thing that I get concerned about is, I mean, a lot of Ben Johnson's offense that we watched last year, a lot of it's timing and anticipation. And you could see that Ben Johnson misses Goff in that aspect because there were a lot of throws that Caleb Williams could have made or missed or didn't see the window open, whereas Jared Goff's anticipation passing, in my opinion, is the best, if not the best in the league.
Well, I'm not going to debate with you that was a great combination. Ben Johnson and Jared Goff was a great combination. The Bears' offense last night relied heavily on Caleb Williams' ability to scramble.
Yeah.
Like, that's not play design. That's not play calling. That is a quarterback that has a skill set that kept them above water. And, we'll see. It's, again, I hate to overreact to any week one thing. So, it could develop. I suspect it will.
Which quarterback was more impressive last night?
JJ.
Clearly. But, I mean, we've had several calls about Caleb, several texts about Caleb.
Yeah.
And I get it because it's Ben Johnson. You're going to have that kind of connection where we're worried, we losing our offensive coordinator to another team becomes their head coach. Has that just made them a monster? And, it's one game. No, I don't think it's made them a monster. I think eventually the Bears are going to be a very good football team. But after last night, my takeaway was the Vikings are tough.
Yep.
The Vikings are real tough.
Vikings are still a factor.
Yeah. If that's what J.J. McCarthy in the fourth quarter was phenomenal. If that's what he's taking for the rest of the season, and I suspect it's not, he's going to have hiccups in the road as well. But if he plays more like that than what he did to start the game, then the Vikings aren't going to skip a beat with what they had last year with Sam Darnold, because now you've got a more talented quarterback with J.J. McCarthy. And if he's able to really absorb all this, then the Vikings are the team to look out for, not the Bears.
Now, I go back to they're trying to compete now and into the future. Is this going to be a mistake? As he said, are they going to be in this purgatory where they can't get over the top? You can build and build and build. There's a reason why the favorite doesn't win the Super Bowl every year and why there's surprises. It's just get into that pool of teams that's got a legitimate shot, which doesn't mean just making the playoffs. There are teams that make the playoffs that really have no shot of winning at all. The Lions have been one of those teams the last 2 years. They've built the team that's been one of those teams that was good enough to win it all the last 2 years. They just haven't done it yet. They got to stay in this upper tier. They have to. And that did not look like an upper tier team on Sunday.
No, it did not. And, I guess to piggyback off the caller's comment about Jared Goff, and we've already seen his ceiling. We have, but he can stay at that ceiling provided, which is really good, by the way, provided the offensive line does their job. And after one game, that didn't happen. That's the problem, because Jared's got his shortcomings. He's not mobile at all. But what he is between the ears might be elite in the NFL. And I'll take that. But you need help, and that help has to come in the form of protecting him and opening up holes in the running game, because the running game, if they get the run game going, it opens everything up. You want to see him throw the ball down the field?
Yeah.
Watch them run for 150 yards, and then you'll see how many passes go downfield, because it's going to be crazy.
248-539-9797. We go to Matt next up on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you guys doing today? Take you off speaker. Hold on. All right. Can't believe I'm saying this, but is this week 2 game against the Bears a must-win game heading into Baltimore for Monday Night Football after that? 0-3. Hard to make the playoffs 0-3.
Yeah, I don't look at it that way, but because can they beat Baltimore? Sure, they
Possibly.
can. If they get back to the way they played last year, sure they can beat Baltimore. But they didn't look like it in week 1. You don't want to lose to the Bears.
You
don't
lose
want
to
to
the
be
Bears,
0-2.
all that momentum, all that talk. It's going to be hard to combat that on a national spotlight in Baltimore. That game's hard enough as it is without momentum going the other way. That's all. That's my only thought.
Yeah, I don't want them to be 0-2 going into Baltimore, but I don't see it as a must-win this weekend. Do you see it as a must-win?
No, but I think it's going to feel like that way for right now, because it's the next game is part of it, because every game feels you have to do it. But also, there's extra added for the fans with the Ben Johnson factor coming in. You don't want to start 0-2, looking down the barrel of what's to come for the rest of the next 5 weeks or whatever. It's a really brutal schedule. It'd be nice to get that first win out of the way. Let's go. Take care of business. I think they will. I think the Lions will beat the Bears. But there are definitely concerns with this team for sure.
All of our football coverage presented by Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game all season long. Week 2, Lions-Bears, starting at just $30 for your first year. It's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. It's Carson Anderson. The Jets offensive coordinator is Tanner Engstrad. The Lions picked John Morton over him, which I believe is a big mistake. The Jets offense looked really good. I don't understand why they didn't bring Zeitler back, considering he signed a 1-year contract with Tennessee for almost no money. He was very good here.
Well, it was like $10 million, I think they signed for. $9.5 million. That's not no money. And I don't think Zeitler was all that good last year for the Lions. Getting back to the Egstrand thing.
Yeah.
He went to the Bears to work with Ben Johnson. If he stayed with the Lions to be promoted to the offensive coordinator, it's a lateral move, because he was getting the offensive coordinator job with the Bears, right?
So he was with the Bears last year, but he wasn't the coordinator.
No, he was with the Lions last year, wasn't he? Wasn't he a quarterback's coach?
Well, you said he went to the Bears.
He's with the Jets now, guys.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
My bad.
Well, you confused me when you said
Yeah,
Bears.
sorry.
I was like, did he go to the Bears the year before? Because I thought he was.
No, sorry.
Okay.
So he went for
He
a
took the
lateral
offensive coordinator job. No, he wasn't the offensive coordinator
No,
here.
he got promoted.
Right, but what he's saying is that they should have hired him as the offensive coordinator of the Lions. So he has his choice. Does he want to stay with the Lions, or does he want to go with Aaron Glenn?
Correct.
If he was offered the
yes,
job.
if he was
here.
offered, yes.
Yeah.
That I don't think he was ever offered the job, though, with the Lions.
Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. A lot of concern coming out of the opener, understandably so. The question becomes, is it because they're doomed, or can they get better? Can they get better moving forward? There's a lot of evidence that I think the people that are running this team are pretty sharp.